What does healing look like for a boy who never knew he was allowed to hope? In part 3 of An Ant's Love, Harry begins to explore what it means to feel safe, and maybe even begin to trust again. Welcome back to Grimoire Audiobooks, where we bring fanfiction to life with heart and voice. Today's chapter continues the powerful journey crafted by Emma Lipardi, where love isn't loud. It's patient, persistent, and transformational. Disclaimer: this is a fan-made audiobook adaptation of a non-canon Harry Potter story. All characters and the original world belong to J.K. Rowling. This production honors the fanfiction writer's creative reimagining and exists purely for entertainment. In this part, we see Harry begin to settle into a new rhythm. From learning that meals aren't a luxury to realizing that affection isn't a trap, every small moment adds to a picture of what life could have been and what it might still become. If you believe in second chances and the magic of chosen family, be sure to like, subscribe, and consider joining the Wizard Army to support more heartfelt stories like this. Let's continue An Ant's Love by Emma Lipardi. Part 3 begins now. 21. Not alone. Questions. Harry/Hermione. No. Harry/OC. Unlikely. Highly unlikely. Snape's black eye. There has been such a huge response to this that I will shortly be posting a standalone one chappy of Snape getting his black eye. Try not to riot too much out of happiness. Remus. The man should have been in Slytherin for all of his cunning. Think about his actions, and you'll figure it out. His contact with Harry will be critical. Number of chapters, no idea. It's going to be long. That's all I know. Of course, I could cut something out. Wandless magic, patience. The pace, about to pick up. Hope you all can keep up. Behind door number 2, a human. My perfect record stands. Harry smiled at Zen's announcement from his cage. Hey, Harry, give me just a second here, okay? Harry nodded and went over to Zen's cage. Zen reared up and gave a fairly good imitation of a bow. Hello and good day, my lightning child. Zen said with what Harry was calling his hyper voice. Have you a mouse? Zen eyed Harry with suspicion. No mouse. Sorry. Why do you keep calling me Lightning Child? Harry asked in frustration. Lightning Child is your name among the snakes. Harry, that is what we call you. Zen paused and looked over at Paul. Has he a mouse? Harry shook his head, and Zen's head dropped in disappointment. Pity. He noticed Harry's look. You have a question? How do snakes know about me? How do you know about me? You've been in a tank for years now. Zen gave Harry a funny look and seemed to shrug, if snakes were able to shrug. There is more than one way of speaking. That is all I know. He curled up on his warm rock and looked at Harry. I can hear any snake that gets close to me. That is just the way of things. Harry sighed and rubbed his eyes under his glasses. Can I never be normal? Zen found this question extremely funny and nearly fell off his rock in laughter. Harry, lightning is never the same twice. Harry glared for a few seconds before he laughed. Zen looked very funny when he laughed. He threw his head back. His mouth was as wide as it could go. Small wonder that he could swallow a mouse whole, and the noise he made was nothing more than a very strange hissing. What's that all about? Paul asked as he came up behind Harry to look at Zen. It sounded like the snake was dying. He's laughing. Harry said with a small smile. Zen is very odd, Paul. He finds the smallest things amusing. Paul nodded. Zen looked at Harry again in a hopeful way. Harry shook his head. Paul did not have a mouse for him. Paul made a small noise, and moved back to his chair. "So, how are you today?" Paul asked as he turned on the tape recorder. Harry sat on the couch and shrugged. "Okay, I guess. Dumbledore hasn't shown up yet, so I guess that Fawkes is keeping my secret for now." Paul nodded. "Sky said I'm getting better in my schoolwork." "That's good." Paul gave Harry a smile. "I knew you could do it." Harry smiled and looked down. "You're a smart kid." "Not as smart as Hermione." Harry said. "She's scary." Paul smirked. "I got that feeling around her. She is kinda scary." Harry nodded. He picked up his pillow. He claimed that pillow as his own, and sighed. She had to go back to school. "I'll miss her visits." Paul caught the odd note in Harry's voice. "Harry, are you okay?" Harry nodded. "I'm fine." Paul rolled his eyes at Harry's answer. "Yeah, right." Paul drawled. "What's bothering you?" "Nothing." Paul sat back and looked Harry over. What had changed? What was different? Why was Harry withdrawing? "You and Hermione must be good friends." Paul started. "She must know everything about you by this point." "Not really. We're mates, Hermione and I. Ron, too." Paul leaned back in his chair. The way he said that. "Well, who do you talk to when things become too much?" Harry abandoned his pillow and pulled his legs up. "Ron and Hermione." Harry's answer came in a whisper. "Mostly." Paul reached out and pulled Harry's legs down. He looked Harry in the eye. "Everything." Harry hesitated before shaking his head. He didn't tell Ron and Hermione everything. There was too much to be told. "Who do you talk to?" Harry shrugged. "Ah, that explained it. Do you have an adult you can go to for help?" Harry stood up and went over to Zen's cage. Paul let him go. Harry seemed to rant better when standing. "And tell them what?" Harry demanded sadly. Paul readied the tissue box. Harry was upset, extremely so, and Paul wanted to be prepared. "What would I tell them?" "Professor, do you have a minute?" "Oh, it's nothing. Voldemort got into my head again and asked me to join him, or, I don't want to fight in this ward." Harry rubbed his face, sighed, and wrapped his arms around himself. "They wouldn't understand." He sniffed. "They can't understand." He gave a shaky breath. "I can't do that." Paul stood and went over to Harry. He was shocked to find that side of the office freezing. He pulled Harry to the warm side and sat on the couch with him. He offered the tissue box and smiled when Harry took one. "Harry, I would like for you to tell an adult, any adult, what you are feeling. How this war against Voldemort is affecting you. Just try." Harry looked up at Paul, staring at him as though he had gained a few new limbs, and offered to show Harry how to do the same thing. "What do you want me to tell them?" Harry bit out. Paul wondered if his office was always this cold. "That I wonder if I will survive this war. That my friends may die, and I don't want to see them die. That I will be alone if they do, and I hate being alone." Paul had a feeling Harry was coming. The real one. The boy was nearing hysteria. That Harry Potter, the boy who just won't die, is afraid of doing exactly that, or even worse, that I don't want to be a part of this war, that I don't want to be a hero. Paul reached out and took hold of Harry's shoulders. "Yes." The firm word and grip caused Harry to stop in surprise, opening and closing his hands as though searching for something, pondering over an entirely foreign concept. "Yes, Harry, just like you told me." Paul made eye contact with Harry, watching as several emotions played through Harry's eyes. each more rapid than the last. Paul noticed the hand movements and pulled Harry towards him a bit. The boy did the rest. Harry's arms went around Paul, and his face came to rest on Paul's shoulder. "I'm scared," he whispered. Paul tightened his hold as Harry began shaking. "I shouldn't be, but I am." Paul reached up and carted a hand through Harry's hair. "Voldemort wants me dead, and I'm afraid that he'll kill the rest of my friends to get to me. I don't want to be alone. I don't want anyone to die." Harry did not speak above his initial whisper, and Paul didn't ask him to speak up. "I don't want to be alone." The last statement strangled Harry as he fought back tears. Paul held him as Harry allowed a few pent-up tears to escape. "You're not alone. Not anymore." Harry's grip only tightened around Paul. Paul didn't need to hear Harry say thank you. He felt it. "You've got me." Paul walked Harry down to the gym after their session. Harry was subdued, quiet, and introspective. Paul figured that Harry was thinking over something Paul had said. "Paul, do you believe in fate?" Harry's question broke their silence. Paul looked down at him and smiled. "It matters not how straight the gate / how charged with punishments the scroll / I am the master of my fate. I am the captain of my soul." Paul ruffled Harry's hair and smiled again. "I believe our lives are what we make, regardless of other forces." Harry nodded and fell silent. He paused at the door of the gym. "Thanks, Paul." Paul nodded and shooed Harry to the door. "Sensei's waiting." Harry smiled and went through the door. Harry was getting there. He just needed some time. Again. Harry allowed his arms to rest a second before falling back into his stance. Sensei was being hard on him today. Harry had no idea why Sensei was acting this way, and Rick seemed just as clueless as Harry. Front rolls. Harry stifled a groan, because this was going to hurt, and started the set. He was the last one left. The entire class had been dismissed 10 minutes early, and Harry had heard every single person say that they were grateful for the early dismissal. He had been kept behind. Back rolls. Harry had a feeling he was going to be very dizzy and in a lot of pain at the end of this. He only hoped Sensei would let him go in time for rehearsal. "Stop." Harry gave his equilibrium a second to reset before gaining his feet. "Run." Sensei made a circular motion with his finger 3 times. Harry and Rick fell in side by side and ran the perimeter of the gym. Every time they reached the starting point, Sensei would tell them to go faster. By the time they finished the last lap, Harry was nearly running full speed. Enough. Harry decided that that was his favorite word. "Report at 7 this Saturday." "Yes, Sensei." Sensei motioned to the showers, and Harry went to them with no hesitation. He rushed through his shower to find Rick waiting with the tiger balm. Harry removed his shirt without being told and sat down, forgetting one little thing that was different from the last time Rick had done this. "Evan, what?" Harry cut him off with a gesture. "I don't want to talk about it." He told Rick with a voice that told the other he would accept no argument. But Harry shook his head. He didn't want anyone else to know. "Fine." Rick started to work on his shoulders. "I don't know why he was so hard on you today." Rick told him. Harry didn't have the energy to shrug. He must see something, or have an idea. The tone told Harry that Rick was fishing for information. Harry obediently raised an arm when Rick tried to get at his side. Everything must hurt. Huh? Head to toe. Harry answered. Rick didn't answer him, just gave an odd little snort. Harry felt Rick nudge him into a more relaxed position, and Rick started on his back, carefully avoiding a few select spots. Ow. Harry complained. Something back there was tender. Very tender. Rick dropped his hands. That hurt, he asked as he rubbed the spot again. Ow. Yes. Harry tried to jerk away, but one of Rick's hands kept him in place. Rick left, stuck his head out the door of the locker room, and came back, Sensei with him. Harry wished he could be invisible. Look, Rick snapped. Harry pulled his knees up and rested his forehead on them. His eyes fell shut as Sensei's hands went to his back and traced the new marks there. He could feel the eyes boring into his back, looking it over. He hissed when Sensei brushed the spot Rick had found earlier. Why did you not tell us? Sensei demanded. Harry clenched his eyes tighter and tried to keep back the strange feelings of having disappointed someone. Sensei came around to the front of Harry and crouched down to look at him. It only hurts when touched. The others don't hurt at all. Harry told him. Sensei's mouth became a firm line. I didn't think it mattered. Sensei growled and grabbed Harry's legs to pull them down. He froze when Harry hissed again. Sensei yanked the pants leg up and inspected another bruise. That, he pointed to the combined lump and bruise, does not matter, he demanded of Harry. When you are hurt, no matter how insignificant you think, you will tell me. Why, I did not know beforehand. I do not know. I am calling your drama teacher and excusing you from practice. Harry could not work up the courage to protest. He was sufficiently frightened of his teacher enough. Sensei leaned down and picked him up from the bench. Harry latched onto his shirt until Sensei put him down on the table he used to inspect student injuries. Sensei gave him a look, but didn't say anything. He turned to Rick. Ice him. You know how. Rick nodded and started to dig in the nearby first aid kit for ice packs. I would not move if I were you. Rick told Harry. Harry changed his plan of running for it, consequences be damned, and removed his foot from the floor. It appeared that the father had passed on his ability to see things without eyes. Rick returned with 2 ice packs and 2 towels. He eyed Harry for a minute before sighing. You'd better lie on your stomach. Harry did as he was told and hid his face in his arms. Rick arranged the ice packs and sat down next to the table. He's angry with me, Harry said simply, trying to ignore the feeling that Rick was angry as well. He's angry at you for not telling him you're hurt. He is mostly angry with himself for not seeing that you were hurt. Harry shrugged. I've had worse. Besides, it's not like he could have known. Harry told Rick. He sighed as the ice numbed some of the pain he had been feeling from Sensei's prodding. Yeah, those scars tell me that. Rick's sardonic reply made Harry wince. He stiffened then, but didn't say anything. Rick was already upset with him. Where'd they come from? Harry didn't reply. He clenched his jaw as memories came back to him. They had come from a dream. Harry did not open his eyes as familiar sensations came to the front of his mind. He wondered if ignoring the intruder would make him go away. Harry! Oh, darn. He rolled over and opened his eyes to see Voldemort staring down at him. Welcome back. Harry got to his feet, crossed his arms, and glared. He did not want to be here, and he made sure Voldemort knew that. Your glares need work. What a surreal statement. You're lecturing me on glaring? Harry asked, incredulous at Voldemort's comment. I've gone mad. Harry muttered to himself. He sank to the floor and tried to bring back his sanity. It eluded him. You going mad would solve several of my problems. Please, don't stop yourself on my account. Harry glared again and imagined Snape on the receiving end. Voldemort sneered at him. Pathetic. Harry rolled his eyes and climbed to his feet. Why did you pull me from my dreams this time? Harry knew he looked horrible, as he hadn't really slept the night before. Not for long, anyway. He had been reading the occlumency books between the patrols of Jack, trying to figure out what it meant by force of will. Did it mean he had to be stubborn to force someone out of his mind, or something else? He had hoped that the author, Hadrain Alisander, would define it, but no such luck so far. It remained a mystery. Have you thought about my offer? Voldemort waved his wand, and the usual comfortable room appeared. The Dark Lord lowered himself into a chair and motioned for Harry to do the same. My answer is still no. Harry told him. He shook his head at the offer of the chair. I prefer to stand. Thank you. Voldemort gave a disappointed sigh. I thought that you might say that. Harry hated the feeling that sigh gave him, like he had disappointed someone important to him. This was Voldemort. He shouldn't feel like this. Voldemort pulled out his wand and pointed it at Harry. Either sit down, or I'll make you. Harry moved forward and sat on the edge of the chair. Choose your battles. That piece of advice sounded like sensei. Harry motioned for Voldemort to continue. If he kept the man talking long enough, someone might wake him before Voldemort resumed his Dark Lord persona. Now, as I was saying, I can offer you a lot. A young man. Harry distinctly remembered Voldemort calling him a boy or child on several occasions. Like you, needs guidance in the wizarding world. I can offer that guidance. There is so much you don't know about wizarding society that you should know. Things that Dumbledore has neglected to tell you. Twist the knife a bit more. Why don't you? Harry refrained from glaring. You would be free from his influence and control. The ministry would not be able to stop you. You would answer to me. Only me. My second in command. Voldemort mistook Harry's sitting up as interest. My heir, if you will. Oh, my God. All right, Harry. Time to bring out your Slytherin side. Just don't look him in the eye. You mean that I could boss around the Death Eaters? He asked as he stared into the fireplace. He had schooled his face carefully to look uninterested as possible. He was tiring fast. He had to play this carefully. Within reason. Voldemort answered. They, too, would help to train you. They have a lot to teach you. Harry stared into the fire, allowed his body to relax the slightest bit as he grew a bit more fatigued, and shook his head. Voldemort looked him over and smirked. Of course, I'll have to free a few from Azkaban if I am to let them teach you. You and your friends cost me a few of my servants. Harry shrugged. That's why you want me, isn't it? Voldemort's expression darkened a bit. Oops. Unless you have another reason. Harry amended. No need to anger him. I have several. Voldemort told him. He conjured a tea tray, and Harry was struck by the realization that Voldemort and Dumbledore both relied on food of some sort when dealing with him. I can make you so much more than you are. So much more a wizard. Harry collapsed backward in the chair and sighed. Voldemort seemed pleased that Harry was so tired. The dream thing that Voldemort did always exhausted him. "Can I go back to sleep now?" he asked. He tried not to whine. "In a minute." Harry wanted to ask Voldemort to promise, but couldn't bring himself to do it. He was just so tired. Harry stared into the fire, all but forgetting Voldemort's presence. Paul would wake him, right? Or maybe Jack. Harry would even take Aunt Petunia at this point. He was so focused on his thoughts that he didn't hear Voldemort calling his name. A hand grabbed his arm, and he reacted out of instinct. He twisted out of the grasp, slid out of the chair sideways, and proceeded to put as much distance as possible between he and his attacker. His back hit a wall, and he proceeded to imitate a ball the best he could without transfiguring himself into one. Harry started to figure out what had happened. Voldemort. No wonder he had overreacted. Some would have said panicked, but Harry disliked the word. Harry was surprised Voldemort hadn't cursed him yet. Harry raised a hand to his scar, took a deep breath, and then looked up. Voldemort was only standing there, staring at Harry as though he had never seen him before. "Take it a little further, Potter." Harry looked around as though he was searching for something, or in this case, someone. Let Voldemort draw his own conclusions. He uncurled his legs and stood, using the wall behind him for support. "Sorry," he said tiredly. You startled me." Voldemort gave a shaky nod. Harry studied his toes. He flinched when 2 quick stings happened on his chest and back. He looked up at Voldemort. "What?" "Our first lesson. Pay attention to your surroundings." Voldemort lowered his wand. Harry glared at him, fury giving him energy he had thought he did not have. "I did not say I wanted your training," Harry said through his teeth. He held himself very still. He had an idea of what Voldemort had just did, and he wasn't happy about it. The Dark Lord flicked his wand at Harry, and Harry felt 2 more lashes appear. He hadn't even seen a spell. You need it more than you know. This wasn't supposed to happen. In fact, you don't have a choice anymore. Harry was grateful for the wall supporting him, because he wasn't sure his legs couldn't hold his full weight. Offer implies that there is a choice. Harry snapped. Voldemort flicked his wand twice more. Harry dodged, but this spell, or whatever it was, seemed to home in on him. "It is no longer an offer. It is a privilege that I am giving you." Oh, joy! Harry could feel his legs trembling. He sucked in air through his teeth as another lash joined the others. "Now, what is the first lesson?" "Get out of my mind." Harry told him. "Crucio." Harry fell back against the wall, further aggravating the lashes Voldemort had given him. The Dark Lord lifted the spell and came to stand over Harry. "This is for your own good," Voldemort told him. Harry gave him a weak glare. "Another Dumbledore." He sneered. Another lash fell on his chest, followed by a short crucio. Oh! The crucio made the lashings burn. It felt like Voldemort was rubbing salt into them with steel wool. Tears leaked out the sides of Harry's eyes. "Now, what is your first lesson?" Voldemort asked, almost sounding like McGonagall asking for a definition from the class. Harry would have laughed if he hadn't been in such pain. He took a deep breath, held it, and let it out. He didn't bother trying to sit up. He knew he wouldn't make it. "Pay attention to my surroundings," Harry told him. Voldemort gave him a pleased smile. "Sir." Voldemort's smile grew wider at the term of respect. "Bravo, Harry." The Dark Lord raised his wand and Harry braced himself for more pain. He was surprised when he heard a sleep charm. "I'll see you soon," Voldemort promised him as Harry faded away. Harry jerked awake at the desk in his room. He had fallen asleep on his books, and without clearing his mind. "Perfect," he hissed when the skin on his back and chest pulled. He shook the slightest bit from the Cruciatus curse, but he still smiled. "Potter, 1, Voldemort, 0. He ignored the pain. It was a small price to pay for what he was planning. Besides, some of the things he was learning from the books Hermione had given him made him confident that he could handle it. It was the first time he had planned something and felt confident about it. He felt like a Slytherin. This was something he could do on his own. He did not tell Paul. Remus climbed down from the bus and allowed it to speed away. He stood and regarded the little house sitting in front of him. He had just reached number 4 Privet Drive. It looked completely ordinary. Who knew that the boy who lived grew up here? He knew that the Dursleys hadn't exactly been kind to Harry. He only hoped that he would be able to talk to Petunia long enough to be reassured that Harry was fine. It would be even better if Harry was fine and happy. He knew he wouldn't find out anything standing there staring at the house. He went up the walk and rang the doorbell. 22, in Sensei's hands. Questions. Harry's bruises/scars. The bruises he got while training with Sensei. The scars came from Voldemort. Neville. He will not be pulling a wormtail. Neville was drafted for the Protectors because he fit Dumbledore's criteria. Length of story/cutting things out. Long/okay due to your demands and threats. I won't cut anything out. It may take me a little while longer to finish, and you getting all your answers. Lessons with Voldemort. The response has been dramatic. I will not tell you what Harry is planning, what he meant by the score thing, or if he will be corrupted by Voldemort. You will all find out in time. Family, therapy/Dursleys. It's coming. Just not yet. Harry has a few things to talk about first. Massive OCs. Rick brought out one of Harry's issues. Sparky has an eating disorder. The massive OCs will be important. Have some patience. On to the story. Remus climbed down from the bus and allowed it to speed away. He stood and regarded the little house sitting in front of him. He had just reached number 4 Privet Drive. It looked completely ordinary. Who knew that the boy who lived grew up here? He knew that the Dursleys hadn't exactly been kind to Harry. He only hoped that he would be able to talk to Petunia long enough to be reassured that Harry was fine. It would be even better if Harry was fine and happy. He knew he wouldn't find out anything standing there staring at the house. He went up the walk and rang the doorbell. A boy, a rather large boy, opened the door to stare at him. "Ah, you must be Dudley Dursley." The blond boy nodded. "Is your mother at home?" "Yes. Would you like to come in?" Dudley asked, eyeing Remus's cane. Remus gave him a smile and nodded. "I would like that very much, young man. Could you tell your mother that Remus Lupin is here to speak with her?" Dudley rushed off after directing Lupin to the sitting room. Remus looked around the comfortable dwelling and knew that the furniture did not match the occupants of the house. "If you're from that school, I have nothing to say to you," Petunia said from the doorway, disapproval covering her features. Remus turned and held out his hand in greeting. "No, Mrs. Dursley, I am not from Hogwarts," he told her. "I think we've met before, many years ago." He told her, "When my sister was in school." Yes, I remember you. Why are you here? She asked. I am just, well, I suppose you could call me a friend of Harry's. Remus explained. Petunia gestured to an overstuffed armchair. Remus sank into it and sighed as his weary bones settled. The night bus was not the most comfortable method of travel. Harry's headmaster told me that Harry has not shown up for the next term. He asked if I had heard from him, and I have not. He noticed that Petunia was glaring at him. If you think that I'm going to tell you where he is. Remus smiled and shook his head. No, Mrs. Dursley. He let the words out with a small laugh. I'm not here for that at all. Petunia calmed, but still gave Remus a suspicious look. I was wondering if you could tell me how he is. Does Harry like his new school? Is he happy there? Petunia sat back in her chair. This is a pleasant change, she confided. It is not the interrogation I had resigned myself to expect from you, magical folk. She paused and looked him over. May I offer you something to drink, Professor Lupin? Whatever you have handy, as long as it is not an inconvenience. Remus accepted. She nodded and left the room to return with lemonade and biscuits a few minutes later. How do you know Harry? She asked. Remus smiled. It seemed that Petunia had gained a newfound interest in her nephew. I knew him when he was a baby, through his parents, of course. I was good friends with Lily and James before they died. I was also his teacher in his 3rd year for defense against the dark arts. His teacher? Was he a good student? Petunia asked. Remus smiled at the question. Oh, yes. Very gifted, very bright. He was very determined to learn something when he put his mind to it. Memories of the Patronus came back to him. He managed a corporal Patronus that year. He told her, his pride evident in his voice. Is that good? She asked. Good. Mrs. Dursley, there are some fully trained wizards who still cannot manage it. The fact that he did it at 13, the mind boggles. He gave her another smile and took a sip of his lemonade. This is excellent. Thank you. She pulled out some papers from her pocket. You said you wanted to know how he is. Yes, I would. Remus told her. Petunia unfolded the papers she held. I just received a progress report yesterday. She looked over the papers. I think that it would be easier if you were to read it. Remus took the offered report and looked down. Type print filled the page. Harry continues to improve in his classes. His tutor is very satisfied with his progress and hopes to mainstream every subject very soon. His art teacher raves about his work on a daily basis and must beg Harry to allow his work to be displayed. His physical education teacher, I believe you met Sensei Leonard, says that his progress is acceptable, which is high praise from that man. Harry's drama teacher loves Harry's talent for monologue and hopes that his physical acting will match. I'll allow Harry to tell you more about that. Harry continues his progress with me and seems to be warming up to Joe. I will inform you of any serious issues and will schedule your first family session when Harry seems ready. Dr. Paul, louder. A doctor? Remus asked. Petunia nodded. A doctor of what? The boy changed from last year. Drastic changes. He had horrible nightmares to the point that he started sleeping during the day so that someone could wake him. He could not eat much because those dreams upset him so much. He seemed to have lost interest in everything. I couldn't even interest him in his homework. I found someone who could help him. Remus filled in the blanks she had left. You sent him to a Muggle mental hospital, he asked. She shook her head. It is a school with the capacity to help children who need it. She explained. I visited it, and I liked what I saw. She drew herself up and stared down at him. He is eating 3 meals a day, plus snacks. He can sleep through the night without nightmares waking him every few minutes. His doctor said that the boy made the decision to stay at the school without any outside influence, rather than return to Hoggetty's. He's making friends and seems happy there. She stared at Remus as though daring him to object. I think that's better than what that headmaster can claim. Remus thought over her words and smiled. She had a point. Very true, Mrs. Dursley. Petunia relaxed a bit. He does seem to be faring very well. Remus's thoughts drifted for a minute. The next time you see him, could you tell him I said hello? He asked. May I give you my address, should he want to write to me? Certainly. Petunia handed him a pad of paper and pen. Remus jotted down his Muggle address and handed it to her. Thank you for stopping by. Remus got to his feet and took up his cane. Thank you, Mrs. Dursley. I will sleep better, knowing he is safe and cared for. Remus left the house and walked down the street to the corner. He apparat for his home. Harry was okay. Well, young man, let's see what is wrong. Harry jerked his head up to stare at the strange man who had returned with Sensei. Some nasty marks there. He checked Harry's bracelet. Evan. He gave Harry a warm smile. I am Dr. Lansky, but you can call me Dan if you want. I'm just here to give you a quick look over. Sensei Leonard said you were hurt. Harry started to sit up, but Sensei's hand on his shoulder blades told him not to move. Does this hurt? Dan asked, tapping the spot on Harry's back. Not really. The ice numbed it. Harry answered truthfully. Sudden pressure on the spot caused Harry to gasp and try to move away. Sensei kept him in place. The hand left the spot. Ah, yes. That did hurt, didn't it? Harry thought that Dan was talking to himself, rather than to him. Dan placed the ice back on his back and moved to Harry's leg. How about now? Harry felt fingers on his shin. Yes, he said when one of the fingers hit a particularly sensitive spot. Dan made a concerned noise and opened the bag he brought with him. You can sit up now if you like. Harry waited until Sensei moved his hand before swinging himself upright. Ouch. Harry noticed Dan staring at his chest. He wrapped his arms around himself until Sensei growled. Harry dropped his arms and tried to make himself smaller. It wasn't working. I have just a few questions for you. Dan pulled out a clipboard and attached several sheets. How long have you been injured? 2 days. Harry answered truthfully. Is the pain constant or only when touched? Dan made some marks on the paper. Only when touched. Harry folded his arms and looked down at the ground. Where did the scars on your back and chest come from? Harry closed his mouth and tried to ignore the man. Dan looked him over and wrote something. Did someone in your family do that? Harry shook his head. Are you sure? Harry nodded. Dan smiled and rummaged in his bag for something. He moved his chair closer to Harry and patted his knee. Harry gave him a quizzical look. Injured leg here, please. Harry did as he was told. This wrap will help support the injury and take some of the swelling down. You're lucky. Nothing's broken, just bruised and tender. No martial arts participation for the next 7 days. When I look you over again, I want you to stay off this leg as much as possible. Your nurses will know that you will need to ice your injuries and will remind you to do so. I expect you to do so for an hour. 10 minutes on and 10 minutes off. Harry nodded his understanding. That didn't seem like a lot. He could study then. You don't have a bruise on your back. Yet. It'll show up in the next day, or so. Ice it too. He clipped the end of the bandage and closed the clasps. When it does show up, it will be a spectacular color. He allowed Harry to move his leg again and took out a bottle. These are light painkillers. I'm going to give you 2 now, and I'll make sure that there are 2 for morning medication tomorrow. Harry knew that some of his floor mates took medication every morning, while others, himself included, took medication at night. If you're still in pain after that, tell one of your nurses. They'll know what to give you. Thank you, sir. Harry said quietly. Sensei gave Harry a water bottle, and Dan held out the painkillers. Harry swallowed the pills and drank a little water. Dan dug into his bag again and brought out some lollipops. Harry looked at him, just a little perplexed. It was another Dumbledore. Come on, Evan. I don't bite. Rick danced in place next to Harry. Harry guessed that candy from a doctor was common, and Rick wanted one. Harry reached out hesitantly and took a green one. I'm sick. Rick gave a horrible impression of a cough. Sensei rolled his eyes. Harry had a feeling that this was a common occurrence between Rick and Dan. Dan smiled and gave Harry a wink before turning to Rick. Since you and Sensei were such good patients last time. Rick took a red one, and Sensei looked like he was about to tell the man what he could do with the treats when he noticed Harry watching him. He took one, unwrapped it, and popped it in his mouth. Sugar-free. He turned and walked to his office. Rick laughed after Sensei left. Harry looked at him for an explanation. Dan could tell you some pretty funny stories about trying to treat my dad. Dan groaned and buried his face in his hands. Don't remind me. A more stubborn man could not exist on the earth. Harry smiled a bit. If I tell the man to lie down for an hour, I'm lucky if he stays down for a minute. Let's just forget that I have studied medicine. He knows better. Harry smiled again. You're done, Evan. Just remember to ice them, rest your leg, and ask for painkillers if you need them. I will. Thank you, sir. Harry went back to his locker and changed out of sight of Dan and Rick. Rick was trying to get another sweet, and went to Sensei's office. The door was open, but he knocked anyway. Have a seat, Sensei said without looking up. Sensei stood and shut the door. Harry studied his shoes. Sensei seemed content to stare at Harry. The man who threatens you gave you those scars. Harry didn't need to confirm it. Sensei knew. That is why you did not want to discuss them. Harry nodded. Understandable. Sensei sat back and studied him. Harry decided to end this quickly so he could use his unexpected free afternoon to study his magic books. He could forget about this over the complexities of transfiguration. I'm sorry, sir. I didn't think it was important. Sensei didn't say anything right way, but when he did speak, it caught Harry's attention. Do you really value yourself so little? Sensei's comment surprised him. What did a person say to that? He valued himself. Does he want an answer? I don't think I don't matter. Do I? Harry decided to go with the cautious route. He shrugged. Ah. Sensei did not give more of an answer. Look at me, Evan. Harry raised his eyes to meet those of his teacher. You are more than you know. You are my student, and it is an honor to teach you. In time, you will be able to take care of yourself. Of that I have no doubts. Sensei stood, came around the desk, and crouched down in front of Harry. Until that time, please allow me to protect you. Sensei reached out and put his hands on Harry's shoulders. Harry dropped his eyes and shook his head. People who protect me end up dead. Harry told him, I have faced death before. Sensei said, allow me to help you until you can protect yourself. That's all I ask. Harry stared at him. You can't follow me around all the time. Sensei's lips twitched. By the time I am finished with you, you will think I do. Sensei warned him. Will you put yourself into my hands, deshi? Harry didn't know what the strange word meant. Sensei held out his hands in front of Harry. Harry wondered what Sensei would teach him. They were already having private lessons. What more could Sensei offer? By the time I am finished with you, you will think I do. Harry pried both of his hands away from the arms of the chair. He reached out hesitantly, allowing Sensei time to move his hands if he decided he didn't want to teach Harry. Harry's hands rested for just a few seconds before Sensei tightened his own around them. Good. Sensei had no need for further words. I am gaining teachers right and left. Sensei stood and pulled Harry to his feet. Go. Rest. Sensei shooed him out the door. Yes, Sensei. Harry left and went to his room, since he was excused from play practice that day. 2 schedules of schoolwork, play practice, art club, and extra martial arts classes kept him busy. Therapy added to that kept Harry more occupied than he had ever been at Hogwarts. Well, that and his current plans for Voldemort. He sat at his desk and put on the headphones Hermione had given him. He pushed the play button, and Mozart started playing. Classical music had become his study music. He seemed to work better while he was listening to it, more focused at any rate. Hermione had given him another CD that helped to calm him more than anything else while he was practicing his meditation. He finished his Muggle assignments quickly and pulled out his mini messenger. Lightsaber. Hi, Skywalker. I had a busy first day of school. Let me tell you a few things, and then you can have your assignments. I had potions and data today. Snape practically told us that we were the best, and as such, expected nothing less than the best. Nothing exploded. He said that he demands all childish prejudices left at the door. The class was so different. It seems he uses the first 5 years as a test to see who actually wants to learn potions. Smart of him. Professor Snape asked me where you were. I shrugged and started to tear up. He mumbled something to the effect that you would show up just to spite him. He seemed unsettled that you had not shown by the E3 ND of class. Data was very different. Our new professor is William Zara. He tested us today, and you could tell who was in DA last year and who was not. Don't worry, you're well ahead of the game. He seemed surprised that some of us could produce a Patronus. Neville told him that you were responsible. Professor Zara didn't bother looking for you because no one answered for your name at roll call. He said that he can't wait to meet you. I sat with Ginny and Neville today at meals because Ron sat at the Protector's table with Drake. Rona and Malfoy have given up their prefect status. There's an empty spot at the protector's table, and Neville says that there is an empty bed in their dorm for you. It seems that Dumbledore is expecting you to show at any second. There are some rumors about you. Some say you decided to turn Muggle. Others say you transferred. The debate is between Beauxbatons, Durmstrang, and America. Still others say you are in training. I have a study group in just a minute, but I'll be back so we can talk. Your assignments. Dada, read Chapter 1 in Primary Defense. Potions, blood clotting potion. Prepare for next potion, wound binding potion. Essay. What is the difference between these two potions, and how can one be used in conjunction with the other? He set no length. I'll be back. Harry smiled and the message and pulled out his defense book and opened it to the first chapter. It was a general chapter about defense and the different methods of defense. A quick glance at the title of Chapter 2 told him that the next contained a history lesson. It looked like they did a practical lesson during class and read the theory at night. Harry smiled. That was a complete opposite of Umbridge. He read through his potions material and finished his essay, and was into another chapter of wandless magic when words appeared in his mini-messenger. Skywalker, you there? I'm here. I have dinner in 10 minutes. I know you do, too. Yes, that's right. Did you get your assignments? I'm already done. Thanks for them, by the way. Me, I have a question. Okay, what is it? What does force of will mean? Both the Occlumency book and Wandless Magic books mention it, but I don't understand it. I'm not quite sure. I'll ask around. Thanks. Oh, I need to go. Me too. Talk to you later. 23. Spy in Training. Dear Professor Lupin, I know that you asked me to call you Remus, and I have several times, but I am writing to you to ask an educational question, and I thought you might like the title again. I was reading about some theory on wandless magic and mind magic. A phrase, force of will, reminded me of your lecture on Boggots, and I was wondering if force of mind and force of will is the same thing. Are they the same thing? If they are not, what is the difference? I've asked other teachers, and all, including Professor McGonagall, looked at me like I was a bit mad. Any help you send would be greatly appreciated. Your student, Hermione Granger. Hermione rolled up the parchment and tied it off to take to the Ollery later. If anyone could answer that question after the reaction of the Hogwarts faculty besides Snape and Dumbledore, it would be her former defense professor. She pulled her Transfiguration book towards her and sighed. The second day of school did seem an odd day to be asking such questions, but she had thought they'd be used to seeing her hard at work, regardless of how far they were into the term. Hermione Granger? Hermione looked up to see a first-year student from Gryffindor standing at her elbow. Sophie Matthews. Yes, Sophie? Is there something you need? Hermione knew that Sophie was a Muggle-born student like herself, and that some of the pure-blood students and half-blood students had told rather frightening tales of Voldemort on the train. Sophie shook her head, so hard her braid swirled around her face. Hermione smiled kindly at the girl and waited for the reason she had sought out Hermione in the library. No, I was asked to ask you to go to Professor McGonagall's office. Hermione nodded and gathered up her books and started to shove them into her book bag. Thank you, Sophie. I'll go right now. Sophie gave a bright smile and rushed away towards the library stacks. Hermione waved goodbye to Madame Pants, left her sanctuary, and set her steps towards Professor McGonagall's office. She had a fairly good idea of the topic for the meeting, and she knew what she would have to do: lie to people she respected. She nodded absently to nearly headless Nick and turned the corner. She presented herself to the portrait, said her name, and waited for entry. "Ah, Miss Granger. Come in, come in." Professor Dumbledore was in McGonagall's office. Hermione smiled in his general direction, immediately turning away to wrestle her already massive book bag through the doorframe. McGonagall motioned her to a seat, which Hermione took, her book bag safely through the door, and placed at her side. "You must be wondering why you've been asked here," McGonagall said as she poured out tea for the three of them. "Yes, Professor. Have I done something wrong?" Hermione relaxed when McGonagall shook her head. "No, Miss Granger, you have done nothing wrong." Dumbledore interrupted by scooting his chair closer to Hermione and turning into an affable grandfather just presented with his favorite granddaughter. "We have just a few questions, Hermione. Is that all right?" Hermione looked between the two of them, carefully avoiding Dumbledore's eyes, as Harry suggested, before nodding carefully to the room in general. "Of course." She almost gagged at the eagerness in her voice. "What if she messed up? What do you want to know?" she asked with a slight frown. This was a dangerous game she was playing, and if she didn't play it right, Harry would be found. "You and Mr. Potter exchanged mail over the summer, correct?" Hermione tilted her head to the side. "Yes, at first, anyway," she told the professors. "Harry stopped writing to me after 2 letters or so." Dumbledore frowned while McGonagall's expression didn't change. "His last letter said that he needed some time to sort things out on his own. He quit writing to me after that." Dumbledore nodded and sat back a bit in his chair. McGonagall took up the questioning. "Have you had any communication with him at all since then?" McGonagall asked. Hermione shook her head. "No, he said that he would see me on the train on September 1st, just like we do every year." Hermione looked at McGonagall. "I was hoping that his family made him miss the train, but I haven't seen him here." She studied her hands for a few seconds before raising tear-filled eyes to McGonagall. "He's missing, isn't he?" she asked quietly, as though she was afraid to hear the answer. She hid her face in her hands when the teachers did not answer her. "It's all my fault. I told him to just be patient, that you would let him go to the Weasleys, and we could all spend some time together, but he's not. Here, he must think I'm a horrible person." Hermione knew that she could not bring better tears up at this point, and let herself go. "Minerva, why don't you take Miss Granger down to Poppy for a calming draft?" Dumbledore helped McGonagall hoisted the hysterical teenager from the chair and waited until he was alone before turning to the corner. "Well, Severus?" The potions master stepped out from under the invisibility cloak and glared at the older man while he folded the garment. "If she ever finds out I was hiding out in her office to do some spying on one of her precious little lion cubs, I'll spend the rest of my days as a footstool." Severus complained as he straightened his robes. Dumbledore only raised an eyebrow in a silent request for information. "Very well. Those were sincere tears, Headmaster. Granger seems to be genuinely concerned for Potter's well-being. As for her reaction, she is emotionally involved with him somehow. Though I will refrain from musing on the complexities of Gryffindor mating rituals." Severus paused and shook his head. "I highly doubt that she knows where he is at the moment. Weasley is a more likely option. Try him if you think his brain can take it." Severus sneered. "If that is all, I have a potion about ready for the next ingredient." Dumbledore turned to the window and waved the man away with a polite "Thank you." Severus turned and left the office. He ducked into one of Salazar's passageways and returned to his rooms. Draco Malfoy was seated at the table, diligently working on his homework assignments. Severus shrugged off his heavy outer robe and hung it on the hook just inside the door. "What did you think of Miss Granger, Draco?" Draco jerked and dragged his quill across his essay. He gave a colorful curse Severus knew he could only learn in Nocturne Alley and raised his wand to repair the damage. "Language, Draco." Severus sank into his armchair and conjured a cup of tea. "How did you know I was watching?" Draco asked as he put his wand away. Severus glanced at the empty space on the wall. He was sure had up until recently held a mirror. The mirror was currently lying on the table beneath the empty spot, spell still active, showing the interior of McGonagall's office. "You left the spell up, and you forgot to set the room to rights," Severus explained as he gestured to the mirror. Draco scowled and flicked his wand, ending the spell and returning the mirror to its rightful place. "Your thoughts on Miss Granger?" he prompted. "I think she knows something." Draco told him as he put away his books. Severus motioned for him to continue. "I've used that crying trick with my mother far too many times to get what I wanted." Draco told him with a slight hint of disgust. "The only reason she got away with it now is that no one suspects her of doing anything like that." Draco moved from the table and sat down next to his mentor. "I agree. She must be aware of Dumbledore's legilimency skills, for she would not look him in the eye." Severus stared into the fire for a few seconds before returning his attention to Draco. "What can you tell me?" he asked Draco. The boy shrugged and bit his lips. "Not much to tell, really. The protectors are the protectors, sworn to school and duty. Miss Granger has a bit more information. She is polite, ambitious in her studies, and eager to prove that she's just as good as everyone else here." Draco sank further into his seat. "I think everyone underestimates her," he confided. Severus only nodded. "That could be true," he confirmed with a weary voice. "I trust that you know what you need to do." Draco was already nodding before Severus finished his statement. "I've already laid foundations in that direction. I'll let you know whatever I find out from her." He stopped and shrugged on his Hogwarts robe. "If she has kept something to herself, I'll find it and let you know." He shouldered his books and went to leave when he stopped in front of the door and turned to Severus with an astonished look. "I've just discovered something you can't do." "Brat," Severus told the boy. Draco smiled and left the room. He had a training session scheduled in Hermione's handwriting. End of September. Harry had relaxed a bit since September 1st, when no one had appeared to take him back to his school. Fawkes' continuing visits seemed to reassure Harry that he was safely hidden, though why that was, Paul would never know. Paul stood at the window and looked out at his charge with no small amount of frustration. Every time he felt like he was making some progress with Harry, something would happen that made Paul feel like he did not know Harry at all. Harry had just left a session with him, and Paul was ready to open the boy's skull somehow and look inside. It had to be easier than chipping away at the defenses like he was doing at the moment. Harry was so well guarded that learning anything at all was taking longer than he would have liked. When the committee had asked him to take the case, he had been hoping to have Harry back home by Christmas. Now, it seemed like Harry was going to be staying for a much longer time. Paul returned to his desk and pulled out his tape recorder and notes from earlier. Paul had started the session asking about primary school and what Harry had liked about it. His answer had surprised Paul. Paul rewound the tape and played it. I liked being there, seeing what other kids were like. Harry had told him. Paul listened to his own response about having a cousin. Yeah, Dudley was there, too. We didn't get along. And he made sure that no one else could get along with me, either. Harry had tried to change the subject to Zen, but Paul had stayed on the subject. He had asked Harry why Dudley had not allowed other children around Harry. I don't know. He's Dudley. He did what he wanted. Harry had closed his mouth on the subject and refused to talk further about his cousin. Paul then asked about the aunt and uncle while Harry was younger. Harry's response was less than encouraging. They were there. Harry shrugged as though to say, So what? Did they help you with your homework? Paul winced at the sound of his own voice. He hated the way he sounded on machines. No, I didn't need much help. Harry had played with his pillow for a few seconds before continuing. I did really well. They must have been proud of you. Paul stared at the recorder as though it held the answers he was looking for. No, I was nothing special. Paul knew the way Harry had said that meant that Harry had been told that and believed it. Paul had wanted to continue along that line, but Harry interrupted. Can we talk about something else? Paul had allowed it. Harry was obviously uncomfortable with the topic and did not like discussing his family. Paul pulled out the night nurse's reports and frowned. Harry had stayed up through the night until 2 that morning, and he was the first on his floor to report for breakfast. True, last night was a scheduled sleeping pill-free night, but Harry knew that he was allowed to ask for one if he had any trouble sleeping or nightmares. The reports said that he had been caught reading several times until he turned in at 2 and had declined both a sleeping pill and Paul. Sensei Leonard had come to him that morning worried about Harry and some scars that seemed to have manifested some 2 weeks before his visit that had not been there before. Sensei had said that he had thought that Harry would have told Paul, but it seemed that Harry had decided not to tell Paul, or anyone else for that matter. Sensei said that even he had found out by a convenient accident. Paul turned his chair back to his window and stared at the sky. Why hadn't Harry told him? More important, how had the scars appeared? And did it have anything to do with Voldemort? A knock on his door startled him a few minutes later. Come. The door opened to admit Harry's art teacher. Mr. What? What can I do for you? Please don't ask for answers about Harry. I'm looking for them myself. Paul gestured for the man to have a seat and turned off the recorder. Paul did not have much contact with this man, and when he and the other managed to cross paths, the teacher could only rave about Harry's talent as an artist. The man looked uncomfortable and fumbled with the portfolio he held. Normally, I allow my students to discard their work at their discretion, but Evan's work is different. It shows more passion than I've seen in a long time. It's very real, very alive. I couldn't bear to see him continue to throw out wonderful work. I've been collecting what he rejected and holding it. I was looking through it just now, and I noticed a few things. He pulled out a sheaf of papers. Just look through them and tell me what you see. Paul took the drawings and paged through them. Some showed Harry and the Dursleys, others of Harry in a classroom, riding a broom, facing some weird people. Paul knew they were wizards, most likely Death Eaters from what Harry had described before, and Harry against a red-eyed man that looked a bit like a snake. That must have been Voldemort. He has an active imagination, Paul said as he held up a drawing of Harry facing a dragon. Surely he did not have to do that as a part of school examinations. How old was he in that image? 13? 14? They would not do that to their students, would they? Dragons? Mr. What shook his head. That's not what I meant. He took the drawings back and looked through them, changing the order of a few of them. He handed them back to Paul. Paul took them back and shrugged when he didn't understand what Mr. What wanted him to see. There's 2 of him in these pictures. Mr. What was right. Some pictures had a rather young and tattered-looking Harry, while the others showed a different, world-weary young man. There were no Harrys in between. I have one more that I think you should see. Mr. What removed a rolled-up paper from the portfolio and handed it to Paul. What is this? Paul asked in wonder. He had never seen anything so intricate by such a young student. Harry said that he had only started drawing when he came to St. Jude's. Had the same person managed this drawing? Something I found pitched into the wastebasket just yesterday. Paul moved his eyes back to the image. The main image was a crystal ball with something written around it. Paul picked up his pen and scribbled the message on a scrap of paper. Luos ruoi slaver that lab lat circate. Paul held up the image to the mirror and smiled. The crystal ball that reveals your soul. The ball itself had many cracks through it, although it still retained its ball shape. Inside each fragment was a different version of Harry. One was a huddled ball in a cupboard of some kind. Another was on a broom. One was facing Voldemort in a graveyard. Another was a wide-eyed child surrounded by people in a crowded pub. One had a bleeding scar. 2 images caught Paul's eye. Harry was leaning against the wall, bloody lashes showing through his torn shirt. That explained Sensei's visit. The other image was Harry with slightly Voldemort-like characteristics. What does it mean? Mr. What asked. Paul did not look up from the picture. It could mean almost anything. It might be a work of imagination or something more. The man would have to be satisfied with that explanation. Paul could not explain further, not without allowing something about Harry to slip out. Paul could not do that to his patient. May I keep this for a while? Certainly, as long as I get it back. It's beautiful, even if a trifle disturbing. Paul nodded and smiled. Only an artist could say something was beautiful and disturbing. Mr. What stood to leave. Do you ever think that boy comes from a different place? He asked with a little question in his eyes. Every once in a while, but then he reminds me that he is a normal kid. Mr. What smiled and left. Paul turned back to the picture and studied it. There were different and conflicting images of Harry. One made Paul look at it and study it for a long while. It was Harry in battle armor reminiscent of the Middle Ages. He had an odd look in his eyes, a sword clutched in his hand, and a determined air about him. His scar was bleeding, and he was pressing his other hand to his side as if trying to hide a serious wound. Which of the images was the real Harry? I miss your visits, me, just knowing that you were there. I miss visiting. You hanging in there? I guess. Paul's a bit frustrated with me, but I don't know why. What makes you say that? He wanted to talk about the Dursleys, and I didn't want to. How do you know he's frustrated? Shrug, no idea. I just do. How's Forcible coming? Fine. Who knew it was that simple? That's what Professor Lupin said. It was simple once you got it, but you had to get it first. Force of will and force of mind are interconnected. If you can manage a Patronus the way you do, I guess you could handle really demanding that something happen. How's a clemency coming now? Not quite there. It's like I'm blocked. You're blocking yourself. Open your mind to the infinite, clear it, and shield. I suppose you've already managed to do it. Yes. I don't have a psycho with a link to my mind, though. Are you angry with me? No. Now you can couch me. It is a lot like meditation, just faster or more intense. You just need to speed up the steps. I'll give it a try. How's everyone at school? Well, the first years were hoping to meet you, and everyone is disappointed that you are not here. There is one, a Muggle-born, who is having some trouble adjusting. Her name is Sophie Matthews. The others in her year keep telling her that Voldemort will kill her first. Malfoy. Oh, excuse me, Drake. Stays far away from the Slytherins. Neville says that when he is not with Professor Snape, he is in the Protector dorm, just like Ron. Ron seems to have forgotten that he has another house. All he talks about is becoming an Auror and saving the world. Did he always have such an ego? Once in a while. Though I don't think it was this bad before. Oh, well, I try my best to avoid him. Most of the other students do, too. Neville and Luna are dating. What? That's great. Yes, they do seem suited to each other, don't they? Ginny keeps trying to hex Ron. I don't stop her. Dumbledore has asked me to inform him should I hear from you. He has every magical government the world over looking for you, and I'm sure Voldemort knows you're not at Hogwarts by now. Too bad I'm in the Muggle world. Harry, how do you feel like being a Slytherin? What? I had a thought. Misdirection. We need to keep everyone thinking that you want to be here. I've had my ear to the ground, or next to Ron's boasting. You pick, and I've found that Dumbledore thinks you're trying to come here. What if we set up a story that you do manage to get away from your school, but get caught and taken back? How would that help? It would let Dumbledore think that you are still his student and safe from Voldemort's evil influence. Me? I would never go to Voldemort. One of the rumors that the other students are passing around says that you have. I can never win, can I? Guess not. After Voldemort is dead, I'm turning Muggle. I wouldn't blame you. You could watch Star Wars whenever you wanted. There is that. So, how would this plan work? I would have to be in a Muggle school, because there I would have no way to send an owl or contact anyone, and I can't exactly pull out my wand. It would have to be a boarding school. Oh, Skywalker. It's perfect. I know just the place. St. Ignatius. It's a Jesuit boarding school for boys. My dad's best friend from school became a Jesuit and teaches there. It's here in England, but Dad says it's a strict place. If your aunt told them to watch you, they would. Okay, so I'm an unwilling student at this Jesuit boarding school. Me, what's a Jesuit? A type of Catholic priest. I'll ask my dad to send you the book I have on Jesuits. Some of their lives are really interesting. Not another book. I'm already swamped with work. You'll need it. If Dumbledore finds you and you tell him that story, then you'll need to know something of the Jesuits. Trust me. Okay, so how does the story get out? You can send a letter to my house, because it's in the Muggle world. Just keep the messages vague, because they are checking mail. Send it to my parents, and they'll make sure I get it. Sounds good. How about I draft one now? Go ahead. Dear Hermione, I'm finally allowed to write to you. Sorry I missed you, but my aunt thought that this school was better for me. I'm not allowed to tell you where I am for security reasons. You already know why. The teachers here are very patient with me and are tutoring me to get me to form level. It's a very secluded school, and the grounds are beautiful. I have a lot of time to think. Oh, there's the bell. I need to get to lunch. Say hi to the old crowd for me. Miss you all. Evan H. P. Smith. How's that? Is someone reading over your shoulder? Because that is perfect. It sounds like a call for help. Nice name change. Thought it was appropriate. I'll send it out tonight. Sounds good. I'll write them in 2 days and tell them to forward it. Great. Ugh. Sore. Sensei again. Yes. Everything hurts. I spend an hour with him every morning and 2 hours on Saturday. I also attend the daily classes with everyone else. Add both of my school assignments, classes, art club, play practice, tutoring sessions, and therapy. How did you survive 3rd year? I had a time turner. You need to drop something, Skywalker. I can't. If I don't keep up with the Hogwarts assignments. I wasn't talking about that. How many martial arts classes do you need? I don't want to disappoint Sensei. How much do you learn in the regular daily classes? Not much. I'm a bit ahead of everyone else. My point exactly. That would free up how much time? About 2 hours or so. So, talk to Paul and have him rearrange your schedule. That's a good idea. I didn't know how much longer I could last. Good ideas are what I'm here for. Go talk to him now. I'll chat with you later. Okay. Me? How's Snape? Prancing about like Christmas came early, and he received an entire basilisk under the tree. There's one in the Chamber of Secrets. It's dead. EW. Go talk to Paul. Going me. Harry reached out and knocked on Paul's door. Hang on a second. He heard Paul's voice say, Come in. Harry opened the door and poked his head in. Paul waved into the room with one hand while he held the phone to his ear with the other. That sounds great, Joe. Uh-huh. I'll see you Saturday. Uh-huh. Bye. Paul hung up the phone, scribbled something down, and turned to Harry with a smile. Hey, buddy. What's up? I was wondering if I could talk to you about something. Harry said as he sat down on the couch. Paul gave him another smile. Harry had come to him. He wanted to dance a little, but was afraid of scaring Harry away. He put in a fresh tape and hit the record button. You know that you can. What's up? He asked. Well, you know what my schedule is like, and I've been trying to keep up with my Hogwarts work through Hermione, but between the 2 workloads and classes, play, practice, art club, meals, 2 lessons a day with Sensei, and then again on Saturday. Paul held up a hand to stop Harry. Are you trying to say that you have too much to do and need to change your schedule? Paul asked. Harry smiled and nodded a bit. We can do that. That's great. Harry said as he leaned back on the couch. He picked up his pillow and sighed. What would you like to drop? Paul asked as he pulled out Harry's schedule and picked up his pen. The regular martial arts lessons. I'm already ahead in them, and I'm not learning much. Paul nodded and crossed out the lessons. Paul tossed down the pen and turned to Harry. I'm glad you came to me, Harry, he told the boy. This is what we've been talking about, isn't it? Harry nodded, giving him a sheepish smile. Paul knew that Harry was uncomfortable talking about or acknowledging when he did something Paul had asked him to try. There was something I wanted to talk to you about, too. You saw me on the phone earlier. That was Joe and your Aunt Petunia, not necessarily in that order. They're ready for this Saturday. Are you? Harry studied his feet and toed the floor. You're going to be there, right? He asked as he looked back up at Paul. Paul smiled and reached out to hold Harry's shoulder. Right there the entire time. Paul smiled and pushed back to his desk. Harry relaxed on the couch. I like that look on you. Relaxed teenager. You should do that more often. Paul told him. Relaxed teenager? Harry asked. Me. He shrugged and closed his eyes. I want to relax for the rest of my life, once Voldemort is dead. Harry missed the look Paul gave him and sighed. I was thinking the States. I don't think anyone knows me there. You want to leave home? Harry shrugged again. I'm just thinking about it. I'm not really sure. A flash of flames announced their visitor. Fox. Harry held up his arm and allowed the phoenix to land on it. How are you? The bird gave a magical trill and held out his leg towards Harry. What's this? Harry reached out and untied the parchment wrapped around the leg. Is it from Dumbledore? Harry unrolled the parchment and saw a familiar crest at the top, the most ancient and noble house of Black. Harry, if you're reading this, that means I've done something incredibly stupid and left you alone. I'm sorry. I never think. It's my biggest fault. I admit it. I'm sorry I left you alone. Kiddo, since you are not of legal age, Gringotts will wait a bit before contacting you to go over my will. This letter is just to give you a heads up. I'm leaving everything to you. Harry, the house, my vault, my motorcycle, your mom would have kittens must be why I'm doing it. My house elf, you can kill him if you wanna, but I wouldn't recommend it. You get everything. I know how much you'll have, and I want you to have fun. Note the capital letters. Pranks, women, vacations, cars, dragons, Quidditch teams, Fudge's job. Use your imagination. Just make sure it is fun. Don't you dare give it all away. If charity is your thing, that's okay. Make some donations, but don't give it all away. That's one of my final wishes. I want you well provided for if I can't be there. This paragraph is important, Harry, so please don't skip it. I've named Remus Lupin, that's right, Moony, your advisor and mentor. He can't be your guardian because of some prejudiced laws. Stupid ministry, but he'll now have the authority to do some really wicked things like sign permission slips for school, oversee your estate. Yes, estate. You'll learn about that later. Act as a legal representative, and so many other things that I'll run out of parchment to list them all. The powers that be should have included some reading material about advisors/mentors and how it all works. If they haven't, contact Moony or ask a teacher, not Snape. They'll know what to tell you. I don't want you to be alone. The Dursleys don't count. The arrangement between you and Moony can be as formal or informal as you want. You'll call the shots. Please stay in contact with him, regardless of your decision. He is the last marauder, and he can be trusted. Take care of him. I hope I had a good death. My only regret is leaving you. I can only hope this helps. I'm in a better place now, I'm sure, and I'm with your parents. There are 2 marauders here, and the afterlife will never be the same. Take care, have lots of fun, you'd better, and stay safe. I'm so proud of you. Remember, I love you, and I'll be with you in your heart. Your godfather, Sirius Black. Padfoot. Harry looked up from the letter and smiled at Paul. Paul eyed him. Harry, you okay? Harry nodded and then shook his head. It's from Sirius, my godfather. He looked down at the paper again and laughed a bit. He wants me to have fun. He wrote to say that he, left me everything. The letter fell from his hands as his hands opened and closed, as though searching for something to hold. Paul knew that gesture by now, and moved next to him on the couch, pulling Harry to him as he sat down. Harry didn't cry, but seemed content to just sit there, holding onto something solid next to him. I miss him. He told Paul. You will always miss him. Paul told him. He is with you, as long as you remember him. Harry nodded. That's what he said about my parents. Paul smiled. He's right. You'll always have someone with you, so long as you remember them. Harry pulled away after a few more minutes. Thanks, Paul. Paul only nodded. He knew what Harry meant with those words. He told me that I need to have fun. He even mentioned Fudge's job. Paul tried to remember who Fudge was. The minister? He asked and stood up. He returned to his file, where he kept all of his information on the different people Harry had mentioned in their sessions. He had needed to use it more than once to figure out who was who and what they meant to Harry. The one and incompetent. He didn't tell anyone in the wizarding world that Voldemort was back. No one was prepared. Now, he's scrambling to make up for it. Paul sat back down and faced Harry. Sounds like you're pretty upset about it. Harry nodded. Want to tell me why? Paul let Harry think it over for a few minutes. It didn't look like Harry was willing to talk. I'm the reason Voldemort's back. He told Paul. Harry pulled his legs to his chest and hugged them as he hid his face. The whole Triwizard Tournament thing was a setup he made to get to me. Harry said. Paul did not answer him, hoping that Harry would continue without a prompt. He knew that I would somehow be near the trophy at the end. He expected me to win. I found out later that he had a spy in the school that was sort of helping me along, masquerading as my teacher. He took my blood, and he came back. It's my fault. Did you hear what you just said? Paul asked. Harry looked up from his knees. Of course I know what I just said. Harry stood up and went over to Zen's cage and gave a quick look to ask if he could remove Zen. Paul nodded to let him know that it was okay. Paul allowed the tape to record, hoping that he could someday decipher what Harry was saying to the snake. I said that it was my fault. Harry stood with his back to the window as he petted Zen. The snake seemed more than happy to curl around Harry's wrist and rest his head on Harry's chest. Before that, here, let me play it back for you. Paul rewound the tape and pushed the button. Paul allowed the tape to play and watched Harry. So, Paul wanted to groan in frustration. He supposed that he had heard it because he was the listener. You kept saying he made the setup, he expected you to win, he had a spy, he took your blood, he came back. Paul waited for Harry to understand what he was trying to say. Harry raised an eyebrow. Oh, great. Harry missed it. It's his fault because he did everything. It was nothing you did, only him. Harry dropped his eyes to Zen and started to stroke the snake's head. Did he not understand, or was he too happy with the way things were? With him blaming himself? Zen says you're right, that it was his fault. What about the blood of an enemy. He needed to come back. If I hadn't been there. Paul shook his head. He did not need a specific enemy, did he? He could have used almost anyone. It all depends on how you define enemy. I could be that enemy now. Sensei. Oh, Voldemort definitely has an enemy there. Dumbledore, Snape, McGonagall, the kitten he kicked when he was a child, the bug he smashed, the cabbie he did not pay. Understand. Harry nodded slowly as he reached up a hand to stroke Zen again. Zen is his enemy with that reasoning. Paul nodded. Harry got his point. That's right. Anyone could be his enemy. It all depends on definition. 24. Survival mode. Paul visiting Hogwarts. What an idea. Does the Ministry know? Dumbledore has not told anyone outside the Order. Can we trust Joe/Paul? No comment. Ultimate weapon to defeat Voldemort. Not telling. Draco practicing Hermione's writing. He doesn't. She had written out a schedule. I had thought that was clear, but it must not be. I'll go back and fix it later. Snape has his own motivations. That's all I'm telling you. Our class. It's supposed to be fun. Harry draws what he wants, and his teacher is not complaining in the slightest. Use your imagination. What would you draw if you could? Vernon and I talked while Harry and Dudley were napping today. We talked about how to keep Harry safe from the magical world. I've told him about my sister and how she and her husband died. Dumbledore left us that much. I don't want the same thing to happen to Lily's son. I can see her in his eyes, and it makes me think that Lily is watching me. Vernon thinks that if we raise him without a hint of magic around him, he will turn out to be a normal little boy. No talking about magic, no stories with magic in them, nothing to do with the word. I can only wonder if this will work. Will it be possible to keep magic from coming out in him? Will he be just a normal little boy? Dumbledore wrote that Harry will be famous when he returns to the wizarding world, when it is time for him to attend Hogwarts. How can an 11-year-old child handle fame? That man spoke of my nephew having fans. I asked about protection for him, and he said that my home was protection enough. What am I supposed to do if a bunch of wizards show up on my doorstep looking for him? Tell them to leave? Vernon thinks that if we are strict with Harry, he will turn out normal. I can only hope he is right. Dudley is so very normal, and I wish Harry will be as well. My husband, bless him, has said that we will need to act accordingly to show Harry what is normal and acceptable and what is not. Once he has passed the age at which Dumbledore will find him completely normal and leave him with his family, we can then start to show appreciation for Harry's talents and accomplishments. Can I really wait 10 long years before I show that I care about Harry's schoolwork, his personality, or his well-being? Can I stay strong enough to protect my nephew, now second son? If God is listening, may he grant me the strength I need to see this through to the end. Harry handed the journal over to Paul and Joe and drew his legs up to his chest. Petunia sat across from him. He put his head down on his knees and proceeded to ignore everyone in the room. Why did Paul want him to do this? He had only a year left until he could leave the Dursleys. Why would he want a relationship with any of them now? It was too late. He just wanted to be left alone. Paul closed the journal and looked at Harry in his usual please ignore the human ball pose. Harry, please unball. Harry looked up and lowered his legs. His pillow immediately appeared in his arms. Paul let it go. It was an accomplishment that Harry was willing to try a joint therapy session with his aunt. Hugging a pillow would not make a huge impact here. Why don't we start with questions you might have about what your aunt wrote in the journal you just showed us? Paul asked, pulling his chair closer to Harry. Harry's eyes widened, and he froze. Huh, deer in headlights. You must have at least one question. Harry released his pillow and rubbed his hands on his pants legs, displaying his nerves for the other two participants. Why? His eyes dropped to the floor, and he refused to look up at his aunt. Paul motioned that it was Petunia's responsibility to answer. Many reasons. She hedged. Jo nudged her to continue. To keep you safe from the magical world, for one. Harry's head jerked up, and he stared at Petunia in terror. He knows, Harry demanded, pointing at Jo. You told him. Yes, I know all about it. Well, what your aunt has told me, at any rate. Jo answered for Petunia. Harry buried his face in his hands and groaned. He sat for a few seconds before leaping up from the couch and heading for the window. He skirted around Petunia and Jo as though they were Death Eaters and stopped before the window. Here come the owls. Harry muttered to himself, eyes scanning the sky for his expected deluge of avian postmasters. No owls have shown up at the house, in case you are wondering. I have a feeling that ministry does not monitor normal folks' conversations. Petunia told him. Harry ran his hands through his already messy hair. He had not bothered trying to comb it today. His aunt never thought he did anyway, and sighed. Harry, please come back and sit down. Paul asked, if the ministry does show up, I'll educate them on patient/doctor confidentiality laws and how their precious little secrets will not leave our respective offices. Harry turned to Paul with an eyebrow raised. Nice sarcasm. He commented. He looked to the window again, shook his head as though to dismiss the thoughts of owls, and returned to the couch. Thank you, Harry. Now back to your question. Harry picked up his pillow again and sighed. You were trying to protect me? He asked, the disbelief evident in his voice. Petunia looked a little lost for a second before appearing to have rallied herself in her head before answering. I didn't do a very good job of it, did I? She asked, allowing a small smile to show. I did not want you in the magical world. I still don't. But if you insist on going back there after you leave here, I'll wish you the best of luck and happiness. Harry nodded and looked at her for the rest of her explanation. Your headmaster came to you several times after his first letter to tell us of what to expect when you grew older. You were going to be famous. How was I supposed to prepare you for that? She asked. Vernon and I decided to raise you as if we had never heard of the word magic. We were trying to make you normal. She shrugged a little helplessly and looked at Jo. It didn't work. Paul motioned for everyone to take a breath while Petunia pulled herself together. Any other questions? Paul asked Harry. Harry shook his head. All of the mistreatment, the yelling, the no questions policy, the degradation was done to protect him. It almost made sense if he used Dursley logic. Petunia, do you have a question for Harry? Jo asked. Harry quickly thought of the ground rules. No shouting. Listen to what the other has to say. If you cannot answer a question or address a topic now, tell us, and we will approach it at another time. Understand that patience is necessary. Tell us if you need to stop. She could not force him to tell her anything he didn't want to tell her. Good. Is there anything you like about the Nor? Muggle world? She asked. Harry stopped to think about it. What did he like about the Muggle world? I like movies. He told her. He paused. There were other things he liked, right? Karate lessons, drawing. Her smile encouraged him to go on. Theater. I got a part in the school play here. I like that. A part in the school play? She asked. Harry nodded, and Paul sat back as Harry dropped the pillow and opened up a bit about what was quickly becoming his obsession. Yeah, I get to play Edmund from King Lear. He explained. Joe's been helping me with my lines. Harry stopped there. No need to tell her more than she wanted to know. Petunia blinked and relaxed a bit. Do you like your part? She asked. Harry nodded and pulled his school bag closer. The battered copy of King Lear appeared in his hand. He's so out-of-my-way world. Harry explained. He doesn't let anything stop him to get what he wants. Harry paged open his book to his favorite soliloquy. He paused and looked at Petunia to see if she wanted him to continue. She looked down at the book. This line here, wherefore should I stand in the plague of custom and permit the curiosity of nations to deprive me for that I am some 12 or 14 moonshines lag of a brother? It's like he's saying he doesn't care about the rest of the world. Harry's eyes took on their particular bright light he usually had when he talked about his character. He's so brilliant. Petunia gave him a smile and nodded. I can't wait until I act him out on stage. He said that last part to himself, then to her. When will that be? She asked. Harry looked up at her, startled and seeming unsure of what to say. Beginning of November. Paul answered. Petunia sat back and eyed Paul. Is this only for students, or are parents allowed as well? She asked. Harry stared at her for a few seconds before asking a whispered question. You want to come? Harry asked. Petunia turned back to him and eyed him. She nodded and gave a small smile. I would like to, if you don't mind. I happen to be very fond of theater. She explained. It was one of the few things I enjoyed about school. Will Uncle Vernon want to come? Harry asked, unconsciously edging closer to Paul. He could handle Aunt Petunia watching him, but he didn't think Vernon would be very respectful of the theater. I fear he would run everyone out of the theater with his snores. He can't stand it, so I always go alone. Petunia told him as she settled back in her chair. Paul, it's not too late to get her a ticket, is it? Harry asked. Not at all. Paul told him as he sat up to put his notebook on the desk. Can she sit next to Hermione? Harry had abandoned his pillow long ago and could barely sit still with excitement. I'm sure we can arrange something. Paul assured him. He watched as Harry turned back to discussion with his aunt about Shakespeare. Joe raised an eyebrow, and Paul nodded back to him. They would talk. After Harry went to his next activity. A buzzer sounded from the corner. Harry looked at the buzzer with a fierce glare before standing. Have fun at art, Harry. Paul said, I will. Bye, Aunt Petunia. Bye, Joe. Zen hissed a goodbye, which Harry answered with a wave. No need to scare Joe out of his wits. See you next week, Harry. Harry disappeared out of the door and down the hallway. That seemed to go well. Petunia said as Paul poured out a glass of water for her. No, it didn't. Paul explained as he handed out refreshments. That was one of Harry's fast ones. He offered Joe the biscuits and ignored the caffeinated beverages in his mini fridge. They would have to wait. Fast ones. Petunia questioned. What do you mean? Harry was in survival mode. Paul explained. I've seen more of his survival mode than I have of the real Harry. He motioned to Joe. The same with me. He opens up a little before he changes the topic, and he does it in such a way you never notice until after he's off doing something else. Joe told Petunia. Petunia's face fell. I thought we were doing so well. She told the two therapists. I thought he actually understood. Oh, he might. Paul interrupted. Remember, he was in survival mode. Paul took a sip of his own drink and relaxed his shoulders. He gathers information, hoards it, and then goes over it in his head before asking a few questions to come to his answers and understanding. Give him a few days. I'll phone you if he asks me questions I'll need you to answer. Petunia nodded her understanding. Oh, Joe. Nice bluff. Joe smiled and stretched. Oh, I loved your little warning. By the way, Joe, Harry has these cool magic powers. Very nice. I could barely cover my shock. Joe's dry comment cut through Paul. I can have Harry come back in here and talk to Zen for you, if you like. Zen will probably request a mouse. Paul said in his most serious tone. Joe's face changed from smugness to trepidation. You are serious? He asked. Petunia nodded. My nephew is magical. She told him as she finished her water. She handed the glass back to Paul. Of the flying broomstick magic wand variety. Petunia smiled at Joe while he processed the thought. Magic is real? He asked, as thought he was almost afraid to hear the answer. Yes, it is real. Petunia told him. Bloody hell. Paul smiled as Joe voiced his thoughts. He had felt the same way when Harry had told him about it. Bloody hell. Joe would be fine. Harry left art class and started to head back to his room. His art teacher had begged for one of his drawings to be displayed, and Harry had given in. After all, he thought he did a pretty good job of showing what a Hungarian horntail looked like in real life. That is what he liked about art class. He could draw whatever he wanted, and no one looked at him strangely for it, whether it was a kitchen table or Voldemort himself. He was often praised for his imagination. He didn't want to hurt his art teacher by telling him it was real. He looked up when he felt eyes on him. Come. Sensei said with a small jerk of the head to indicate direction. That was what Harry liked about Sensei. He never led anywhere, but walked with you to the destination. Harry fell in step with Sensei and smiled when he realized that they were headed outside. He didn't need to explain his pause, just inside the doorway. Sensei understood his need for caution. Sensei led Harry over the walkways to the little wooded part in which he had attacked Harry with golf balls. Harry hoped that it wouldn't happen again. He hadn't done too well the last time. Sit. Sensei gestured to the ground under the tress. Harry sank to the ground and got himself comfortable. Now meditate. Harry closed his eyes and walked through the steps Paul had taught him. Breathe. Oh, right. Harry jumped when a hand fell on his shoulder. Breathe. It was Sensei. Harry felt Sensei move his thumb back and forth on his collarbone. That was soothing. Harry had a feeling that if Sensei demanded for him to move, Harry would be unable to follow the order. Relax. Already there, Sensei. Harry couldn't find the energy to tell the man verbally. Harry's head fell down on his chest. This wasn't supposed to happen, was it? Was this still meditation? Don't panic. Breathe slowly. What was going on? Focus on this. What had Sensei done to him? Just on this movement. Harry found that he could not focus on anything else. It felt like all that was left of him was that Spot Sensei was running his thumb over. He was vaguely aware of Sensei rearranging his body to lie down, but he couldn't figure out whether his back had been lowered first or his legs stretched out. Just this. Harry wondered if Lockhart had taught Sensei the spell to make bones disappear, because he felt like his whole body had lost its bones. Focus on this. Sensei continued talking to Harry, but Harry couldn't make it out. Something was happening in his head, but he wasn't sure what it was. He wanted to panic and fight his way back to coherency, but he was too relaxed to manage it. Wait a moment. He knew this. He was inside his head. He had cleared his mind. Severus reared back from the dinner table, causing the entire staff of Hogwarts and a fair number of the students to stare at him. He quietly excused himself from the meal and the presence of his fellow teachers and left the great hall at a brisk walk. Once he passed the doors, he rushed to the dungeons at a near run. He slammed into his quarters and added so many wards to the door and walls that he doubted even Albus would be able to break through. He doused his fire and covered all the portraits. He wanted absolutely no one to find out what he was about to do. He discarded his heavy outer robe and folded his long frame into his favorite chair. He leaned his head back, closed his eyes, and settled his breathing. He felt the spell he had set up long ago enact, and a room sprung up around him. He could see Potter ahead of him and looking around his room. Snape stood from his sitting position and moved forward to confront the boy. "Well done, Potter," he said in his most menacing voice. "It's about time." Potter whirled, and his wand appeared in his hand. "Snape." Professor Snape nodded and faced Harry. The boy was eyeing him with some kind of emotion in his eyes. Snape could not name what it was, and Potter was not giving him any further clues. "Are you real?" Harry asked. Snape snorted at the question. "What I meant was, are you a figment of my imagination, or are you really in my head?" Snape wondered what had caused the question. Could Potter really have experienced such a thing? "If you have daydreams of me in any fashion, Potter, I'm going to be greatly disturbed." Snape's comment earned a disgusted face from the boy. "I'm sure we're both relieved that that is not the case. All right, you're completely real." Harry stopped and looked at the man. "Before you say anything else about why you're in my head, sir, I wanted to apologize for looking into your memories. It was extremely disrespectful on my part, especially since you were willing to teach me." Harry paused. "I questioned Remus and Sirius about it. I didn't tell anyone else." Snape raised an eyebrow. "Sirius wasn't too happy, but I got my point across." He held himself ready to deal with a verbal lashing, but only a whispered question came. "And what was your point?" Severus stared the boy down. He knew a few things about this mental room thing that Potter did not, and he planned to use them. "That the way my father and Sirius treated you was no better than how my cousin and his gang treated me when I was younger," Harry said, watching Snape as he answered. "That age had nothing to do with decency." Severus folded his arms and sighed. "I accept your apology." Harry relaxed at his statement. "I know for a fact that you are not lying." "How?" Harry asked. Snape waved his wand and conjured 2 chairs and motioned for Harry to take one. Harry stared at the chair. It won't bite you, Potter. Snape told him as he sat in his own. Sit down. Harry backed up a step. Forgive me if I'm wrong, sir, but could you tell me what you said to me at the beginning of my second year? Harry asked, wand still at the ready. Snape gave him a look as though asking about Harry's sanity. Please, Professor, just humor me. I said that if I had been in charge of your punishment, you and Weasley would have been expelled for flying that car to school. Harry dropped into the chair, happily, and relaxed. Snape eyed the boy. May I ask where that came from? Snape asked. My own mind hasn't been exactly reliable lately. Harry told him. I just needed to make sure you are who you say you are. Harry pulled his legs up and sighed. The Dark Lord. Snape asked. Harry shrugged. Snape decided to teach what he came here to teach, and then leave as quickly as possible. This, Potter, is your mental room. Here, you are in control of everything. Harry turned and looked at Snape. How did you get here, sir? Harry asked. Snape was a bit annoyed at being interrupted, but the explanation was a valid request. I made a pathway in your mind during one of our meetings. I knew I was failing right before we stopped. I figured I could use the pathway if you ever cleared your mind successfully. Snape waited for the outburst he felt sure was coming. I don't know whether I should be upset or grateful. Harry told him. Please continue, Professor. Harry waited for more explanation. Could this be the answer to his prayers about learning and mastering occlumency? This is the state you should be able to reach at a moment's notice. I'm sure you've noticed by now that you don't have random thoughts floating around in that head. Snape had brought up a good point. There were no random thoughts. Harry was concentrating on only one thing at a time. This was great. To practice this, make it a habit to clear your mind every other doorway, every 5 breaths, or something similar, so long as it is comfortable to you. Continue that exercise until clearing your mind becomes second nature to you. This should be like breathing to you, Potter. Yes, sir. Anything to keep Voldemort out of his head. He decided that every 5 breaths would be a good thing to use, because he could practice everywhere. Snape seemed satisfied. Now, occlumency is very hard to define, but it is a selective method. Severus paused. Potter did not look like he understood what he had meant. It is letting your attacker see what he wants to see without giving any information away. Do you understand? Potter's face screwed up in concentration. I understand the concept. It's like a slideshow, whatever that may be. Pictures on a screen, right? Snape could not believe that the Gryffindor actually put it all together like that. That's it exactly. Can you do it? Snape asked, and was disappointed to find Potter shaking his head a few seconds later. I understand the what, but not the how. Harry explained. Snape stood and banished the chair away. He motioned for Potter to stand and banished his chair as well. I suppose the easiest way to help you learn this is to show you what I mean. Snape walked a bit away from Potter and faced him. Wand out, Potter. Harry held up his wand. Now I want you to think of a topic, anything really, and concentrate solely on that. It helps if you close your eyes while you think of it. Harry's eyes fell shut, and he tried to think of one that would not offend Snape. Wait a minute. What did this mean? I don't want to invade your mind, sir. Harry said as he opened his eyes. I'll trust you to be discreet about what you see, Potter. Wow. Professor Snape trusted him that much? Of course, I'll be controlling what you see. Remember that. You can see nothing I don't want you to see. Harry nodded. Now, close your eyes and focus. What did Harry want to see? Do you have your topic? Harry nodded. He knew exactly what he wanted to see. Open your eyes, make eye contact, and say, Legilimens. Harry raised his wand and focused on what he wanted to see. Legilimens. He was surprised at the lack of resistance he faced. Images started to appear in front of his eyes. A little red-haired girl with bright green eyes popped into his mind. She was dressed in robes, obviously on the Hogwarts Express, and was smiling. She was in the herbology greenhouses. She was working in the potions classroom with wisps of smoke curling around her. She was twirling by herself in the hallways. She cheered on a Quidditch match. She studied in the library, her hair pushed back from her face as she leaned over a rather large book that would have made Hermione proud. She punched his father in the face. She accepted a flower from someone and smiled. He watched his mother grow up before his eyes. The last memory was a little surprising, but it was nice to see. He blinked, and the contact was broken. Thank you, sir. Snape only nodded. The last memory caught up to Harry. You kissed my mom. Snape snorted. She kissed me, Potter. He eyed Harry. I assume you're about to ask why. Snape said when he saw Harry's face. I was trying hard not to, but if you're offering an explanation. Harry tried not to look too hopeful. That was our 7th year. She knew about my family forcing me to accept the Dark Mark. She convinced me to go to Dumbledore. She went with me for what she called moral support. At the time, she was the only one who knew, besides the headmaster, of course, what side I was really on. She kissed me after the meeting and said thank you. Severus paused. She was to me what Miss Granger is to you. After I stopped being what she called a pompous brat. Ask nothing further, Potter. I have nothing left to say. The gods had to be with him that evening, for Potter only nodded. Thank you for showing me, sir. It's nice to see her from a different perspective. Snape inclined his head in a short nod. Have any idea how to do it? Harry focused his attention and nodded. He could do this. Then do it. Harry took a deep breath and waited. Severus made eye contact and said the spell. Harry felt his professor enter his mind, but it didn't hurt this time. He smiled to himself as Snape started looking for one thing. Harry brought up harmless images of he and his friends being out during curfew, using swear words and ordering banned joke items. Well done, Potter. It looks like you've finally gotten the hang of this. He wanted to add thank God, but felt that the comment would undo the work he had done. Thank goodness. Never mind, Potter beat him to it. I'm leaving now. The pathway will close behind me. Now that you've managed it once, you'll be capable of it from here on out, so long as you practice. Do you think that you can manage that? Snape raised an eyebrow. Anything to keep Voldemort out of my head. He's been such a nuisance. Harry told him with a smirk. Snape snorted and shook his head. Only you can refer to the Dark Lord as a nuisance. Have you forgotten that he wants to kill you? Snape turned serious. This kind of flippant attitude could easily kill the boy. No, sir. It's kind of hard to forget something like that. He'll have to find me first. Harry told Snape. Snape raised an eyebrow and stalked forward to Harry. He reached out and plucked at the shirt Harry wore. A Muggle school, Potter? Harry realized that Snape could easily tell Dumbledore where he was. "Not my idea, sir." Harry refrained from begging the man to keep his secret. It was tempting, though. "Are you going to tell Dumbledore?" he asked. He could at least pack if Dumbledore was coming. Snape gave him a look that clearly asked if Harry was crazy. "And risk telling him exactly how I found you? He would know that I had failed in teaching you occlumency. How would I look then?" Harry's face broke out into a wide smile. "Easy there, Severus. You're comforting Gryffindors. That's dangerous ground there. Did you want me to tell him?" Snape asked, just to cover all his bases. "Not really," Harry answered. Snape growled that it was a yes or no question. "No, then. I don't want you to tell him." Snape gave a short nod and faded away. Harry saw nothing but a white room surrounding him. Snape had said that he was in control of everything. This was going to be fun. He closed his eyes and waved his wand, much like Voldemort had done on several occasions. He opened them again to find a rather cozy room with a roaring fireplace. He wandered over to it and imagined a rather large and familiar-looking pillow. It popped into view. He settled down onto it and stared into the flames for a few minutes. He had a rather intriguing idea, and he couldn't wait to see if it would work. He just needed to find the perfect time to do it. Snape opened his eyes, surprised to see that he had been gone for almost 3 hours. He smiled to himself, snorted, and fought down the mirth that threatened to ruin his reputation. He snorted again, unable to keep it back. He threw himself backwards in the chair and laughed. Oh, the irony of it all. Potter, Gryffindor's golden boy, wanted to attend a Muggle school. Snape indulged himself in laughter for a long while. When he trickled down to chuckles, he could hear several people on the other side of his door asking if he was all right. He locked away the chuckles and cleared his mind as he went to the door. He opened it to find Minerva, Albus, and Mad-Eye on the other side. "My dear boy, are you all right?" Snape struck his most intimidating pose and sneered. "Is a grown man not allowed some time alone?" he asked, feeling the laughter just below the surface. "Potter didn't want to come back to Hogwarts. Your actions at dinner frightened us. We thought something was wrong." McGonagall explained. Severus rolled his eyes. "I'm not a first year. Minerva—" He snapped, feeling just the slightest bit of irritation. Oh, wait. Potter was one of her students, and Snape knew that one of her students didn't want to come back to Hogwarts. That's what Potter used to say. Mad-Eye commented. Snape snorted at the name. McGonagall bristled at what she thought was an insult to one of her students. A 16-year-old was managing to hide from an entire adult order of wizards, and no one knew where he was, except Snape. There was justice in the world. Mad-Eye's magical eye rolled over to stare at Severus. Snape glared at him. "Well, you and Harry are both fiercely independent," Dumbledore said, trying to peer around him into Snape's rooms. Snape let out a short bark of laughter before resuming his normal facade of irascible potions master. "Are you feeling all right, Severus?" "Yes, of course, Headmaster," Snape answered. The headmaster thought that Potter was trying to return to Hogwarts. Severus started laughing, and would have fallen if he had not grabbed the door jamb on his way down. "Albus, he's ill. He needs to go to the hospital wing." McGonagall's wand appeared in her hand, only to be stopped by Mad-Eye's comment. "He's lost it," Moody said, sounding as though he was an authority on the subject. Dumbledore shook his head. "He's happy," so let's leave him to it. Dumbledore shooed both teachers away before turning back to Severus. Come and see me in my office tomorrow morning, Severus. Certainly, headmaster, he said in a serious voice before descending into laughter again. Dumbledore smiled, wondering why Severus was so happy. That needed to happen again. Severus did not have enough joy in his life, although that had gotten better since Draco had become a permanent part of his life. Whatever had happened to put the man in such a good mood needed to happen more often. Hermione hummed to herself as she went down the stairs towards the library. Remus Lupin had come through in several ways and had recommended a few good books to Hermione for independent study, which Hermione then ordered from Mr. Arcane in Diagon Alley. She had copied the books and sent them to Harry via her parents. Everything was working out the way she had hoped. Harry was getting better. Slowly, but he was getting there. Remus was her confidant about studies, and Ron was leaving her alone after she had snapped at him about how some things, like homework, were more important than listening to the various school rules over and over again in case of an attack. She couldn't understand Ron. Sure, he was something none of his brothers had managed, but why did he have to turn so, annoying about it? She avoided him now by hiding out in the library and joining any group of people that happened to be near her should he appear. He loved his new power, and she often found him scaring the first years with stories, some of them exaggerated, some of them not, about Death Eaters and Voldemort, and the horrors they did to small children. Ron had had only one encounter with them, and he had turned it into a dozen for the good of the school. If Hermione heard that phrase cross his lips one more time today, she was going to hex him into next week. It's for the good of the school, Hermione. They need to be prepared. Ron had told her last time she had scolded him for frightening the first years. He hadn't been the one to stay up with Sophie Matthews, trying to get her calmed down enough to sleep. And the nightmares afterwards. Hermione was so lost in her thoughts that she did not see the other two people in the hallway until they had grabbed her and pulled her into an empty classroom. Wards and locking charms immediately went up while Hermione found her balance again. She whirled to face her attackers, hexes springing to mind, several of which Harry had taught her, when she realized who had pushed her into the room. Neville. Neville gave her a sheepish smile and nodded. What is this about? Luna finished her charm work and came over to Hermione with a small smile. Sorry about that, Hermione. This is about. Luna held up a hand, waved her wand, and then returned her attention to Hermione. Sorry, I didn't want anyone else listening in. We want to know how Harry is doing. Hermione raised an eyebrow and started to prepare her. I miss him so much. Phrases. We already know that you know where he is and that you are in daily communication with him. Hermione stared at Luna. How? Hermione asked. This issue needed to be addressed immediately. She would need to be more careful in the future, especially if Luna noticed. You carry a mini messenger. My father invented them 2 years ago for our reporters to use to send stories back, no matter how far away they were. Mini messengers always do better in pairs. You write in it every day. No one writes to their parents that much, and your parents don't have a wand, which they need to work one, at least the first time around. Luna explained in her dreamy voice. Hermione stared at her, who knew that Luna could be that observant. You seem to know something everyone else doesn't, but you hide it well. Neville told Hermione as she sank into a seat. We don't want to know where he is. I guessed that if he felt he needed to be somewhere else, that was his right to do so. Just how is he? Hermione considered actually telling them. Luna and Neville were two of the protectors, that was true, but they were also original members of the DA. I don't know if I can trust you. Hermione told them. Neville sat in a seat next to her and sighed. Did you know every protector takes a vow when they become a protector? Neville asked. Hermione shook her head. No, she hadn't known that. They do. Ours was a little different. We swore to help protect Harry Potter. He was named. If he is safe where he is and wants to stay there, I would be breaking my vow to protect him. Hermione looked between the two of them for a few seconds. She bit her bottom lip and shook her head. Hang on. She went on the other side of the room and whispered the password for her mini messenger. Skywalker, you there? I'm here. What's up? Neville and Luna just cornered me. Luna's father invented the mini messengers, and she put 2 and 2 together to come up with Harry Potter's spy in Hogwarts. Amazing, huh? I am deeply impressed. Now what? She and Neville said that they don't want to know where you are, but how you are. Can I tell them that? I won't mind if you say how I am. Just no real details, please. Me being in a Muggle school is one thing, but a Muggle mental institution? I know. You're the boy who lived. Blah, blah, blah. When are you going to stop thinking of yourself that way? Who says I do? It's everyone else in the wizarding world, aside from most of my friends. That is, go ahead and tell them how I am. Could you tell them that I say hi? Sure thing, Skywalker. Hermione closed the book and faced Neville and Luna again. Harry says hi. He also said that he is fine and that he is safe. Neville stood from the desk. That's all we wanted to know. Thanks, Hermione. Luna pulled Neville towards the door. Hermione cleared her throat. Could you not tell anyone that I'm in contact with him? She asked. In contact with who? Luna asked. Neville smiled at Hermione as the pair disappeared out the door. Hermione stared after them for a few seconds before pulling herself together and leaving the room. She still had to visit the library. She went around the corner to find Ron talking to a bunch of first years about the dangers of Death Eaters. This was a perfect way to blow off steam. Ronald Weasley, I warned you. She was happy to note that Ron actually looked frightened as she descended on him. 25. Marauders never die. Harry knocked on the door to Sensei's office and entered when Sensei called for him to do so. His teacher was seated by the window, watching the rain fall on the grounds outside. Come, Deshi, come watch the rain. Harry carried a chair over to the window and sat beside Sensei. Harry relaxed into the soft chair and watched the rain fall onto the window. You have a question? Sensei's voice broke the silence. How did you do that yesterday? Harry asked, referring to the impromptu acclimacy lesson. Sensei did not answer right away. How did you know? Sensei reached out a hand and laid it on Harry's shoulder. How did I know? Sensei repeated the question back to Harry. Harry nodded and motioned for the man to go on. I just did. It was the same way I knew that someone threatens your life, that he has somehow gotten to you here, and you never told anyone about it. Harry hung his head. He wanted to tell Sensei the truth, but was afraid to test his luck too much in the Muggle world. He wasn't here. Harry told Sensei as he turned to look at the window again. He always found it easier to look at something else when trying to explain something. He attacked me up here. Harry reached up a hand to tap his head. Sensei startled him by grabbing that hand and turning it to him. I will not tell lies. Sensei read off Harry's hand. What is this? Sensei seemed very upset about this. Did he do this to you? Harry tried to pull his hand back, but Sensei held on to it. No. Sensei released Harry's hand and stared at Harry. It was some barmy teacher at school. She's been dealt with already. Harry pushed back the memories of Umbridge's detentions and prayed that she had been dealt with in the harshest manner possible. He wanted nothing more for her to have to use her own blood quill and experience what she put her students through. Do not let such thoughts fester. Sensei's voice cut through Harry's vengeful thoughts. Such thoughts are not important. Sensei turned back to the window. He attacked you through your mind. It was not a question. You must think I'm crazy. Harry said, shrugging. Crazy? I have been called crazy many times. Harry turned his gaze back to his teacher. All a matter of perception. Some consider teaching children defense crazy. Others call inventors crazy. Still, others know that craziness is for only those people who see aliens in their televisions. Who am I to define craziness? Sensei laughed at his own joke. They say, a fine line there is between genius and insanity. Perhaps we are both unknown geniuses. Harry liked the idea and agreed with him. Harry had endured being called attention-seeking, mentally unbalanced, and a spoiled brat. If someone wanted to gift him with a genius/insanity level, he would gladly take it over attention-seeking any day. Did I help to keep him from your mind? Sensei asked. Yes, Sensei. More than you can know. Sensei nodded, obviously pleased at Harry's answer. He motioned back to the window. Harry returned his attention to the storm outside. Water always falls, carries with it our hopes and dreams, and never once does it return them. Sensei's soft voice carried an eerie feeling to Harry's ears. Once it cycles through the earth, to the river, to the air, and back down, it often brings us something more than our hopes and dreams. Harry nodded, but unsure as to why he was nodding. No shape does it have. No container may hold it. No dam stop it forever. Mountains disappear, valleys appear, and a home wiped away like dust. Sensei trailed his hand over the windowsill. Pish, just like that. Strong but weak. Easily poured but never truly contained. Flexible but stubborn. Sensei jumped to his feet and pulled Harry to his own. Go change. Harry let the thunder roll over him as he left to change for his workout with Sensei. Something had just happened, but he could not figure out what. Sensei was meditating when Harry entered the floor. Sensei did not move, so Harry sat down to join him. He cleared his mind on the fifth breath, as he had been doing since the day before. He was brought out of it suddenly when Sensei literally jumped him. Don't stare at me. Fight back. Sensei barked at Harry. He could only stare at his teacher in shock. What was he doing? He scrambled out from under his teacher and fought to get up. Harry was a little worried. Neither one had any protective equipment. They could easily be hurt. Sensei was not giving him any time to voice objections. He attacked again the second Harry had gained his feet. Harry had to wonder who had possessed his teacher, because Sensei was starting to scare him. The man kept pushing him backwards, blocking all of Harry's attempts to go on the offensive. Harry fell over some mats along the wall he was using to guard his back. Know your surroundings, Sensei told him. Harry was less worried about his surroundings and more worried about trying to keep his hands blocking Sensei's hands and his feet against Sensei's feet. He almost groaned aloud when Sensei somehow managed to speed up his attacks. Attackers do not care if you trip. They will use it. Harry could feel the usual sensation of panic settle into his bones. He could not afford to panic in this situation. Sensei drove him along the wall until Harry was in the corner, fighting to stay on his feet. Sensei was not just attacking Harry at this point. He was provoking him, almost taunting him to do. What? Sensei kicked Harry's feet out from under him. At the same time, he managed to pin Harry against the wall. Harry tried to get up as he fought against his teacher. You will die in this position, Sensei told him, pulling Harry up with one hand while drawing back the other. Harry did not know how to explain what happened next. He had simply raised a hand to somehow protect his head when he felt something push Sensei away from him. Harry pushed up from where he had fallen when Sensei had let go and hurried over to where Sensei lay on the floor. Sensei. Harry shook his teacher lightly by the shoulder. Sensei, he said fearfully. One thought ran through his head. I killed him. He sat back on his heels next to his teacher, wondering how he was going to explain this to the ministry, and worse, Paul. Harry jumped when Sensei groaned. Sensei, I'm all right, Deshi. The man pushed himself up to a sitting position. Protection, you have. Sensei reached out a hand and placed it on Harry's head. Do you know what you did? Harry shook his head as he looked over Sensei for any injuries. He had an idea of what he did, but how did you explain accidental magic to a muggle? Sensei got to his feet and pulled Harry to his own. Sorry to scare you so. You needed to learn how to handle your fear more than anything else. Always afraid for others. You focus on too many things. Your focus should be on your opponent and your environment, nothing else. Harry shuddered at the familiar words that Voldemort had said. He pushed them away into his will never remember again section of his mind. Sensei went over to the bench and pulled Harry along. He nudged Harry onto the seat and prevented Harry from pulling his legs up. Have you heard of ninja? The word triggered a distant memory about some movie Dudley had seen with his gang. Harry shrugged. There were many stories about them. Fantastic stories of supernatural powers. One, you just demonstrated. Perhaps there is a grain of truth in the stories. Harry looked up at him, amazed that the man was taking this so well. You're not angry with me? Harry asked. Sensei merely raised an eyebrow. I could have hurt you. I have been hurt before. Always survived before. I'm conscious there is no blood and bones are not broken. I think I'll remain alive. Harry could only stare at the man. The important thing is, can you do it again? Sensei asked. Harry shook his head. I'm afraid to try. Harry told him, afraid for others. You cannot hope to protect yourself if you do not allow others to make their own decisions. You will not kill me. Stand and try again. Harry stared at the man in wonder. Was he mad? Well, their earlier conversation told Harry that Sensei did not care about madness, only the fine line he was so obviously towing at the moment. Now, Harry rose to his feet and resigned himself to being sore later that day. He recalled everything he had read in his books about wandless magic, and could only hope that he could duplicate what he had accidentally managed so that Sensei would remain unharmed. Harry fell into stance as Sensei attacked again. This was going to be a long day. Harry walked down the hallway towards his room. He was sore, and he wanted nothing more than to curl up on his bed and die. He wasn't hurt enough to do more than grimace with each step. It was muscle soreness, deep muscle pain, pain that told him he had been pushed a little too fast and a little too far. That, or his wandless magic, which he had managed to do several times, just happened to drain his body of essential healing energy. He didn't know which. "Hey, buddy. Ouch, you look like you hurt," Paul said as he came up the hallway. "I do." Harry would have cried if he had been a few years younger. "I've got something I need to tell you," Harry told Paul in a whisper. Paul nodded and led Harry to his office, walking slowly so that Harry could manage to keep up. Harry sank onto the couch and sighed. "Ow," he complained. "I can't imagine what Sensei had you doing if you're in enough pain to say, ow." Paul held out a water glass and a painkiller. Harry smiled his gratitude and took the medicine. He didn't always like to rely on Muggle medicine, sleeping pills aside, which tasted so much better than dreamless sleep, but he needed it now. "What were you doing?" "Wandless magic," Harry admitted. "Sensei doesn't know that, of course. He just mentioned that there were stories of martial artists with powers, like what I did." Paul gave Harry a confused look. "Sensei attacked me and told me to fight back. He pushed me into a corner, and I panicked. I don't know how I managed it, but my magic pushed him away from me. After that, Sensei wanted to see it again and again. I think that's why I'm so sore now." Paul nodded. "No more wandless magic until you learn how to control it and what the dangers are. Okay? If he asks, tell him to take it up with me." Paul said, "I don't want to see you in the infirmary with no way to explain why you so conveniently passed out or the like. The doctor will think you have food issues and place you on watch, and, well, let's just say that you don't want that to happen." Harry smiled at Paul's expression and relaxed a bit. "How long do these painkillers take to work?" he asked. Harry really heard a lot, kind of what it felt like after the graveyard in his 4th year. He remembered wanting nothing more than to sleep for a year after that. "You should be feeling it in just a few minutes," Paul answered. He pulled out a sheet of paper. "Your aunt left this here for you yesterday. She said that you know this man, Remus Lupin, isn't that your advisor?" Harry nodded and took the sheet of paper. "It's his Muggle address. I can write to him now." Harry looked at the address. "He's actually really close to here, or I think he is." Harry held it out to Paul for confirmation. Paul glanced at the paper and nodded. "About a half hour away, I should say." He pushed his chair over to the small refrigerator he kept in his office. "Juice? Coca-Cola? Apple juice, please." Harry let the man hover over him for a while. It seemed that Paul was worried and felt the only way he could convey his worries was through giving Harry a snack. Harry wasn't about to complain. Food just tasted better here than it had at Hogwarts last year. If that was possible, that IT didn't stick in his throat. Paul returned with Harry's juice and his favorite yogurt flavor, strawberry banana. "Could Remus come here sometime and visit me?" Harry asked as he opened his juice. "I'm not going to keep him from you if you want to see him, but if he does anything that looks like he will take you from here, I'll step in. Paul told him it would be good for Harry to see someone older from the wizarding world, but that didn't mean that Paul would let him walk over Harry's right to make his own decisions. I don't think Remus will do that. If he had been serious, well, I would have been at Hogwarts already. Remus is more down to earth than my godfather is. Harry paused. Paul reached out and laid a light hand on Harry's shoulder. I still miss him. He whispered, I've got this ache right here. Harry put a hand on his chest. It feels like it's never going to go away. It's okay, Harry. Give it some more time. Paul said as he took the juice bottle from Harry's shaking hands. It's not fair. Harry complained. It's just not fair. Harry took a deep breath, held it, and let it out. Hey, no fair using calming techniques. Paul objected. Harry smiled through blurry eyes at Paul. You little nut. Harry snorted. That's why I'm here, isn't it? 'Cause I'm a nut. Harry joked. Paul looked scandalized and rolled his eyes. Super powerful wizard, the boy who lived, saying he is a nut. What is the world coming to? Voldemort ruling the world. Harry asked. Paul tossed a pillow at his head, which caused Harry to return fire. Don't throw it back. You'll spill my yogurt. Harry protected his yogurt cup from Paul's impending attack. Cheater. Paul grumbled good-naturedly from his chair. You claimed yogurt status. Harry snorted and finished his yogurt quickly. He tossed his cup in the garbage, leaned his head back, and closed his eyes. I think you might want to consider telling Sensei about you being magical. Harry opened one eye and stared at Paul. No way. Harry shook his head and sat up. I'm pushing my luck with you and Joe. I don't want to risk any more. It's up to you, of course. Just think about it, okay? Harry stared at Paul before nodding. I'll think about it. Harry stood and grabbed his book bag. I've got some homework to finish before dinner and play practice. I'll write to Remus and let you know when he is coming. Sounds good, buddy. You still want a sleeping pill tonight? Paul asked as Harry straightened his book bag. Harry paused and considered it. Did he want a sleeping pill? He had learned enough occlumency to please Snape, of all people. He was able to manipulate his little room. Voldemort wouldn't know what hit him when Harry revealed his shields. He was hoping Voldemort would be flattened like a bug on the windshield of the night bus going at top speed. No, I think I'm okay. I'll ask for one if I need it, though, okay? He asked Paul. Sure, Harry. Harry started to open the door when Paul stopped him. Harry turned back to Paul. No more studying at night. Harry shook his head. Good. If you need more free time in the future, let me know. 2 school schedules are tough. I will, Paul. See you at dinner. Harry ducked out the door and went back to his room. He had a charms essay to figure out and needed to answer a few questions about the War of the Roses. Remus was sitting in the kitchen of Grimmauld Place, ignoring the gloom around him as he worked on perfecting his doddering old fool persona. He found out a lot of information of the who's who and what's what of the Order by pretending to be asleep. Albus Dumbledore was not as omnipotent as everyone made him out to be. The old man still had no idea where Harry was, and repeated visits to Privet Drive had only made the wards impassable to Dumbledore and McGonagall. Remus had had no problems when he had visited Petunia earlier that week for an update on Harry. The invitation to tea had been a surprise, but she had shown Remus a few pictures from when Harry was younger and a few of his early school things she had kept. All of the pictures had been candid shots. Harry probably hadn't realized that the camera was on him at the time. The Spanish unit just reported that their target was nothing more than a false alarm. McGonagall's voice reached Remus's ear. They will continue to search and let us know of the results. McGonagall bustled away at the end of the sentence. Headmaster. Snape. Remus had never seen the man, so cheerful. He decided to blame it on Severus becoming a father, in fact, even if it wasn't official. He practically beamed every time one of Draco's teachers complimented the boy. It was slightly nauseating to see. What makes you think Potter is there? Yes, Headmaster. Do tell. Whispers among the children. Severus. I have a feeling that Harry is in contact with one of them, at the very least. Several of his friends are protectors. I'm hoping that one of them will come forward in time with his location. Dumbledore sounded weary. Remus wondered how much sleep the man had gotten recently. I'm surprised that they have lasted this long without telling us. Each of them knows that the longer he is away from Hogwarts, the worse the danger grows. Snape made a non-committal noise. What does Voldemort say? The Dark Lord is gloating that the boy is missing, but not to the level he would be if he had Potter in his dungeons. I feel the Dark Lord is happy that you are just as clueless as to Potter's whereabouts as he is. Snape paused. Unless this is some ploy you are using to train the boy into the ultimate fighter. You know me better than that, Severus. Remus smirked to himself. There were so many ways Snape could take that. Wolf. Someone finally noticed his presence. Remus jerked awake and blinked up at the pair. Albus. Severus. Good evening. How are you both? Dumbledore gave Remus a benevolent smile. We're just fine, Remus. Glad to see you up and about. Did you need an escort home? Remus waved the offer away. No, Albus. I managed just fine. Thank you. Remus got to his feet and leaned on his cane, carried purely for effect at this point. Have you any news about Harry? He asked, just as he did every time he saw Dumbledore. None yet, but we're hopeful. Same answer as the last time. Remus nodded and looked down at the ground. Yes, let me know if I can be of any assistance. Remus tottered through the doorway and into the hallway beyond. I don't think I've ever seen anyone go downhill so fast. Snape's voice was just loud enough to reach Remus' ears. Little did he know, Remus went to the living room, deserted at this time of day, and lit the fire to return home. He tossed in the flue powder and stepped through to his house. He closed the connection, required by the order as a necessary precaution, and was surprised to find Fawkes waiting for him. Fawkes, what are you doing here? Fawkes chirped something and held out a foot. A scroll of parchment was wrapped around it. Is this for me? He undid the string and looked at the parchment. Familiar handwriting loomed up to meet his eyes. To Remus Lupin, a.k.a. Moony. I didn't listen to you, did I? That's the only reason you are reading this now. Delivered by my good friend, Fawkes. I don't know what prompted this letter to you. I'm just writing it in case I die. If I do leave you alone because of my own stupidity, let's face it, it's the only way I could die at this point. I just want to say that I'm sorry. I hope that is sufficient apology for you, because you know how I am with all that sappy stuff. Oh, Remus, all the pranks I have left unplayed because you talked me out of them. I still think the kids at Hogwarts would have gotten a kick out of a pink-haired Snape. You spoiled my fun, you know. Oh, that's not important. I know you've put up with a lot from me, especially after the whole Azkaban thing. I'm writing to ask you to take care of Harry. He needs someone in his corner. I know you'll accept being his mentor and advisor. That's all I could pull, Moony. I tried to get custody papers, but it just didn't happen. I'm writing this when Harry is 14, so I've set up 8 years' salary for you to be transferred to your vault upon receipt of this letter. You can't fight it, Moony. You have until Harry is 21 to get that boy to have some fun. Oh, there's something about his estate as well. Some stocks and shares in a company somewhere, my house, his house, and something else. Oh, it's a Limmy vault. I'm sure you can find it all there. The goblins should help you out. If you think you can handle it, shouldn't be too hard for a man of your talents. That is your mission, Mr. Moony. I know you will not fail. I've written to Harry and told him that he'll call the shots in this advisor/mentor thing, and how complicated the relationship will be. Expect a frequent house guest. The nice thing about this mentor thing for you is that those pesky werewolf laws just don't apply anymore. The only laws that apply to you are the normal wizarding laws for advisors. You've basically become a VIP for Harry's sake. The ministry should be sending you some literature about it, but you should already know everything about it, if I remember your school record correctly. I still don't see how you got so many OWLS and newts. That's all I really had to say. Take care of yourself, Moony. I'll be waiting for you, planning a few pranks and dodging Lily's fists because I've somehow managed to tick her off again. I know I'll see you again. It had better not be too soon. I expect a long life of fun for both you and Harry. Well, after the dark mold croaks, that is. Heck, have fun beforehand. Maybe a prank will do in the annoying one. Not Snape, the other evil git. Sirius. Padfoot. Harry reached up and turned out his light, hoping that he knew what he was doing. He buried all of his doubts and thought positive thoughts. He was part Slytherin, right? He could think like a snake. Now, he just had to fool Voldemort. He must be insane. He lay down in his bed and cleared his mind of all emotions, locking each one down into his covered memories, only allowing unimportant memories to float to the surface. He calmed as he drifted into sleep and started dreaming. Good evening, Harry. Voldemort's voice cut through Harry's dreams of Jedi. Harry opened his eyes and sat up to look at Voldemort. Hi. Harry returned as he rubbed his face to rid himself of sleep. Please give me a second. Harry dodged as a spell headed towards his head. Come on, I was polite. He objected as he pushed himself to his feet. Good. You sensed it coming. That is lesson number 1 in practical application. How did you know? Harry stared at the man. He must have wanted to be a teacher in a past life somewhere. I just did. I'm not sure how I did it. Harry eyed Voldemort before looking down at his pajamas. Could you help me out here, sir? He asked, gesturing to his pajamas. Voldemort waved his wand, and Harry watched as his clothing changed to something suitable for physical activity. So, you sensed a spell coming at you? Voldemort asked. I felt it. How did I do that? Harry looked to Voldemort for an answer. What is lesson number 1? Voldemort asked. I need to pay attention to my surroundings. Oh. Voldemort nodded as Harry figured out what he meant. Paying attention to my surroundings will give me ways to fight my opponent, right? Harry fought back his shudder as Voldemort gave him a smile. Why in the world did he have to smile at Harry? Couldn't he just sneer, as usual? Very good. Now, spellcasting. Come here. Harry went over to stand next to the man. Wand out. A target appeared about 10 feet away from Harry. A wizard can have a different amount of strength in spells depending on several factors. Any idea of what those might be? Harry thought quickly. Physical fitness of the wizard. Magical levels. Emotional status. Voldemort flicked his wand, making Harry flinch at the sting produced. You don't sound too sure. Explain your answer. Harry cast his thoughts to any power that was listening to somehow get him out of this mess he had managed to get himself into yet again. Quickly. Well, if you're sick, your spells will be a little weaker than normal. Some wizards are naturally stronger than others. And the emotions, well, some spells just come out easier or better if there is a strong emotion behind them, such as the ridiculous spell for fighting Boggarts to the Cruciatus Curse, which needs intent behind the spelto work. Voldemort pondered the answers. Acceptable. Harry gave a small nod. I want you to figure out your best way to boost your power. Only the standard disarming spell. Harry turned and faced the target. He raised his wand and stared down the length of it. What kind of stance is that? Voldemort grabbed Harry's wrist and straightened his arm. The legs need to be firmly apart, grounding you to the earth. Harry fixed his feet and held his arm as Voldemort instructed. Now, Expelliarmus. The target glowed green once hit. Fair. You have satisfactory levels. Do it again, except this time. Go for the next level, orange. Harry fixed his stance again and stared down the target. He pulled up his feelings and focused all of that energy into his magic. Expelliarmus. The target glowed between an orange and a green. Harry felt 2 quick stings across his back. That was not going to help him. Again, Harry closed his eyes, focused, and memorized the target in front of him. Expelliarmus. The target gave a reddish-orange glow. Voldemort applauded behind him. Good. You can think after all. Snape must have taught Voldemort how to compliment and insult someone at the same time. Now, take it as high as you can get it. Go beyond red, if you can. Harry nodded and looked at the target. A quick sting broke his concentration. You'll need to be quicker. Voldemort told him. Harry ground his teeth and wondered if he really was insane for attempting this. Harry turned to the target and lifted his wand. His back hurt. He was stressed from dealing with Voldemort. He was starting to regret his decision to do this. And he was tired. What else could go wrong? Expelliarmus. The target glowed a bright white. Harry lowered his wand in shock, wondering what that meant. White light. Voldemort stood next to him without any words. Harry's eyes slid towards him to figure out if he had done something right or wrong. He knew that it really didn't matter how well he had done, because Voldemort would do whatever he wanted, regardless of Harry following instructions or not. You did well. It's time for you to return. Remember, you have power Dumbledore can only dream of. Harry nodded as Voldemort set a sleeping charm, and Harry faded away into his room. Harry sat up in his mental room and smiled. Potter, to Voldemort. 0. Harry pulled himself off the floor and shrugged away his new scars as he applied a bit of wandless magic to his back to dull the pain. He only hoped that he wouldn't become exhausted again. The Ministry had yet to show up to arrest him for magic in front of Muggles, so he guessed that wandless magic couldn't be tracked outside the wards on his aunt's house. His plan for Voldemort was coming along nicely. Now he just had to figure out what to do next, and hope that the Dark Lord wouldn't figure it out before Harry was ready. 26. Filthy Rich. Remus thanked the cabbie and left the cab as it stopped at the main doors of St. Jude's Academy. Harry had written to him, explaining where he was and why he was there with all the surliness of a teenager and the hopefulness of a child missing a favored friend. Remus knew the tone Harry had used and had, in fact, seen the same kind of tone in letters Sirius had shared with him. Harry wanted to see him, but was afraid of being a burden to Remus. The werewolf smiled to himself as he opened the doors. As though Harry could be a burden. Technically, Remus was now employed by both the Black and Potter estates, and as such was to be at Harry's side the instant Harry needed him. Harry did not know that yet, but he would soon. He opened the doors and looked around the entrance hall. It looked rather comfortable and welcoming, not at all intimidating, but he had to suppose that it was planned for just that effect. From what Harry had said, this was a Muggle mental hospital with classes offered. In other words, it was a Muggle boarding school with a few perks for those who needed them. Large windows to his left pulled him in that direction. It was the dining hall, and it was obviously lunchtime for the residents. Remus searched the sea of faces for Harry's and found him sitting at a table with other boys near his age. They were listening intently to a boy near the middle of the table who was wearing a strange sort of hat. The entire table broke into laughter at something said, at which the boy stood, bowed, and resumed his seat to continue eating. Harry looked relaxed, more than Remus had ever seen before. Harry was happy. A girl approached the table and stopped to speak to Harry. Remus hid his smile behind his hand as Harry froze in terror before relaxing into a smile for the girl's benefit. He answered her, and she smiled and bounced away from the table to land at her own table to descend into giggling with her friends. Remus noticed that every boy at Harry's table, including Harry, had followed her movement across the room. Typical of teenage boys, really, but Harry was finally acting like one. Once the girl had taken her seat, the boys at Harry's table turned and immediately started teasing Harry, which Harry had played off with a sheepish grin and an apparently witty comment that induced more laughter among his friends. "Sir." Remus turned to find a young woman approaching him. "May I help you, sir?" Remus gave her a warm smile. "Yes, please. My name is Remus Lupin, and I am here to see Evan James." Remus used the name Harry had given him in his letter. "Oh, yes. He's been asking about you all morning," she said with a good-natured grin. "Politely but insistent. I told him I would let him know when you arrived, but he would still hover about my desk with those big eyes of his. If you would please wait in here." She gestured to a door. "Dr. Louder will meet with you, and then you can see Evan." Remus thanked her with a smile and set his case on a table and took a seat near it. Harry had explained the need for the alias, but it was going to be strange to call him by a different name when he had been Harry for so long. He did not wait long. A man near his own age entered carrying a manila folder under his arm. "Mr. Lupin?" Remus stood and extended his hand. "My name is Paul Louder. I'm Harry's doctor." "You call him Harry?" Remus asked in confusion. Harry had told him he used an alias. Only in private. If we're outside or in the halls, he's Buddy or Kiddo. Paul explained to him. "Now, he asked me if you know how to shut maps. He said that would make sense to you." Remus smiled and nodded. "Of course." Mischief managed. Paul smiled and nodded, as though coming to some kind of decision. He motioned Remus to a chair and took his own near him. The manila folder opened, and Paul examined the page in front of him before raising his eyes to Remus. "Harry mentioned that you are a werewolf." Remus nodded affirmation. "That must be hard. You adapt after a while, I'm afraid. It only happens once a month, so it's nothing I can't live with." Remus explained. Paul nodded and marked something down. "When did you meet Harry?" Paul asked. Remus smiled as the question took him back to the first time he had seen Harry as a baby. He had been a happy, burbling baby, full of mischief to keep Lily on her toes as she chased Harry through the living room. She had been livid when she had discovered James had bought a child's broomstick and had removed all of the safety charms. "I met him the day he was born. I was there." Paul nodded. "I met him again when I became his defense against the dark arts teacher in his 3rd year at Hogwarts." Remus explained to Paul. Harry had seemed so young then. Old, but young. "How are you connected to him now? You're his mentor, obviously, but how does that work?" Remus smiled. This Paul was intensely protective of Harry. "I am literally Harry's employee, but he doesn't know that quite yet. I'm to look after his affairs, whether they are financial, legal, or personal. I can be his spokesperson at meeting he can't or doesn't want to attend or vote in elections he is unable to attend." Paul stopped Remus by waving his hands. Wait. Are you telling me that Harry has a say in government in the magical world?" Remus chuckled a little bit and shook his head. "Oh, no, not yet. Anyway, not unless he runs for office. I don't know how much Harry has told you beyond the fact that magic exists. I'm just listing all possible responsibilities I could have. I imagine that Harry will not have anything more complicated for me to do than making sure his bills are paid and helping him pick out suitable clothing when he's of age." Remus paused, as though searching for something to clarify the situation. "I am here to assist Harry in the best way I can. Try to think of me as a personal assistant with all kinds of extra privileges." Remus explained to Paul. Paul nodded and closed his file, his face growing dark as he did so. "Will you reveal Harry's location or remove him from my care before I deem him ready?" Paul demanded of the werewolf across from him. "No. If Harry wants to leave, I'll help him. If he wants to tell anyone about anything, I'll help him. It is up to Harry. I won't interfere unless I find out that Voldemort himself is on his way here." Remus said calmly. Paul sat back in wonder. "You said his name. You said Voldemort." Paul received a rather blinding smile in return. "You'll find very few wizards willing to do that." Paul's eyes met Remus' own for a second until they shifted to a view behind the werewolf. "I think Harry is tired of waiting." Harry was standing outside the door and dancing from one foot to the other. Paul stood and motioned for Harry to enter the room. Harry smiled and pulled the door open, but his smile faded as he saw Remus. He grew tense and Remus wondered why the change in demeanor. Harry stopped and looked at Paul. Paul nodded and smiled. Harry seemed to take this as some sort of signal. He approached Remus and stopped in front of the werewolf. "I'm sorry," he whispered. Remus could not figure out what that meant exactly. What in the world could the boy be sorry for? "I'm sorry, Sirius. I tried." Remus understood then. He reached out and pulled Harry into his arms. "You have nothing to be sorry for. Nothing at all. It wasn't your fault." Harry relaxed into the hug and took several deep breaths. "It wasn't your fault," Remus repeated to him. Paul watched the scene with mixed feelings. He had thought that they had covered this topic well and had established that his godfather's death was not his fault. Now, he wasn't sure what to think. Perhaps Harry had just needed Remus' approval or reassurance before the matter could be laid to rest. Paul saw Harry peeking out of Remus' arms and smiled at the boy. He would be fine now. Paul gave Harry a smile and retreated to his office. He could catch up on his paperwork now that Harry was occupied for most of the afternoon. Paul grimaced at the thought of paperwork. He would rather be with Harry. This is the theater. I'm in the play and get to play Edmund from King Lear. You'll have to come to that. I'll get Paul to send you a ticket." Harry told him excitedly as he led Remus around the school. "Down this hallway here is the gymnasium. There's someone there I want you to meet." Remus smiled at the animated teenager and followed the boy down the hallway to the gym. Harry peeked into the room before opening the door and leading Remus in. Unfamiliar smells hit Remus' nose, but Harry seemed quite at home here. What was that scent? Blood. What happened, Rick? Harry asked as he approached an older boy and man. The boy was seated on a bench with the elder bandaging his hand. The boy scowled and sighed. "Live blades, Evan," Rick explained as Sensei grunted. "I lost my concentration, that's all." Sensei grunted again, tied off the bandage, and gave Rick a firm cuff to the head. Rick rolled his eyes as Sensei stalked away to put the first aid kit back in its place. "He's worried," Rick told Harry with a shrug. Harry knew that Sensei always grew very quiet when upset. "Who's this?" he asked as he shifted to look at Remus. "Oh, sorry," Harry said. "This is Remus, an old friend of mine, and my parents before me. Remus, this is Rick. He and I train together every Saturday." Rick snorted and mumbled something that sounded like, "We get tortured every Saturday," but Remus couldn't be too sure. Rick held out his uninjured hand and stood to greet Remus. "Nice to meet you. Evan's been talking about your visit for the last 2 days." Rick told the werewolf. "It's nice to meet you, too. What exactly do you learn here?" Remus gestured to the gym around him. "What I wish to teach," came Sensei's voice from right behind Remus. Remus whirled, startled at not having heard Sensei approach him from behind. He always heard others coming up behind him. That was a small part of what he actually liked about being a werewolf. How had this strange man managed to sneak up on him? "This is Sensei Leonard. He's my teacher. Sensei, this is Remus Lupin. He's an old friend of my parents, and now my friend as well." Remus eyed the teacher and extended his hand. Sensei studied the man, and Harry grinned as Sensei started to circle him, much like Sensei had done when Harry had first met him. Sensei paused and looked Remus over again. There was something about this man. He shook his head to himself and offered his hand to the other, realizing that the other didn't exactly trust him either. Sensei only raised an eyebrow and shook Remus' hand once before releasing it. Deshi. He turned, fully expecting that Harry would follow him. He was not disappointed. Harry told Remus that he would be right back and followed Sensei to the far side of the gym. Rick smiled at Remus and asked what Remus thought of the school so far. Harry was glad that Rick was there to distract Remus. He had a feeling that Sensei did not quite approve of Remus. Who is he? My mentor and advisor. Remus was friends with my parents and has taken care of me since he became a teacher at my school 3 years ago. Harry explained. Wrong. There is something wrong, Sensei said, unable to find the words he needed in his distress. With him. Well, he's sick a lot. Harry told him. I trust Remus with my life and have done so before. Harry watched as Sensei looked between Remus and Harry, clearly upset, but unable to articulate what was wrong. He shook his head and mumbled something in a foreign language Harry couldn't identify. Different. Like you. Not like you. Sensei shrugged. Yes, he's like me in a way. Harry agreed. He won't hurt me, if that's what you're worried about. Harry said. Sensei grunted and turned back to his office. Harry grinned at Sensei's reaction. That had been precisely the problem. Sensei had been worried that Remus would hurt Harry in some way. Harry went back to Remus and told Rick to take care of his hands. Rick watched them go and smiled. This was a new side to Evan. He felt his father staring at him. You know, that creeps me out. Rick complained to the man in the doorway. It worked. Sensei told him. Tomorrow. We start training him tomorrow. Your hand. Rick shrugged. It'll heal. It won't really scar. I'll just use my right hand tomorrow. Rick paused and glanced at his stoic father. You think he is ready for this? If he isn't, he will become so quickly. He has need of it, and soon. Sensei stared at the door, through which Harry had left. How do you know? Rick asked. Sensei didn't answer, only turned back to his office to open a long box. I just do. He told his son as he lifted out several items wrapped in black cloth. I wish I didn't. Sensei unrolled the cloth and laid each item down, almost reverent with caution towards each one. Time will tell. Rick stared at the articles and held his breath. This could be bad. Harry, there are a few things we need to discuss before I leave. Remus told the boy once they had arrived back to the visitor's room. Harry gave him a questioning glance as he sat down. I need to know how close you want this relationship between us, this mentor thing, to become. Remus saw that Harry did not quite understand. I work for you now, Harry. Harry's eyes grew wide. I've always thought of you like an uncle. I would be honored if you thought of me like family as well. Harry said quietly, if it's too painful or awkward. Harry couldn't finish his sentence as Remus hugged him. Guess not, he said with a smile. Always wanted a nephew. Remus told him as he messed up Harry's neat hairstyle. The boy batted away his hands and smoothed it. I just managed to figure out this hair thing. Harry complained. So, what else did you need to talk to me about? Harry asked. Remus smiled and pulled out several papers from his briefcase. Sirius left a number of things to you, and your parents' estate was never really settled at all. There are several properties that need looking after and various shares in companies, including the one you took out yourself last year with the Weasley twins. Remus explained, I don't have shares in their company. Harry protested. Well, it seems that they gave you some. Remus said with a smile. Now, the shares can look after themselves for the time being, but the bank has said that the houses are in various states of disrepair, especially the one at Godric's Hollow and your grandfather's house. Harry looked up. The bank has requested you at least do some kind of repairs to those that need it. Exactly how many houses do I own? Harry asked. Remus looked down at the list. For it appears, Sirius, your parents' house, your grandfather Potter's house, and a little cottage that belonged to your mother that she inherited from an aunt of hers. Harry sat back. He had once felt that he had no home except Hogwarts. Now he had at least 4, Hogwarts excluded, and he had a nagging feeling that his Aunt Petunia considered Harry a resident of her own home. 5 homes, then. I'm rich, aren't I? Harry asked as though he already knew the answer, and it displeased him greatly. I'm afraid so. One could use the term filthy rich in this case. Harry groaned and buried his face in his hands. Remus laughed and patted the boy's shoulder. It's not that bad. Don't tell Ron, whatever you do. Harry told him. Remus nodded and knew why Harry had asked that of him. Ron had been intensely jealous of Harry's wealth on more than one occasion. Can you look after the house repairs? That's my job, especially since you are in school at the moment. Anything special you want done? Remus asked. Not really. Just make sure they're habitable. I would like to visit some of them after this. Harry waved his hands about him. Remus took that to mean the war, and Voldemort included, is over. Ah, good. He had hope for a future. Certainly. No Quidditch pitch. He asked. Harry looked up with hope in his eyes. We can do that, he asked. At every property, if you would like it. Harry shook his head. No, just at one. You can decide where. After all, I can afford to change it later if I want. Remus smiled as Harry seemed to accept his wealth. That you can. Remus told him, Harry, the goblins want to meet with you and Sirius Lawyer as soon as possible. Harry frowned. It will be a private meeting, meaning that only those invited are allowed in, no matter what their rank is. Harry knew what that meant. Not even Fudge could get into the meeting. That meant Dumbledore wouldn't be able to do so either. I really can't put it off, can I? He asked. Remus shook his head with a regretful look. All right, if you could set it up with them and let me know the date and time. It is at your convenience. Remus told him. They are asking you for specifics. Harry sighed and rubbed his face, carefully avoiding his hair. Can I call you at your house? Remus smiled and nodded. I'll give you my number. Don't hesitate to use it, even if it's at 3 in the morning. Harry smiled. I'll be sure to try it sometime. Harry took the slip of paper from Remus and slid it into his pocket. Could. Remus waited patiently for Harry to collect himself. Could my Aunt Petunia come, too? Remus was surprised at the question. Why? Remus asked. She's different. Harry told Remus. I think she does really care about me, in some weird way. You and your Muggle expressions. Weird. Remus teased the boy. Your Aunt Petunia could come if she wanted. Anyone you wanted to invite, really? Harry nodded. I'm glad to see you doing so well, Harry. Harry smiled. Paul says I'm not quite there yet, but I'll get there soon, wherever there is. Remus chuckled at Harry's joke. I'm going to be okay, if I survive Sensei, that is. What exactly is he training you in? Remus asked. Who knows? Martial arts, but I don't really hear any specific type. I know how to fight my way out of a bad situation, but I learned how to talk my way out first. Harry explained. He's teaching me survival skills opposed to the ordinary lessons he usually teaches his students. Rick, his son, told me that Sensei is training me for something specific, but neither of us can figure out what it is. Remus looked over Harry for a second. If he is training you to catch a girl's eye, he's doing it correctly. The girls seem quite taken with you. He watched as Harry colored a deep red. Just like your father. Not quite. He was more popular than me. Remus raised an eyebrow but didn't comment. Remus, what do you know about wandless magic? A bit. It depends on what you want to know about it. Remus replied. Harry didn't answer. Harry. The boy looked like he was coming to some sort of decision. Watch. Harry told him. Harry's hand twitched, and the table hopped to one side, pushing the chairs a little. Remus stared at the table, and then at Harry. Harry grinned, and he twitched a finger, setting the table back to its spot. The finger moved again, and Remus' briefcase fell over. Did you do that? He asked Harry. Harry did not answer. Instead, the briefcase sat up and snapped closed. I'm so proud of you. I knew you could do it. Harry found himself in a hug again. When did this happen? Sensei scared me, and I thought I had killed him. He just kind of flew across the room. Now, he thinks I have some sort of ancient power and demands that I use it. It gets easier every day. Harry smiled at Remus. Power the Dark Lord knows not. Harry mumbled, more to himself than Remus. What was that, Harry? Harry shrugged. Nothing. So, can you help me with the wandless magic? Harry asked. I think we can work out something. Remus said with a warm smile as he fell into teaching mode. Harry smiled and listened as Remus gave him a few pointers he had learned when he had researched it in school. Harry pulled out his mini messenger later that night and said the password. He tapped the page with his pen before writing. Hermione, I need a distraction on October 15th. What kind of distraction? And why? I need to go to the Wizarding World, but I need all of the teachers at Hogwarts too busy to step outside the gates. I think I could come up with something, but you've only left me 2 weeks. I may need to contact Gred and Forge for this. Tell them I sent you. They'll be thrilled to cause a little mischief at their old school. Why do you need to go to the Wizarding World? It's about Sirius Will. The goblins want to meet with me. I can finance any pranks you need. I'll let you know. Are you okay? I'm fine. So any ideas yet? Not yet, but I'll pass the goal by the PPs and see what they say. PPs? Potter's protectors, of course. Ones that are loyal to you. Neville, Luna, myself, both Creevy brothers, and Ernie Macmillan. I don't want something like that, me. Talk to Neville, Skywalker. He organized it. I think I'm only in it because I'm the only one who can talk to you. That. And you're brilliant, but scary. True. Anyway, there's nothing you can do about it short of showing up at Hogwarts. They're on your side, and hate what Dumbledore is doing. What is Dumbledore doing? He stopped the Daily Prophet from coming here so that nothing incites mass panic. A couple of other little things, like telling the first year's rather frightening stories about how dangerous the world is, and then telling them that their only key to survival is by staying on the light. We, the PPs and I, are working on some methods to undermine Dumbledore's actions with the first years. You, Hermione Granger, are working on something that can go against Dumbledore's actions. It won't be the first time, will it? Evil grin. No, it won't be the first time. See what you can do about the distraction. I will. Would you like to know the name of the student newspaper we're starting? A student newspaper. Sure. The Student's Voice. Nice. Send me a copy. Without moving pictures. I'll see what I can do. Everyone would like a personal statement from you later on about the paper. I'll think about it. See you in November for the play. I'll be there. Is Remus coming? Yes, he'll be here. Aunt Petunia too. Just try not to laugh too hard at my acting. Never. I'll laugh quietly. Thanks me. You're welcome. Harry shut the book and turned towards his bed. He had another meeting with Voldemort coming tonight. If only the Dark Lord hadn't. Harry pushed those thoughts from his mind. He needed to do this for the best. He closed his eyes and focused on other things. He couldn't let Voldemort carry out his threats. It wasn't fair to everyone else. 27. Super powerful wizard. Hermione snapped off her alarm and crawled out of bed, careful not to wake her roommates. She had just changed into her clothes for the next day, when the others had changed into pajamas, and made sure. Her blankets covered her by the time her roommates had entered the room. She could not allow anyone to discover her plans. She walked down the stairs in stocking feet and only pulled on her shoes in the common room. She jumped when she heard voices speaking in harsh whispers coming down the boys' stairs. Hermione dove behind the couch near the fireplace and waited, hoping that it was her comrades and not someone else. She breathed a sigh of relief when Neville's familiar face appeared at the doorway to the stairs. "Wake the entire tower, why don't you?" She whispered at the group. All of the boys looked immediately contrite at their actions. "Sorry me," Neville said. "I was telling them to be quiet." Hermione smiled at Neville and shook her head. "That's all right, Toad." Hermione smiled again at the nickname the group had given Neville at their first official meeting. She, Luna, Neville, the two Creevy brothers, and Ernie Macmillan were ready to help Harry in whatever he needed done. And today was the day he needed a distraction to keep all the teachers busy while he appeared in the wizarding world. They decided upon nicknames to fool further any eavesdroppers to the group. The nicknames were obvious once you knew which name applied to which person, but without the context, the name could have been anyone at all. "You guys ready?" She asked the two brothers. "Ready and willing. Let's do this." Colin said in a whisper, camera at the ready to record the faces of the teachers when they saw the aftermath of the pranks. Harry had recommended the twins for help in setting this up, and once Hermione had written a letter describing what Harry needed, the twins were more than happy to provide the means to create an entire day of chaos. All of it was free of charge. Hermione passed out the bags and led the way out of the dorm, telling the Pink Lady that she and the students had urgent prefect business to do. The Pink Lady merely yawned and waved her hand at the group. The Gryffindor group met up with Luna and Ernie, Sun, and Bucks, respectively, in the room of requirement to lay out the final plans. Luna looked wide awake at the ungodly hour, while Ernie was leaning against the wall in a desperate effort to stay awake. "Good morning, me. How are you?" Luna said in her typical, spacey way. Hermione wondered if anything at all fazed the girl as she returned the greeting. Ernie mumbled a hello in Hermione's direction and allowed his eyes to slide closed again. "All right, everyone, gather round," Hermione said as she spread out the primary architectural plans for Hogwarts on the ground. They were primary because the image showed only the permanent parts of Hogwarts, the parts that did not move or disappear in the schematics. "Does everyone have their school books?" Ernie pushed off the wall and held his bag out. "Good," Hermione said upon seeing everyone ready to appear as nothing more than an eccentric study group if they were at any time discovered. "Toad, you are to take the herbology section. Son, you have the charms corridor. Bucks, you have transfiguration. Shutter, the potions dungeons. But for heaven's sake, be careful. Professor Snape is very protective of the place. Do not set anything destructive or that will react with his ingredients." Colin nodded his understanding. "Fireworks, it is then," he said to himself, as though he had been trying to figure out exactly what he wanted to do. Hermione nodded her permission and turned to Dennis. "Little bug, you've history. You will want something spectacular there, because Professor Binns is pretty dull and doesn't notice much. He didn't even notice that he was dead, after all. I'll take arithmancy and the library. They're really close to each other. We'll meet up after breakfast and set the rest later. After you're done, we'll meet in the library and start studying. Breakfast after that. Any questions?" Ernie raised his hand. "Yes, Bucks." "What do we do if we're caught?" he asked. Hermione wished he hadn't asked it. She wasn't quite sure what to tell him. "You could say that you've lost your pet, or you were looking for Neville's toad." Luna said, "He loses it all the time, and you were so worried about the poor, little defenseless thing that you just couldn't sleep. It helps if you can manage tears in your eyes." Hermione stared at Luna and marveled at the unexplored depths to the girl. "That works for girls, not boys," Dennis told her with a slight bit of disgust in his voice. "Best thing to do. Don't get caught. Now, everyone ready?" Hermione asked as she looked around the group. Several heads nodded up and down. "All right, let's go do this." She and the others smoothed down their uniforms and crept out of the room, bags stowed in their book bags, ready to start a day of mayhem courtesy of the Weasley Wizarding Wheezes. None noticed a magical shield separate to reveal the potion's master of Hogwarts staring after them with a strange light in his eyes. "What in the world are you lot up to?" he said to himself as he pondered whether to pursue them or wait and see what would happen. He thought for a few minutes before bracing himself to deal with magical fireworks in his dungeons. He could only discover what it was by allowing them to continue, but he would be sticking to Salazar's passageways today. He would not risk becoming a victim of a prank. Harry smoothed out the jacket of his suit and stared at himself in the mirror. His Aunt Petunia had agreed to come to Sirius while reading and appeared early that morning with a brand new suit for Harry. He had to admit that she had decent tastes when she wanted to exhibit them. She said that the green shirt matched his eyes and the black perfect for the business of the day. He only hoped that he could carry off the look with the grace the suit demanded. Paul knocked on the door, dressed in a suit of his own. Harry smiled and waved him in. "How you doing, buddy?" he asked. "I don't really know myself," he answered truthfully. He looked like a different person in the suit. More mature, or something along those lines. He wasn't quite sure what to call it. "You still coming?" He had requested that Paul accompany him, and Paul had jumped on the opportunity to see the magical world firsthand. "You couldn't keep me away. Just don't let them erase my memory." Harry smiled and shook his head. "I'm not the boy who lived for nothing. I won't let them do that to you." Harry promised. The title has got to be good for something. He mumbled. "How do I look?" he asked. Paul looked him over and nodded. "Very nice. Very professional. Very super powerful wizard, who is now filthy rich super powerful wizard." Harry laughed a bit at the teasing. "Don't you forget it," he told Paul with a smirk. Paul pulled off a bow worthy of the Weasley twins and gestured for Harry to leave the room first. "After you, super powerful wizard." Harry rolled his eyes and touched the weapons strapped to his wrists under his sleeves. Sensei had introduced him to the weapons and demanded that Harry wear them everywhere, even to bed. That had been difficult the first few days, but now he felt strange when he did take them off. He remembered when Sensei had given him the weapons and showed him how to use them. Flashback. "Come, Deshi." Harry woke up to find Sensei in his room. This was a common occurrence, and he nodded to show Sensei that he was awake and would get up the second the man left the room. Sensei stepped into the hallway, and Harry pulled on his uniform to go to the dojo. There were days when Sensei decided that Harry needed a bit of extra work, and he would wake Harry early in the morning before classes. Harry smoothed his hair and yawned, wondering what it was that Sensei had to show Harry now. He found Sensei in the hall with a granola bar as an offering of food to the now perpetually hungry teenager. Harry had been told that most teenage boys were always hungry and that it was a part of growing up. Harry now ate almost everything in sight, which made him wonder what Dudley was going through, because he always ate everything in sight. Harry stretched on the floor, as per Sensei's instructions upon reaching the dojo, and Sensei disappeared in his office to return carrying something wrapped in black cloth. He sat down in front of Harry and motioned Harry closer. "You have survived many attempts on your life, Deshi. Most by luck. This will give you better luck." He unwrapped the cloth and displayed what looked like 2 leather braces for wrists, much like what Harry had seen archers wear when they practiced. The only difference was that these were flexible and covered only half of the forearm. Small spikes lay in little loops around the leather. "What are they, Sensei?" Harry asked. He understood the concept. The sharp, pointy things went into the other men. He just didn't know why Sensei was giving him this, or what Sensei wanted him to do with them. "Throwing spikes. They will not kill, disarm, discourage, only purpose." Well, a wizard would be in trouble if one of the spikes ended in his hand. "Try this on," Sensei said as he took hold of Harry's arm. Harry rolled up his sleeve and watched as Sensei fastened the device to his arm and adjusted the buckles. "Target practice. Hit the middle." Sensei demonstrated how to use the spikes and how to move his arm to allow a spike drop into his hand. Harry smiled when Sensei launched a spike at a target, only to see the spike hit the middle of the target. Sensei left Harry to it when he finished. Harry worked for almost an hour before he managed to hit the middle, although he had hit the target itself every time. "Good," Sensei barked out when Harry had finally hit the middle. Always wear. Never take off unless you are in here, or the shower. Sensei paused to look over Harry. Show these to your friends. It wasn't a question. No way. Harry answered. This could give me the second I need to get away. Only you and I will know these are here. Harry promised. I'm not even going to tell Paul about this. Sensei gifted Harry with one of his rare smiles. After my heart. Sensei told him. Good. Now breakfast. Harry nodded and changed into his uniform, now long-sleeved due to the encroaching cold weather, and dashed to breakfast, his mouth watering at the smell of sausages. End flashback. Paul led Harry down to the reception room, where Petunia was waiting. She smiled upon seeing Harry and straightened his tie. Harry allowed the attention and thanked her for the suit. Not a problem. You needed one, anyway. She told him. Are we ready to leave yet? She asked. I think so. Remus said that he will meet us at the Leaky Cauldron at 3. Harry said as he dodged her efforts to tame his hair. Rick had helped with it, and Harry liked it. Aunt Petunia didn't need to touch it. Stop, he said in an exasperated tone. It's as good as it's going to get. He froze when his brain caught up with him mouth. He couldn't believe that he had just snapped at Aunt Petunia. It felt familiar, but he wasn't sure why. An image of an 11-year-old Ron telling his mother to "get off" popped in his head. Had he just done that? I suppose it's the style these days. Petunia said in a long-suffering tone. She acted as though it was completely normal to have her nephew say something like that to her. She wasn't mad at him for being disrespectful. Sorry, Harry said. She looked surprised at him for a minute, and then gave him another smile. What was with all the smiles? If it works for you. Petunia told him. Harry nodded, and she shrugged as though to say, oh, well. Petunia picked up her purse and started towards the door. Shall we, gentlemen? She asked. Harry shrugged at Paul and followed her, while Paul snickered behind his hand. Harry put on the sunglasses Paul had said made him look like a secret agent, and blinked against the sunlight. He wondered if it was possible for a mortal to turn into a vampire through a dislike of morning sunbeams. He certainly felt like it. He stopped in surprise to see Sensei standing next to Petunia's car in a suit, looking quite dangerous in his own right. You should have told me you were leaving. Harry looked to Paul for help. Sensei didn't know. Come, Deshi. Son is waiting. Petunia unlocked the car, and Sensei climbed into the back seat. Petunia looked at Harry. Why are you here, Sensei? Harry asked as he opened his own door. He didn't get in yet, as getting in would claim readiness. You are returning to your old life. I will act as your protection today. He explained as though it was obvious to everyone, but Harry, you don't need to do that, Sensei. Harry told the man, I'm sure I'll be fine. Sensei looked him over and grunted. He faced forward and proceeded to ignore Harry's protests. Harry groaned and got in next to him. Why was Sensei being difficult? What would he say to Remus? Paul snagged the front seat next to Petunia and started questioning her on her favorite books. Harry pulled out the CD player Hermione had given him and proceeded to lose himself in the joys of the Beatles. She had only given him about 6 CDs of their music. That should last all the way to London, shouldn't it? Harry woke up to hear Yellow Submarine playing in his ears. Something had poked him. He opened his eyes and looked at Sensei, who gave him a mischievous smile. "We are here." Harry rubbed his eye and mumbled something to the man as he realized that he needed to fix his contact lens he had just managed to move. Sensei made a face as Harry Willing poked himself in the eye in his efforts to fix the lens. Petunia parked the car, and Harry noticed that they were just a street over from the leaky cauldron. "Just to warn you all, you might see some pretty surprising things today that I won't have time to explain. I'll answer any questions you have later," Harry explained. "Just try not to stare too much. It'll give you away." Sensei slid his own pair of sunglasses onto his face, as though to say, "No worries there." Harry led the way to the pub, wondering if he had a chance to turn back. He hadn't talked with Hermione yet today, and he didn't know if her distraction had worked. Dumbledore could be hovering just inside the leaky cauldron, waiting for Harry to show his face. He felt a hand land his shoulder. It was Paul. "Got your back, kiddo," he said. Harry smiled and made sure his hair fell over his scar and the sunglasses hid his eyes. Whoever thought that Muggle sunglasses could help hide his identity? Harry tried to open the door and enter, but Sensei beat him to it. Harry hoped that no hags were visible. Harry went in behind him and Petunia, and Paul followed. This was going to be a disaster. Sensei paused in the vestibule. Harry pulled out his plain black robe and slipped it on over his suit. "I need to go first, Sensei," he whispered to the man. "You don't know where to go." Sensei allowed Harry to step forward, but he stayed close to his student, obviously not fond of the clientele of the leaky cauldron. Harry kept his head down and led the way through the main part of the pub. He saw Remus sitting at a table and waved at him. Remus smiled and stood. "Hi, Remus," Harry said softly. "Hello. Nice to see everyone," Remus said as he looked over the group. "Not my idea," he explained. He wouldn't take no for an answer. Remus only smiled and nodded. "That's fine. Let's get you to Gringotts." Harry allowed Remus to lead the way, as it looked better to be a kid rather than the leader. Remus waved to Tom and led the entire group the archway. "You might all see some surprising things here. Just keep all questions until the end, and Harry and I will answer to the best of our abilities." Remus produced his wand and tapped the bricks. Sensei had tensed for a moment and then relaxed as he realized that it was not a weapon that he could identify. "Welcome to Diagon Alley," Remus told the group. Paul stared before giving himself a mental slap, and Sensei's face had not changed at all, despite the fact that a solid brick wall had just opened in front of him. Remus went through the archway while pulling on his own cloak. Harry ducked his head and followed, with Sensei on his one side, Petunia on his other, and Paul bringing up the rear. He felt almost important with so many people following him. Remus walked taller, if he could call it that, and people backed out of his way. No one had recognized Harry. Yet, after all, Harry Potter always came to Diagon Alley alone, or with his two best friends. Why would adults surround him when he should be at school? Harry peeked a look at Sensei and smiled when he saw the man visibly controlling his reactions to magical menagerie and owl post. He had a feeling that he would be explaining many things to the man later, but for now, he was acting as though he belonged here. Good. There was less of a chance of someone thinking he did not belong here. Paul, on the other hand, could not help but whisper questions to Petunia, whom found herself unable to answer, and passed the questions on to Harry. Harry answered the best he could until they actually reached Gringotts. The rhyme over the main doors hadn't changed. Sensei had mouthed the words to himself while Petunia just stared. Oh, well, she could be explained away. She was, after all, a muggle. Remus did not bother going towards the counter. He led the entire group towards a side hallway opposite the direction for the vaults. A receptionist, another goblin, who was eyeing the three muggles of the group with a fair amount of distrust in his eyes, greeted them at the end of the hallway. Key, please. Harry pulled out his key and handed it over to the rather terse goblin. The creature inserted the key into a machine and pushed a button. He jumped when he read the screen in front of him. Good afternoon, Mr. Potter. We are very glad you could make it, he told Harry as his entire demeanor changed. Harry removed his sunglasses and smiled at the goblin. Thank you. Harry paused to read the nameplate. Black Moss. I'm glad I could make it, he replied. The goblin hopped down from his stool and scurried around the edge of the desk. If you would follow me, Mr. Potter, and your guests as well, I'll show you somewhere more comfortable. Mr. Black's head goblin will be down directly. Black Moss opened a door into a rather homey-looking room, complete with fireplace and armchairs. Tea will be brought in directly. Harry smiled and thanked him. It paid to be polite to the goblins. Black Moss closed the door behind him as he left. Harry was about to collapse in a chair when Remus stopped him. Sit down normally and don't slouch, he told Harry. Is this what a mentor does? Harry questioned. Boss people around. Remus looked thoughtful and shook his head. No, that's an uncle's job. Harry rolled his eyes, but sat down calmly, careful not to wrinkle his robe too much. He saw Paul about to burst with a question. Out with it, he told the man. Paul relaxed into a chair and smiled. What was that? He asked. Harry refrained from asking which part and smiled. He had a fair idea what his therapist wanted to know. That Paul was a goblin. Gringotts is the safest place in the world for anything you care to store. Goblins are very protective of wealth and guard it very well. Sensei snorted behind Harry. Did you have a question, Sensei? Goblins, he said. Harry nodded. A few things you forgot to mention. Harry nodded again. We will talk later, Deshi. Harry opened his mouth, but Remus beat him to it. Harry, or Evan, as you know him, is not allowed to reveal this world without extenuating circumstances. He could tell his aunt because she is his guardian, and he could tell Paul because he is his doctor, but you, I'm afraid, didn't make the list as a need-to-know person. Remus explained. It's not because he didn't trust you with his secret. He just wasn't allowed to tell you. Sensei frowned and nodded, taking in Remus' answer. And you? What are you? Sensei asked. Remus gave him an amused smile. I am both a wizard and a werewolf. Sensei's face changed behind his glasses. I see. And Deshi a wizard. Remus nodded. That's right. Sensei folded his arms and stood behind Harry's chair. Harry looked up at him. Was Sensei still upset with him? Explains a few things. He told Harry, with a smile. Harry nodded. He can do it, he asked, pointing at Remus. Remus laughed a bit and shook his head. Not like Harry can. Remus told him. Sensei raised an eyebrow at Harry and smiled again. Don't remind me. I miss being normal. Harry complained. He just wanted to be that slightly odd person down the block, not this famous wizard the entire world was making him out to be. The stakes were looking better all the time. Paul snorted. I don't think you realize how normal you are. Normal people don't want fame. You certainly didn't ask for it. Harry nodded and smiled as tea popped up in front of him. Sensei stopped him and inspected the tea tray. Harry groaned. Sensei, I'm starving. Harry whined. Sensei gave him a look as though to say, do I look like I care? Paul mumbled something behind Harry that sounded something like, yeah, completely normal teenager there. Remus waved his wand and smiled as Sensei eyed him like a threat. It's safe, Harry. Harry helped himself to the tea and handed a cup to his aunt. I wonder what's taking so long. Remus said a few minutes later, once Harry had devoured 2 scones. A rather loud crash sounded from the other door in the room. Harry glanced at the door and smiled. I think he's arrived, Harry said in a whisper. Remus nodded and waved his wand at Harry, making sure that all crumbs had disappeared from his clothing. Black Moss re-entered the room as Harry replaced his cup on the tray. Mr. Potter, Gablewall is ready to meet you, if you and your guests would care to come this way. Remus and Harry stood to go in first, with Sensei right behind him and Paul and Petunia coming after him. Harry found a rather harried-looking goblin standing to meet him. Mr. Potter, such an honor to meet you. Mr. Lupin. Harry and Remus shook the offered hand and sat in the seats marked with their names. Aunt Petunia. Harry motioned for her to sit next to him. Harry noticed Sensei shake his head. He would not be sitting. Paul took the seat on the other side of Remus, and Sensei hovered behind Harry again. Gablewall froze and looked at the man. Mr. Potter, may I ask? He gestured at Sensei with a frightened look and shaking hand. Protection, Sensei offered. Gablewall relaxed at the word. Ah, a bodyguard. I understand now. Harry fought back a smile and turned to Gablewall. Please let me express my sincere condolences on the loss of your godfather. Gablewall started. Harry thanked him and motioned for him to continue. Mr. Black has left explicit instructions on the management of his estate. Harry felt someone take his hand under the table. He glanced to his right and saw his Aunt Petunia looking straight ahead at Gablewall. How had she known? He squeezed her hand the slightest bit, and she returned it. Everyone here with him was in his corner. That was great. Let's begin, shall we? Harry nodded, and Gablewall pulled out the will. Harry left the meeting room in a slight daze. He was having trouble remembering how to walk. He never wanted to go through anything like that again. Sensei lowered him into the armchair Harry had chosen earlier, while Paul crouched down in front of Harry. You okay, Harry? Harry took a few deep breaths while he tried to pull himself together. How could Sirius expect so much of him? Why would he? Someone was smoothing his hair. That felt good. He took a mental catalog of whom he could see and deduced that it was Aunt Petunia. Oh, well, he wasn't going to stop her. It felt nice, and he needed a bit of comfort. Why would he do that? He asked Remus as he fought back tears. He left everything to me. Why? He rubbed his face and cursed as he moved his contact lens again. He maneuvered the thing back into place and looked at Remus for an explanation. He had other relatives, and he asked you to make sure that they got their share. Harry, he didn't want his relatives to go through something impersonal. Rage boiled up in Harry. What a nice sentiment. So I have to go through the impersonal stuff. He demanded. You are his heir. Remus told Harry. He wouldn't have done it this way if he thought it would do this to you. I'm sure of that, Harry. The words calmed Harry a bit, and he waved Paul away from him. At least I managed to walk out of the room before losing it. Harry told Remus. Remus gave Harry a smile and nodded as he leaned on his cane. There is that. The goblins respect you, which will help you later in life. Harry stood and smoothed down his robes. You ready? Harry nodded and gestured for everyone to move out. He noticed that they had fallen into a pattern. I hope you don't mind, but I've ordered you some stationery with the crests on them. You can write to serious relatives with that. They'll know you're serious then. Harry smiled at the old joke. I'm not serious. That's my godfather. Remus stopped and blinked after him. That never gets old, does it? Remus asked. Harry shook his head and straightened his shoulders. If Dumbledore was waiting for him, he wanted to shock the man a bit. He was a bit disappointed to realize that Dumbledore was not waiting at all. Gringotts carried on with its business without notice of him. He smiled to himself, and he left the bank, surrounded by people who actually cared for him. No time for ice cream. Harry whispered to Remus. No. Sensei snapped behind him. Harry turned his head and stared at the man. Too dangerous. Harry nodded, and then snickered as Sensei gave him what Rick called the man's evil smile. We have ice cream at school. Paul glanced at Sensei with a frightened look in his eyes. I'll let you deal with him. He's too hyper on sugar for me. Harry gave an affronted look and snorted. I don't do hyper. Petunia looked like she was struggling to hold back laughter. I don't. Harry, you are speaking to the woman who raised you from a baby. You were hyperactive on the slightest bit of sugar. Why do you think I kept it from you so often? Harry stopped walking as the pieces fell into place. That's why. He demanded. Petunia gave him a look that said that it should have been obvious. That explains a lot. Petunia raised her eyebrow a la Snape and nodded. That it does. Harry walked when Sensei nudged him forward. He was looking forward to raiding the kitchens with Sensei later that night. He and the man had already managed it several times without being caught. He hoped that the staff had replenished his newest favorite, mint chocolate chip, in the freezer. He stopped a few paces later. Something was off. Something's not right. Harry whispered to himself. No one seemed to notice. Something's wrong. Sensei pulled Harry towards one side of the alley and stood in front of him as he scanned for threats. Come, Deshi. He ushered Harry towards the leaky cauldron. The whole of Diagon Alley seemed to tilt sideways in the next second. Death Eaters came from everywhere as they fired spells on the patrons. Harry found himself pushed behind several bodies as first Remus, then Petunia, Paul, and Sensei shielded him from the chaos. Harry squirmed behind them and tried to fight his way to the front. Muggles! A delighted voice said in front of the group. Harry dropped to his knees, crawled out from behind the adults, and stood. Oh, what fun! Harry shivered as the voice reminded him of something not quite human. He glanced at the Death Eater and decided it wasn't Voldemort. What spell shall I use? He questioned Petunia. Harry spun away from Sensei's hand and rushed forward. His wand appeared in his hand, and he faced the Death Eater. Disapparition. Harry asked the Death Eater. The man in disguise actually froze when he caught sight of Harry. Potter, he shouted, the one and only. Harry told him, wand still pointed in the man's direction. Another Death Eater rushed up and grabbed the other. The Dark Lord has ordered that Potter is not to be touched. The Death Eater scanned the people behind Harry, or his friends. The last word was sneered. Harry had never heard this man's voice before, so he figured that he was new to the Death Eater game. We should be able to play with muggles. Potter has been a thorn in our Lord's side for years. The other Death Eater raised his wand against the first. Why should we change? Potter is not to be touched, he commanded. Harry watched the bizarre scene with a feeling of having found an alternate dimension. The first Death Eater raised his wand towards Harry. The second tapped the man on the head with his own wand, and Harry could almost hear the smirk the man gave him. Sorry about that, Potter. Some just need a bit of persuasion. He gave a short bow to the entire group and rushed off in the opposite direction. Harry watched the scene in front of him, mainly shots of Crucio, and knew he couldn't allow it to continue. He shut his eyes. Deshi, you must listen if I am to keep you safe. Sensei snapped. Harry waved him off. What are you doing? Harry decided that Sensei only spoke in complete sentences when he wanted to make a point, stopping them. He felt slightly detached from the rest of his body as he felt his magic gather much like it did for Aunt Marge's escapade as a hot air balloon, stopping them. Sensei and Remus said at the same time. Harry didn't hear them. He couldn't hear anything at all for a few minutes, and he didn't realize that both Remus and Paul were trying to touch him, to pull him away for those few minutes. He felt light for a few seconds before he heard the song of a phoenix, and he slid into the welcoming darkness. Sensei rushed forward to catch him and lift him in his arms, turning to the leaky cauldron and ready to run for cover. Sensei, look, Paul gasped out. Sensei turned and saw all of the men in masks and cloaks frozen in position, while the civilians were running for cover. Pops started all over the alley, and other men in cloaks started to appear. Quickly, Harry can't be seen. Petunia told Sensei. Several Aurors called for them to stop, but they managed to get through the door before the Aurors could reach them. Petunia ushered everyone to the car and started the engine immediately. No wonder no one can protect him. Sensei grumbled. He needs protection from himself. He lowered Harry down onto the back seat. Remus allowed Harry's head to rest on his lap, while Sensei became a place for Harry's legs. Remus tapped Harry's forehead with his wand and muttered the diagnostic spell he had heard Pomfrey use on him when he was at school. He stared at the script before him and smiled. He'll be fine, he told the entire car. He's just tired. He'll sleep for a while, that's all. Sensei was not happy with the announcement. Rest in the infirmary, where others may watch him. Paul agreed. I'll sign him in. Petunia nodded at the suggestion, while Remus gave an amused look. Paul and Sensei were going to be very unpopular when Harry woke up. He only hoped that Harry would react in the sense the act was meant. These men cared about him. He hoped Harry would see that. Dumbledore hurried down that hallway of the ministry to the holding cells of the Magical Law Enforcement Division. Most of the Death Eaters were still recovering from whatever had happened at Diagon Alley earlier that day. The few that were awake were a little worse for wear, not quite able to remember who they were, much less who they served. Several meta-wizards had been called from St. Mungo's to treat them. It was quite a Lockhart effect from what everyone had said so far. They had vague ideas, but no hard facts to piece together their lives. Some had not managed to wake up yet, existing in a bit of catatonic state. Dumbledore was concerned with only one wizard. He found the man relaxing in a private room away from the prying eyes of the press. "William, how are you?" Dumbledore asked as he entered the room. William stood and shook Dumbledore's hand. "Just fine, Headmaster." Dumbledore nodded to Kingsley and smiled. Kingsley nodded back and hurried off to his own work. Professor Zarep pulled on his normal robes and hid the mask in one of his many pockets. The two men fled back to Hogwarts, and William lowered himself into Snape's customary chair. Dumbledore called for a house elf to bring tea. "What can you tell me, William?" Dumbledore asked. William smiled and relaxed into the chair. "There is something going on with the Dark Lord. He gave very strange orders today regarding a certain boy, a Harry Potter." Dumbledore straightened in his seat. A house elf appeared with a tea that could have served at least 20 starving Harry Potters. William took a cup and sipped it. He told the Death Eaters, the boy is not to be harmed. Several Death Eaters were not quite happy about it. William took a scone and ate it before continuing. Anyone with Potter was to find the same mercy applied. Dumbledore's eyes darkened. For what purpose? Dumbledore mused. Why would he do it? What is he planning? He asked the air. Fawkes trilled a note and went back to preening his feathers. I can't answer that question. I was lucky enough to see his orders in action. I had to stop a Death Eater from going against them. Dumbledore jerked to attention at that remark. Harry was in Diagon Alley today. William nodded and finished off his cup. He held it out and Dumbledore refilled it. He was. His aunt was with him, as well as 2 men. There was another person, but I didn't get a good look at him. William explained. They all seemed very anxious to protect the boy, while the boy seemed to want to protect them. He has no fear, that one. William told him, I saved an idiot's life when he wanted to attack Potter, and then tried to lead focus away from the boy. I tried to grab him and take him to headquarters, but by the time I stared forward to do so, another man had a hold of him and tried to lead him away. If I had tried to get the boy, someone, perhaps even Potter, could have gotten seriously hurt. He explained. Dumbledore nodded. I understand, William. You did what you could. We now know that Harry is in England at the very least. Dumbledore told him, Have you any explanation as to what happened in Diagon Alley with the Death Eaters? William shrugged and finished his tea. Your guess is as good as mine in this one. I was the only one left standing. Dumbledore mused on the revelation. How's everything downstairs? He asked, curious as to how the prank removal was going. The children have earned a holiday. The pranksters must be turning cartwheels somewhere in their dormitories. Dumbledore would never know how right he was, as a certain group of students were celebrating in the room of requirement with a small party provided by Dobby, the house elf. 2 Slytherins watched them from the safety of Salazar's passages. 28, newspaper debut. Something was wrong. That much was certain. No one had returned to him. None of the reports from Diagon Alley was favorable. He had only Wormtail left, who was currently licking his wounds in the corner after suffering through his lord's impatience. Why did no one return? What had happened? Wormtail. The cowering man shuffled over and made a sketchy bow to Voldemort. Use your talent. Find out what is going on in Diagon Alley. Find the rest of my servants. Do not come back without them. Wormtail rushed from the room. Voldemort went to sit before the fire, allowing Nagini to slither into his lap. What has happened, Nagini? He whispered to his pet. The snake could not give him an answer. Harry rolled over and grimaced when sunlight hit him full in the face. He must have slept in, because sunlight never hit his room until late morning. Sleeping in didn't make any sense at all, though, because Sensei never let him miss class. He opened his eyes and looked around. His first instincts had screamed, "Hospital wing," which he figured this was, but it wasn't Hogwarts. There were Muggle lights and the faint buzz of electricity in the background. A Muggle machine beeped somewhere above his head, and he heard the sound of someone riding very close to him. Where was he? Awake. Harry rolled back to his other side to find Dr. Lansky there with a clipboard in his hand. Harry looked up at him before giving an answer. "I think so," he told the doctor. Dr. Lansky made a funny sound in his throat while producing a small pen flashlight. "Look at me, please," he requested. Harry stared at Dr. Lansky and allowed the man to shine the light in his eyes. No concussion. Remember anything? Harry had no idea what the man was talking about. He said as much to the man. "It's normal. Sometimes right before an accident, our brains sort of blank out, leaving gaps in our memories. The accident is such a shock. We just forget what happened, simply in an effort to deal with the shock. You'll be fine, though I want to keep you in here another day." The doctor explained to Harry. "Do I have to?" Harry asked. Sensei would be furious with Harry missing classes, and Paul had promised that they would go to Diagon Alley together. What a minute! What's today's date? He asked with a feeling of dread growing in his stomach. "I was wondering when you would ask that." Dr. Lansky said, "Today is October 17th. You were brought to me late on October 15th with no real explanation as to how you were unconscious. All Paul could tell me was that you were fine 1 minute and the next collapsed on the street. Care to tell me what you know?" Dan Lansky looked at his patient with a curious glint in his eyes. "I just remember feeling tired. That's all." Harry explained, hoping the man would buy it. Harry had no idea how to fool a Muggle medical professional. He couldn't fool Madame Pomfrey, but how did one go about fooling magic? This should be easier. At any rate, the doctor pulled a chair over to his bed and sat down. "Tired? What kind of tired?" Dr. Lansky asked his patient. Harry shrugged. He remembered parts now, mostly that he, his Aunt Petunia, Remus Sensei, and Paul had all gone to Diagon Alley. He had heard Sirius Will, and that was about it. Something about ice cream, which made no sense at all to Harry's scattered memories. He had such a craving for mint chocolate chip. Weird. Just tired. Kind of heavy. That's all. Just tired. The doctor wasn't quite buying it. Heavy? You mean that your body felt heavy? Harry decided that that was the best way to explain his made-up symptoms, and nodded. "Are you sleeping at night?" "Sometimes. I know I don't sleep as much as I should." I like to read. Dr. Lansky raised an eyebrow at Harry's explanation. I lose track of time. He ducked his head as though he was ashamed. Physical exhaustion is very dangerous. 007. There are many things that could happen while you're sleep deprived. You know that, right? Dr. Lansky asked his patient. I know that. I just kind of forgot. Harry answered him. I'm really sorry. He apologized. He couldn't tell the man what had really happened. Where was Paul? He could have taken care of this. All right, you'll stay here for the rest of today, and I'll release you in the morning if I am satisfied that you slept the whole night. I'm going to keep an eye on you, Bond. Harry gave a sheepish smile and nodded. No more all-nighters. He warned Harry. I have never stayed up the whole night. He told the doctor. The doctor raised an eyebrow. Only most of the night. Dr. Lansky only shook his head at Harry's comment and held out Harry's book bag. Paul dropped this off right before you woke up. He said that he'd be down to eat dinner with you, which will happen in about half an hour. He suggests that you start on your makeup work. Thanks, Dr. Lansky. Harry said as he saw that both his magical and muggle books had been included. Dr. Lansky waved away the thanks. Paul told me to tell you that your friend, Remus Lupin, will be stopping by after dinner before he goes away the next 2 days. Harry knew what that meant. The full moon was near. I reserve the right to remove your friend if he wears you out. Dan told him. I don't think you need to worry about that. Harry assured him. Remus is more careful about my health than I am. Harry pulled out his Spanish work and set to memorizing his vocabulary words. Magic would have to wait until he was out of the hospital wing. He didn't want to reveal his talents to more than Paul and Sensei. The two of them were already enough, and Joe knowing only complicated matters. Why was he getting away with revealing the magical world and heavy wandless magic? More importantly, did anyone know what he was doing? Zambini came to me earlier today and told me that the Dark Lord is now actively recruiting from the Hogwarts population since the attack in Diagon Alley. Draco said as he pulled on protective equipment for his upcoming duel. Snape snorted next to him. He's becoming desperate then. Snape told his protege, how many are receptive to the offers of power and glory? Snape said with a sneer worthy of Longbottom's exploded cauldron. Draco grimaced. Far more than there should be. Crabbe, Goyle, Parkinson, and Not seem the most eager, along with all of the prefects for the 7th year. Your head boy is ready to do his duty to the Dark Lord, while the head girl has barricaded herself in her room in an effort to escape everyone around her. Snape raised an eyebrow. There was some news there. Why would the girl do such things? Slytherin House had a long tradition of choosing their own head boy and girl, an effort to bring some kind of leadership to the prefects, and Severus had found that it worked well for such an insular house. The two were impartial, loyal only to the house, and Snape had thought, to him. Now, he wasn't so sure what to think about his head boy and girl. He made a mental note to meet with them separately to ascertain exactly where each stood in regards to the Dark Lord, and if he had any reason to worry. Draco's voice broke him from his reverie. Zambini is indifferent. That boy should have been a Ravenclaw. Draco commented, he cares only for knowledge, and the power knowledge brings. He has made discreet inquiries about the Dark Lord, and did not like what my father had to say. Good. One less child to worry about. Snape said as he finished with his gloves and helped Draco with his. Snape motioned for Draco to choose which weapon he wanted. Draco chose his usual blade and waited for Snape to do the same. Snape took his practice blade and faced Draco. He had been teaching Draco how to fence since the boy had come to Hogwarts. Now, Draco proved a rather good opponent, and fencing was an outlet of frustration for the two of them. "How is everything with the protectors?" he asked as he blocked Draco. "Annoying as ever. Weasley seems to think he has some sort of rank on the rest of us, having actually been in battle. I don't think he would have survived had Potter not been there." Draco told the man as he took as his annoyance on the blades. Snape stopped in shock, only to have to block wildly to save his neck. "Did I hear you correctly?" Snape demanded as he returned the attack. Draco grinned from behind his mask. "Did you just say something decent about Potter?" Snape asked the younger. "If you spread it around, I'll denounce you as a liar." Draco warned him. "I've been spending a lot of time with Granger, Longbottom, and Lovegood." Snape gave him a sympathetic look behind his own mask. "They're not that bad, so long as Lovegood doesn't bring up something imaginary," he explained to Snape. "Granger has not let anything slip about her experiences with Potter, but Longbottom will tell a few things, while Lovegood manages to draw all sorts of erroneous conclusions from Potter's adventures, linking them to imagined conspiracies." He gave a wry grin. "I will say this, I am never bored." Draco let out a sigh as Snape snorted and disarmed Draco. "Just distracted," Snape told him. He removed his own face mask and turned to face Draco. "No, I was wrong. Exhausted." Snape took hold of Draco's chin and turned the boy's face up to look at it. "Do you ever sleep?" he asked of the blonde Slytherin. Draco only shrugged. Snape made a noise deep in his throat and banished the weapons. "Even I sleep, Draco." The room of requirement changed to have a bed in one corner and a bookcase in the other. "Go and sleep." Draco jumped as his fencing gear changed pajamas. "I can't do that," Draco told him. "Are you arguing with me over your physical welfare?" Snape asked dangerously, as though pleading with the boy to question him further. They had agreed that Snape would have the authority to step in if Draco needed an adult while at Hogwarts for his last 2 years. He had wondered when Draco would test the boundaries. "No," Draco said, shaking his head to deny that he was arguing. "It's just that the first issue of The Student's Voice is coming out." Snape rolled his eyes at Draco's explanation. "I don't want to miss it," Draco said, shifting from foot to foot as the cold stones beneath his now bare feet chilled him. "Have you forgotten something?" Snape asked, pulling out the necklace he currently wore from under his shirt. Draco nodded sheepishly. "Go and sleep. I'll wake you in plenty of time. It won't hurt you to miss training today." Draco finally complied with Snape's orders and was asleep just 10 minutes later. The boy had to be exhausted. Snape pulled a book from the shelf and settled into an armchair the room had thoughtfully provided and tucked the time-turner back under his shirt. Thank goodness for contraband ministry artifacts and equipment. It enabled him to train Draco without any unexplained absences on either of their parts. His thoughts drifted from the book and back towards what Draco had said. The first issue of The Student's Voice was coming out. The newspaper had announced itself as an opposition to the current policy concerning the Daily Prophet. Severus never really liked the Wizarding newspaper, but this one This student's voice held a lot of intrigue. Too bad he couldn't read it. Every announcement and future issues were charmed to look like class notes written by a student struggling not to fall asleep. He had been outraged when he saw one that looked like potions notes, as though anyone would dare to fall asleep in his class. The only reason Snape knew what those random pieces of paper were was thanks to Draco. The boy had sought him out the minute the announcement for the paper appeared in the common rooms, and explained what each issue would look like. He had gained a promise from the boy to have the news read to him. This worked in 2 ways. 1. He and Draco could spend more time together. 2. Snape would know how the students thought. Snape mused for a while when he realized that none of the other teachers knew anything about it, including Dumbledore. He gave a rather contented smirk and turned to his book. He loved knowing something others did not. "Hello, Evan." Remus' voice made Harry jump. He smiled at his mentor and closed his notebook. Remus was more interesting than math at the moment. "Hi, Remus. Paul told me that you were stopping by tonight." Harry motioned for Remus to sit down. Harry could tell that the full moon was close, for Remus looked exhausted. His eyes were drawn, and he moved stiffly as though something pained him somewhere. "You look no worse for the wear after that stunt you pulled in Diagon Alley," Remus said as he looked Harry over with a critical eye. "I feel fine." He told Remus, "I slept for the better part of 2 days, but I don't feel any different than I usually do." He shrugged, as though he wasn't quite sure what else he could say to convince Remus of his health. "You look all right. I was just worried about it. Did Paul tell you what you did?" Remus asked. Harry shook his head. "You somehow managed to freeze and stun all of the Death Eaters in Diagon Alley, leaving the Order's spy conscious and whole of mind." Remus explained. "I did what?" Harry demanded, stunned and confounded around 20 or so Death Eaters. "Wandlessly, I might add." Remus said with a smile. "You somehow managed to figure out which one was the Order's spy and leave him alone. All of the rest, well, some of them are in prison, one's broken, while others are still being treated in St. Mungo's. Same ward as Lockhart." Harry blinked at Remus. Quite an impressive display. He told Harry, "I didn't want to hurt anyone. I just wanted them to stop." Harry said in a whisper. He jerked as a few memories of the event drifted back to him. "I just wanted them to stop." He told Remus more firmly. "Yes, well, stop them you did. You managed to figure out which were the high-ranking ones and which were not, and treated them accordingly. All of the low ranks are in prison. The high ranks are still in St. Mungo's. Voldemort's forces have decreased by almost 100%. Harry's mouth dropped as he imitated a fish. "Flies, Harry, flies." Remus reminded him. Harry snapped his mouth shut. "Voldemort is going to be so mad at me." He sighed. Remus smirked at Harry. "What?" Harry asked. "Voldemort does not know it was you. No one knows. Well, except for me, Paul, Sensei, and your aunt." Harry stared again. "The Auror said that the person who managed that was a sorcerer with the level of magic displayed. They made you out to look like one, too. I haven't the slightest clue where they got the idea, but the sorcerer they described looks an awful lot like your sensei." Harry snorted. What had his magic done while he was unawares? "Your secret is safe for now." Harry nodded. Remus fumbled in his jacket for a second. "I have something for you." He told Harry, I picked it up yesterday when I went back to Diagon Alley to see what the atmosphere was. The alley seems to think that it has some kind of protector now. I found this at a small little bookshop tucked into a corner. He handed the book to Harry. Can you read that? Harry took the book and looked down at the title. Being a book of secrets and shadows of magical theory, spells, potions, and drafts, along with various other notes and notations made by Blaise, magical master of Merlin, for those who do not need a wand or staff. I can read it. Harry said. Can you? Yes, I can read the title. Remus assured him. The storekeeper could not. Harry stared at Remus. What does that mean? He asked Remus. Remus gave him a warm smile. We're both mental. Remus said with a look that gave Harry a sense of, oh well, what do we do about it? Anyway, the last part of the title intrigued me, because I immediately thought of you. He told Harry, we've already reached the end of my knowledge about wandless magic. Now, however, this book will most likely guide you. It's so old, Harry said in doubt. Merlin's teacher. Your sensei teaches an art that dates back 1,000 years or more. Remus said in a calm voice. Point taken. Harry said, thank you, Remus, for everything. Harry said. Remus smiled again. It's my job, Harry. It was no problem at all. Remus told him as he messed up Harry's hair. Harry smiled and looked at the book in his hands. I'll look at this later. If the doctor thinks it's time for Mr. Lupin to head out and for the doctor's patient to get some rest. Harry sighed in relief as the doctor was too preoccupied to notice the magical book. Dr. Lansky stared down Remus as Harry slid the book into his book bag. Well, I guess that's my cue. You take care of yourself, Evan. I'll stop in after my trip. Remus told him as he pulled himself to his feet. Okay, Remus, take care. Harry wished him well and wondered if he had any money to get his wolfsbane potion. He frowned for a minute and then remembered what Sirius had done in the way of salary for Remus. The werewolf had enough money to live on for the rest of his life. Harry waved as Remus started for the door. Remus wished the doctor a good day and disappeared out of the door. Bedtime. Harry closed up all of his books and put them on the table at the doctor's order. I'll examine you first thing in the morning to see if you're ready to leave. Harry nodded and lay down. He ran through the mental exercises to clear his mind as the doctor shut off the overhead lights. He didn't want to see Voldemort that night. Voldemort would have to wait. He had a few things to figure out before he could deal with the irritating snake. Hermione and the other PPs were gathered in the room of requirement. The first issue of The Student newspaper had gone out, and they had charmed any issue to accept subscription lists. Dobby and Winky had agreed to deliver the papers to help Harry Potter's friends. Hermione had not wanted to risk Dobby and Winky's jobs, but the two had insisted, and Hermione could not say no to the rather insistent creatures. Hermione looked down at the Slytherin sheet before her to see who wanted a subscription. Only a few names appeared on it from the older students, most notably Draco Malfoy, but the rest of the names were from the younger classes. She decided that it was a good thing. Here's another insult. Luna said from across the table, I think it's from Ron Weasley. She told the group, how dare you try something like this? Wait until I find out who you are. Luna read aloud. Charming, isn't he? She asked the room in general. Ernie Macmillan snickered behind his hand. He used to be so nice. Now, I don't know. Hermione told the others. Oh, looks like someone wants to join, she said as the message appeared on the Slytherin sheet. Please accept my petition to join your newspaper. I have some views that could be useful to your defense section. Hermione read. Who could that be? She questioned the paper. A signature appeared, and she gasped. Drake. Who is it, me? Neville asked as he finished writing someone's name down on his own list. Malfoy. Hermione answered. Ernie Macmillan spit out the butterbeer he was drinking, courtesy of Dobby and Winky, and Luna made an odd choking sound in the back of her throat. Neville only managed to look thoughtful, while the Creevy brothers protested the idea. Draco Malfoy wants to join the newspaper. Hermione said to herself, I think we should let him. Neville said to the group at large. The entire table froze and looked at him. No, really, he has a point. He has knowledge about the Death Eaters and Voldemort that we don't. No matter how many times we face the Dark Lord. Even if we win, we don't understand him. Malfoy most likely does have that knowledge, and he knows how to apply it. Hermione blinked at Neville in shock. I never thought I'd live to see the day that you, Neville Longbottom, would argue in favor of Draco Malfoy. She told him with a smile. Neville smirked back at her. Yes, well, I trained with him most of the summer. I've seen a few things you haven't. Neville explained. I vote in favor of letting him in. Hermione looked around the table. All right, all in favor? Everyone raised their hand. None opposed. She did not receive an answer. Draco Malfoy is in. Luna, will you send him the invitation? Hermione asked the girl. Luna nodded absent-mindedly and marked another name down on her list. Ginny Weasley wants in. Ernie Macmillan said into the silence. What do you think? Let her in. Luna said. She's a good kid. Luna toyed with one of Butterbeer cap earrings and smiled at the corner of the room. All in favor? Hermione asked when no one else moved to do so. Everyone raised their hand again. None opposed? Good. Hermione added Ginny's name to her list and looked back at the Slytherin page. Susan Bones wants to join. Neville told Hermione. Hermione only raised an eyebrow. Everyone voted Susan in. If we keep this up, everyone will know. Hermione said as she turned back to her list. I'll send Susan an invitation. Who wants to send Ginny one? She asked. Neville told her that he would take it. Good. Now, let's finish this and start on the next edition's layout. 29. That's not professional. I think someone saw me. Draco told Snape as he returned to Snape's rooms through Salazar's passage. Lovegood kept smiling in my direction. Snape raised an eyebrow at Draco and shook his head. Impossible, Draco. No one can see through the barrier. Snape reassured him. Slytherin was very thorough in his work. If he didn't want anyone to see him, they wouldn't. Snape moved to his next essay in grading and snorted. If I put my money on anyone, it would be Miss Granger. He told Draco as the boy moved to his customary seat on the sofa. She is a know-it-all. Possibly. Draco sighed. It was unnerving. Draco propped his feet on the coffee table and loosened his tie, oblivious to the glare he received from Snape. Feet on the furniture? What was this, a Muggle home? The Weasleys? Snape stood and poured out a drink for himself. He turned to Draco and raised an eyebrow. Draco shook his head. Snape called for a house elf, which immediately appeared with a butterbeer in hand. Snape thanked the creature and handed the butterbeer to Draco, kicking the boy's feet from the tabletop at the same time. Draco rolled his eyes, but sat up all the same. If you are that unnerved by someone smiling in your general direction, perhaps you should renounce your affiliation with the Protectors, Snape said in a musing tone as he settled himself in his armchair. No, that's different. I know what to expect then, Draco explained as he sipped his butterbeer. The situation in the room of requirement was an unknown and totally unexpected. Draco explained. The only good thing that happened was the student paper coming out. So what is in the student's voice? Snape asked as he tried to keep the curiosity out of his voice. Draco smiled and pulled out the student paper, charmed to look like Transfiguration, notes over which some ill-advised student had fallen asleep. Front page, purpose of the paper. Draco paused and looked at Snape. Snape motioned for him to read that article. Many of you may be wondering why anyone would go through such trouble and risk so much to establish a newspaper for the students. Snape snorted. What? Draco demanded. That's Longbottom. Snape told Draco. Please continue. This is vastly amusing. Snape lounged back in his chair and closed his eyes. A few of my fellow students came to me and complained about the headmaster's current policy of not allowing the Daily Prophet to be delivered to the students in case of mass panic happening after a Death Eater attack. We all agreed that something should be done about this. This newspaper is the result. We promise to do our best to bring you up to the minute news and the most accurate information possible. We offer current events, defense strategies, and some fun as well. If you wish to receive a copy free of charge, just sign your name on the bottom of this page. Our next issue will be delivered to your bed. Draco finished the article and looked at Snape, who seemed to be convulsing. Are you all right? Draco asked. Snape snickered and nodded. I think I'm going as barmy as the headmaster. Please read another. Snape asked as he tried to get hold of himself. This much amusement from a student project just seemed wrong, somehow, but it was so funny. Death Eater attack in Diagon Alley. Snape nodded. There was a massive Death Eater attack in Diagon Alley late this afternoon. No civilian casualties are reported, though several injured were treated and released the same day. Eyewitness reports state that a young man had stopped the Death Eaters single-handedly by freezing and incapacitating them without a wand. Further inquiries will be made as to the identity of this man and the veracity of this report. Aurors responded to questions with no comment. Minister Fudge was not available for comment, but his spokesperson did say that every effort to secure Diagon Alley against further attacks would be taken. Where are they getting their information? I wonder. Snape asked Draco. No idea, but I hope to find out soon. I asked to join the paper, and they voted me in. Draco told Snape. Good, he said with a contented look. Very good. If you need help with any future articles, let me know. Snape told the boy. Thanks. Protecting yourself? Snape nodded at the title, and Draco started reading. These are dangerous times, and there are certain steps you can take to protect yourself. First, always make sure to travel in groups. You will be harder to hit if there are people surrounding you. Second, never let your guard down. In the words of one of our former teachers, constant vigilance. If something does not appear right to you, leave and report it. Even if it is not a true cause for worry, you and your family will still be safe. Third, study defense, for your life truly depends upon it. Professor Zara is a fine teacher and is always willing to give you a little extra attention, should you need it or want it. Study groups are great ways to practice your skills. Don't hesitate to join one. For if you come across a Death Eater, run away as fast as you can. That is not a time to show off your skills. Death Eaters are dangerous, but they can't hurt you if they can't catch you. Get away and tell an adult as soon as possible. Death Eaters are easily recognized when they are ready to attack. They wear long black robes and white masks to hide their identities. When they are alone or doing everyday things, they are only recognizable by the tattoo worn on their forearm. It consists of a skull with a snake coming out of its mouth. No Death Eater will allow you to catch a glimpse of this, so be sure to be vigilant at all times. Draco paused and glanced at Severus. He knew what mark Severus wore on his arm. No worries there, Draco. I am never in short sleeves. Snape told the boy. What else does the paper offer? He asked, brushing away thoughts of the dark mark. A story about Fudge and his blunders in office. Draco said as he flipped through the pages. Study tips, jokes, career advice, mostly about not working for the ministry, ads for the Weasley's joke shop, and some little bookstore called Arcane's Archives. The Fudge story, please. Snape said, Ministry in chaos. Minister Fudge has proved time and time again that he is untrustworthy in office. He was first warned about Voldemort's return 2 years ago when Harry Potter had won the Triwizard Tournament and had seen Voldemort's resurrection. Fudge refused to believe the evidence put before him and started a smear campaign against Harry Potter in order to discredit his claims of the Dark Lord's return. Fudge assigned a High Inquisitor to Hogwarts to ensure that the education we students were receiving was of the best quality. Unfortunately, the High Inquisitor Dolores Umbridge did more to hinder her students than help them. She did not teach practical spells, and instead set her students to reading every day in class. She bullied Harry Potter and his friends time and again to convince them that Mr. Potter was lying for attention's sake. We all know that Harry Potter hates attention of any kind. She was later headmistress of Hogwarts for a time while Dumbledore was away from school. Students under her care nearly died. Umbridge was removed from her post and currently retains a post by Fudge's side. Minister Fudge was late in the game in informing the public of the present dangers involving Voldemort. This calls several things into question. Is he a fit leader for the magical world? How much does he really know, and how much is he telling us? Why is he seeking a visit with Harry Potter? What do his actions mean for the fate of our world? Mr. Potter was unavailable for comment, though Headmaster Dumbledore did say that Harry Potter did not wish to meet with the minister, citing schoolwork demands. We all know that Harry Potter currently is not within the walls of Hogwarts. Where has Dumbledore hidden him? That was Miss Granger in all her glory. Snape commented, She should be a writer. I wonder how she got all of her information. He took a sip of his drink. Anything else? A story about some kid called Joseph Cooper. Draco answered, It's fiction. There's also a crossword and some kind of word scramble. Horoscopes. A menu for the Great Hall, though how they got that. Snape cut him off. Thank you, Draco. I think we're finished with that. Snape stood and went over to his enchanted windows. Did they mention anything about the paper being a secret? He asked, They just say that the paper is for students only and that no teacher will be able to read it. They ask their readers not to reveal it to any teacher at Hogwarts. Draco explained to his mentor. Yes, well, this is going to turn out like the Quibbler last year, when Potter gave that interview. Snape sighed and turned back to Draco. You should get to bed. I'll let Moody know you are here. Draco nodded and folded the paper. May I see that? Snape asked. You can't read it. Draco told him. It's charmed. Draco explained. I am aware of that. I just want to see it. Draco handed over the paper and smirked at the doodle of a cauldron exploding, and a cartoon of himself started berating the student in the smoke cloud. Oh, that is definitely Longbottom's doing. He waved Draco off to his room. Good night, child. Draco wished him the same and left. Snape moved to his desk and pulled out a quill. He wrote on the sheet, I don't know what you lot are up to with these charmed papers, but when I find the artist of this cartoon, I shall give him a firm talking to. He could almost hear the shriek from Gryffindor Tower. He wondered what it would actually sound like. Hey, Bug, what's going on? Harry asked as he noticed everyone crowding around the main bulletin board. Girls were squealing while boys appeared nervous. A few were making their way towards the girls with slightly confident faces, causing quite a commotion in the hallway. There's going to be a Halloween dance on the 31st. Bug told Harry. Fancy dress is required, but it sounds like it's going to be a good time. Harry paled. A dance? Fancy dress? Oh, this was not good. This sounded like the Yule Ball all over again. Who would you like to be? Bug asked him. I think I'm going to be Chewbacca. Do you think I'm tall enough? Harry looked Bug over and smiled. Maybe if I let you borrow my spy stilts. Harry said with a slightly mischievous look on his face. We could work out something. Jack could help us. Bug shook his head. What? Harry asked. I make a valid suggestion, and you stare at me with reproach in your expression. Bug snorted and elbowed Harry. Get out of here, Shakespeare nut. I'll let you know what I come up with. Bug walked away, leaving Harry in the hallway. Harry turned towards Paul's office and froze when he saw several girls gathered and smiling at him. No, that wasn't right. It had to be someone behind him. Harry glanced behind him. Oh, that's a wall. He turned back to the girls and felt like Rita Skeeter was bearing down on him. He gave them all a crooked smile. Every girl in the group giggled. Harry decided that only one option was left in this situation. He fled. 2 seconds later found him in Paul's office, checking behind him for a pack of giggling teenagers. Buddy, someone after you. Paul asked from behind him. Harry whirled around and had to stop himself from reaching for his wand. Paul, don't do that. He breathed out a sigh of relief and sank to the floor. Paul raised an eyebrow. You're going to laugh at me. He told Paul, I will not. Paul contradicted as he helped Harry from the floor. Tell me what's going on. Harry eyed him skeptically as he perched on the arm of the sofa. On the cushions, please. Harry changed position. What is it? Harry took a deep breath and sighed. You know the Halloween dance? Harry asked. I know something of it. Paul answered. What about it? Well, once all the girls saw the sign, it was like they were everywhere, and they started staring at me, giggling and smiling. Harry told Paul, hiding his face behind his pillow. I felt like I was standing in front of a bus that had no brakes. Paul tried to keep his chuckles in. He really did. This was a boy who had fought for his life on more than one occasion, and now he couldn't handle girls? I knew you'd laugh at me. Harry grumbled. I'm sorry, Harry. I am. Paul said as his laughter died down. I just find it funny. You're so mature in some ways and so innocent in others. Harry stared at Paul. Did he just say that? Not innocent in that way, though you'd be a little young. Paul told him. Are you done embarrassing me yet? Harry asked from behind his pillow. I think so. Paul took Harry's pillow away so he could see the boy's face. So, who are you asking? Harry snatched the pillow back. I thought you said you were done embarrassing me. Harry complained. Paul only raised an eyebrow. I don't know. I don't want to go. I think you do. Come on. Think of what outfit you could wear. What would you disguise yourself as given the chance? Harry shrugged. There must be something you always wanted to be. Normal. Harry asked. Paul gave him another look. I didn't really have a chance to think about it as a kid, all right? Harry pulled his legs up and sighed. I don't know what I would be. Harry stared off into space for a few seconds. I think I know what you could be, kid. Harry looked up. Or should I say, Lord Vader? Harry raised an eyebrow. Come on, ultimate bad guy of all time. I'm not a bad guy. Harry said in response. I'm a good guy. Which is why Vader is perfect for you. Vader was a good guy in bad guy clothes. Halloween is the one time you can don a disguise and not be stared at. Didn't Hermione's father offer to bring you a Star Wars costume once? Paul asked. I don't want to be a burden. Harry told Paul. He's busy. Well, a phone call wouldn't hurt. Paul picked up the receiver and wiggled it in Harry's direction. Come on. The worst he could do is say no. Harry glared at Paul, but reached out and took the handpiece. All right. Could you dial her number? Paul punched in the number, smiling all the while. Harry found that Hermione's father was more excited about the chance to help than Harry had expected. He'll be here this Thursday afternoon with a few different costumes, in case I change my mind about Darth Vader. He whispered through part of the conversation. He was probably hiding from his wife. Men do that sometimes. Paul explained. Hermione had told him about her mother threatening her father over the Star Wars costumes. So, who are you going to ask? Harry shrugged at Paul's question. There must be some girl you like. He prodded. I don't know any of them very well. Harry responded. I've got to think about it. Harry explained. It's just, why do they always have to move in packs? Harry asked. Girl survival mode. I'm still trying to figure that out. If you find out, could you clue me in? Harry stared at Paul's question. Why in the world would Paul want to know something like that? Right. Are we done with the embarrassing talk yet? Harry pleaded. Please. Paul chuckled. Yes, we're done. Don't you have play practice now? Harry's eyes grew wide, and Paul smiled as Harry bade him a quick goodbye, and the boy ran out of the room and down the hallway. He turned back to his progress report on Harry. Patience seems to be adjusting more and more as time goes on. He is finally starting to act as a normal teenager with the normal worries involved with those years. There is a school dance coming up at the end of the month. Harry has expressed some worry about the dance, mainly the date part of it. Harry has not had much experience with this part of being a teenager, as he has been too busy fighting for his life instead of learning about girls and dating. I have advised him the best I could, but this can only be learned by doing it. I only hope I will be able to help him with the hormones when they finally start raging. No, Evan, stop. Harry's face fell as Professor Bevington stopped him in the middle of his speech. Your phrasing is perfect, the words flow, but you're not quite into his character. Harry sank onto the stage and groaned. He had everything down but maintaining his character, and the performance was just 2 weeks away. He needed to get this down. He was fine 1 minute and out of character the next. You need to remember why Edmund is like he is. Professor Bevington told him. He is a bastard child. His parents were not married when he was born, and now he is marked for life. Harry's hand rose to his scar and rubbed. He could almost identify with that. Edmund is treated differently for something over which he has no control, his parents' actions. Now, everyone treats him differently. He is not normal. He operates outside society, no matter how much he wants in. It's horrible having your parents' actions on you like that. He couldn't help what his parents did. Harry said in a whisper, I'm not responsible for it. I didn't do it. He looked up to see his teacher, smiling down at him. That's it. That's it exactly. That is his attitude. He feels that he should not be responsible for his parents' actions, and now he is taking steps to ensure that he gets what he feels he deserves. Ever do anything like that? Bevington asked. Yes, I did. I think I can do it now. He thought of not returning to Hogwarts and staying where he wanted to stay. He deserved this year. It felt good to be away from the fame and fawning of the magical world. He wasn't responsible for it. Why should he be honored when it was his mother's work? Harry stood again and brought all of those familiar feelings to the front. He waited until Professor Bevington motioned for him to start. Thou, nature, art my goddess, to thy law/my services are bound. Wherefore should I stand in the plague of custom, and permit the curiosity of nations to deprive me for that I am some 12 or 14 moonshines lag of a brother? Why bastard? Wherefore base? Harry ran through the entire soliloquy and smiled when Bevington started clapping at the end. Perfect. Now, just make sure you do that when we open, all right? Harry nodded and moved off the stage. Regan, Goneril, Cordelia, I need you 3 out here. 3 girls moved onto the stage. All right, girls, Act 1, Scene 1, starting with the jewels of our father. Evan. Harry jumped at the voice and turned to see Julie hurrying up to him. We've got your costume ready. We need you to try it on so we can make any adjustments you might need. Harry followed her back to the costuming section of the theater. Did you find him? A girl asked as Julie entered the room. Oh, good, she said once she saw Harry behind her. Go try this on. She thrust a costume at him. Calm down, Sarah. It's not like he was hiding from us on purpose. Harry went into a dressing room Julie motioned him towards and locked the door behind him. He pulled on the costume and looked at himself in the mirror. He had thought that he would end up in tights. He had not been happy about that idea, but the costumes were creative in that they looked old and contemporary at the same time. He wanted to laugh as he saw the latest edition. It looked like a wizarding robe from Madame Malkin's shop, just cut differently and gathered in places, without sleeves. It actually reminded him of the garments Lockhart was so fond of in his second year. He shuddered. A banging on the door startled him from his thoughts. I know it doesn't take you that long to get dressed every day. Get out here. Harry had little doubts as to why Sarah was called the cutter of the costumes. Harry opened the door and stepped out. All of the girls froze. "What?" Harry asked as he looked himself over. "I put it on right, didn't I?" Sarah sighed and pushed Harry towards the mirrors. "Don't mind them. You're the first person to look comfortable in our designs. No one has liked the cape at all," she told him. "On the stool, please." Harry stepped onto the stool, and Sarah buzzed around him. "The cut is perfect," she said. "Shrug your shoulders, please." Harry did as she asked. "Good." Harry held still as she put her hands up to his shoulders. "Let's slide this off." Harry shrugged off the cape as Julie came up behind him. "You look great, Evan." Harry smiled at her and thanked her. "Where did you get these designs?" he asked as Sarah motioned for him to put on the cape again. "From a book," Sarah answered. "Are your shoe sizes accurate?" she asked from the shoe cases. "Yes, they are." Harry did not want to antagonize the cutter. Sarah dug into the trunk and pulled out a box. "Try these on," she said. "Then we'll know if we have to hem your pants or not." Harry pulled on the boots she had handed him and turned at request. "They need hemmed just a bit. Up on the stool, please." Harry obeyed and waited for her to measure. "Where's my Edmund?" He heard Professor Bevington's voice drawing nearer. "Edmund." Harry started to step off the stool, but Sarah's glare kept him in place. "Oh my goodness. Wonderful." Harry looked up to see his drama teacher standing in the doorway. "Costumers, that is just wonderful." The entire costuming crew grinned at the praise. "How long do you need, Edmund?" he asked. "Just a few seconds more. We need to hem these pants," Sarah said from the floor. "Don't you dare grow until this play is over," she ordered Harry. "I'll try not to," Harry promised. "I'll be out as soon as Sarah's done with me, sir," Harry promised. Professor Bevington nodded and moved back to the stage area. "That's not professional." He wailed at some boys playing with the props. "Boys." Harry smiled at his teacher and shook his head. "Don't fidget," Sarah snapped at him. Harry held still until she told him he could move. He dashed back into the dressing room and changed his clothes, hanging the costume with the most care he could manage. He handed it back to Julie and left the backstage area. "Evan." Professor Bevington waved to him from the last row. Harry went to meet him. "You and Alan practice your lines together. Then we'll see your duel." Harry nodded and sat down next to his brother. "Hey, Evan, last scene okay with you?" Harry nodded and smiled as Alan started reciting his lines. Harry loved the theater. He only hoped that everything went well. He pushed his thoughts of the impending dance away and recited his own line in response to Alan. This he could do. Dumbledore sat in his office, staring into space as he pondered his never-ending failure to retrieve Harry Potter from his relatives. The wards repelled him from Privet Drive, and any wizard or witch spent the better part of an hour trying to convince the wards to allow them through to the house. Once they reached the house, if they did, they had to battle against two rather stubborn and vehement muggles. Harry had always given an impression of disliking his relatives, and had said as much on more than one occasion. Why would the wards become so powerful? He, Albus Dumbledore, had set the wards. They should listen to him. Why did they change? Dumbledore had reverted to the only course he could take in light of his newfound knowledge of the strength of the wards. He had contacted a retired member of the Order to have him research every Muggle boarding school in England to see if he could locate Harry. It didn't seem like Harry was able to leave on his own free will. That, or his aunt held something over him, leaving Harry to choose between two unsavory options should Harry take it upon himself to leave the boarding school she had chosen. Whatever the reason, Harry could not return to the magical world on his own power. Therefore, the magical world must find him and bring him home. Dumbledore looked up when the gargoyle alerted him to his visitor. Ah, Remus had already arrived. Excellent. Come in, Remus. He called to the werewolf as the man raised a hand to knock on the door. The wolf had taken most of Remus' vitality, but Dumbledore held hope that having such a purpose would restore some life to the man. The boy liked Remus, after all, and Remus was fond of Harry. The door opened to reveal a tired werewolf leaning on his cane. "You wish to see me?" Remus sank into a chair as Dumbledore poured out tea and passed a cup to Remus. "Yes, Remus, I did." Dumbledore started. "I have a bit of a mission for you, should you wish to accept it." Remus gave him an interested look. The Dada professor was still there, then, and wishing for action. "I need your help in finding Harry." "Harry is still missing?" Remus gave a worried frown at Dumbledore. "I thought you knew where he was," he said as he sipped his tea. "We know that he is in England at a Muggle boarding school. Which one or where, well, that's a different matter." Dumbledore explained. "I need an extra man on the search team to look for Harry." Dumbledore pulled out a large list. "I have found that the Muggles have a lot of boarding schools, Remus a rather large number. In fact, the other professors and I are going to start searching the schools, one by one, until we find Harry." Dumbledore told him, "I'm sure that Harry will be more inclined to come forward with you on the team." Dumbledore motioned to the list. "The first school is very close to Privet Drive, and it branches out from there. I hope to have Harry back with us soon." "Of course I'll help you." Remus told Dumbledore, "I've been waiting for an assignment from you for a long time, Headmaster." Remus took the offered list and skimmed it, looking to see if St. Jude's was mentioned at all. "No, someone else must have it." "Excellent. The next meeting is tomorrow evening at 7 p.m. Dumbledore wrote out the time on a slip of parchment. "I'll see you in the Great Hall then." Remus nodded and hobbled out on his cane, clutching the list and parchment. He knew that Dumbledore had not given him the whole list of schools. There had to be more than that in England. That meant another had the name of Harry's school. He hurried out of the school and to the gate so he could apparate. He only hoped that Harry would like a surprise visit. 30, an unexpected visitor. Mail call. Harry's homeroom teacher called out. Harry ignored him, as he had since Hermione had returned to Hogwarts, and they had started writing via the mini-messengers. Evan James. A letter. Harry stood up, received his letter from his teacher, and sat back down at his desk to read it. They still had 10 minutes left in homeroom before classes actually started. He loved being in regular classes. He only met with Skye 2 nights a week now, just to make sure that he was on track and not falling behind. His classmates, through some deficiency of his gifted education. Skye did not hold a very high opinion of Evan James's previous school. Harry blinked at the letter he held in his hands. It was from Dudley. He remembered that Dudley had asked if the two could write to each other, but Harry had forgotten amid all of the other stuff he had going on at the time. Dudley had not written much, and what was there was enough to make Harry confused. What did Dudley want from him? Dear Harry, I guess that you didn't want to write to me. Mum said I should be patient because we've done a lot to you and it will take time, even if you do decide to try to like us like we are trying to like you. Mum said it was up to you. I just have a question and I would like an answer, even if it is one word. You can pass it through Mum if you don't want to write to me. Do you hate me? Dudley. Harry stopped and scratched his head. He had never heard such an odd question, and the wizarding world had quite a few of them whenever they managed to corner him in one place long enough to ask. Did he hate Dudley? He should, considering what Dudley had managed to do to him over the years. Harry hunting rose to his mind, but he couldn't find the usual feelings that he had had about it when he was a child. He didn't feel much of anything, really. They had been kids. It was stupid, really. Dudley had been a right prat about a lot of stuff, but that didn't mean that Harry hated him. Or did it? Harry tried to figure out if he hated anyone. Lucius Malfoy rose to his mind, but the feelings quickly died away. The same happened with Bellatrix Lestrange, though it took a bit longer. Pettigrew might work for hate. Dumbledore? No. Dementors. Harry gave a light shiver. Okay, he hated Dementors, but he couldn't find any feelings the same way towards Dudley. It didn't make sense. Harry gathered his books and told the teacher he needed to see Paul. His professor nodded and shooed Harry out of the room. Harry showed up at Paul's office to find Paul missing. Zen, however, was not and seemed more than thrilled to see Harry. My lightning child has returned. Zen hissed happily. Take me out. Harry smiled and dropped his backpack onto the floor. He went over to the cage and lowered an arm so that Zen could crawl up. The snake hissed his satisfaction and curled around Harry's arm. What troubles you, my lightning child? Zen asked as he blinked red eyes up at Harry. It's nothing really. I'm just confused. Harry answered him as he lay down on the couch and settled Zen on his stomach. He ran a finger down Zen's body. Zen closed his eyes in pleasure and asked Harry to explain his confusion. I received a letter from my cousin Dudley. He asked if I hate him. I don't know if I do. Harry explained the best he could. He wasn't sure if Zen understood. For whom do you have feelings of hate? Zen asked. Harry frowned and shrugged. No one really. I hate Dementors because they affect me more than they should. I hate when people stare at me because of my scar and treat me differently from everyone else. Harry shuddered when he thought of Fudge's fluctuating attitudes towards him from year 3 onward. He wondered if Fudge knew he was missing. He made a mental note to write Hermione tonight. You know what hatred feels like. Do you hate this Dudley person? Zen asked as he curled up and opened his eyes. I guess I don't. It's not hate I'm feeling. I just can't identify what I am feeling. Harry rubbed his eyes, swore as he tried to fix his contact lens, and sighed with frustration. I'm just so angry, Zen suggested in a nonchalant way as he curled about himself. Yes, I'm so angry at him for what he used to do, how he used to treat me when we were younger. Harry sat up, making Zen hiss in displeasure as he was forced to change position. Harry punched the couch and growled. That's exactly what I'm feeling. I'm so mad at him. Upset, Harry? Paul asked from the doorway. Harry looked up, slightly embarrassed that Paul had seen him in a temper. No, he answered. Zen hissed at him, starting to lecture that Harry should release some of these feelings to another human and not keep them to himself. Harry returned Zen to his cage by way of answer. Just you wait until I get out of here. You're in for a world of hurt. Zen promised Harry from his cage. Get a number. You'll only be number 23. Think you can wait that long? Harry hissed back at him. Are you and Zen fighting? Paul asked, completely perplexed. It seemed so odd to hear hissing that sounded angry, though how Paul could even tell it was angry was beyond the man's reasoning capability of the moment. No, Harry snapped. He saw Paul's face and regretted his actions. Back, anger, back. I'm not sure what has you so upset, or what you and Zen were saying, but I did not appreciate being snapped at. Paul told Harry as he took his chair. Harry sank down on the couch and hid his face behind his hands. I'm sorry, Paul, he said as he tried to work out the mess his mind was in about Dudley. I didn't mean to snap at you. I'm just confused. Paul raised an eyebrow and waited for Harry to continue. My cousin sent me a letter. Harry told Paul. Paul nodded and dug into his mini fridge and offered Harry a bottle of juice. Harry took it and set it next to him. He asked if I hated him. Do you? Paul asked. This was something about his family, something Harry had hesitated speaking about, and he could now be ready to talk about. It was now finally mentioned. No, Harry answered in a small voice. That's what Zen and I were talking about. He helped me figure it out. I don't hate him. I'm just really, really mad at him. Harry explained. Furious. Harry's hands clenched into fists, and he sighed. Why? The simple question struck Harry like a whip between the eyes. Harry stood and went over to the window. He stared out at the changing leaves and frowned. 1,000 things flashed through his mind as to why he was so upset with his cousin. He was unsure if he could tell Paul all he wanted to say. It would be too hard to say it all. It hurt just thinking about it. He wished he could just show Paul what he went through. Harry took a few deep breaths to calm himself. Each breath seemed only to fuel his anger. He didn't see Zen curl up on his heated rock or whisper that he was cold. Buddy, Paul put out a hand and turned Harry around. Harry looked up into Paul's eyes. Paul saw the pain there from whatever his cousin had done. What do you need to tell me? Something happened in that instant, as though permission of some kind had been given to Harry. It was like a slideshow was being played right in front of his eyes. He saw images of a rather large blonde boy tormenting a child at least 3 times smaller than him. He figured that the larger boy was Dudley, while the little one was Harry. What was he seeing? More importantly, how? Several more images flashed in front of his eyes before he felt a small pushing sensation just behind his eyes. He blinked, and the images were gone. Strange. A shuddering breath brought him back to himself. He looked down to find Harry on his knees and hugging himself around the shoulders. He was taking deep, heaving breaths. Paul gasped when he felt the cold air surrounding him, and he realized that he could see Harry's breath in the air. He dropped to a knee and gathered Harry in his arms. It's okay, Harry. It's okay, he whispered to the shaking boy. Harry only shook his head and shut his eyes against the sunlight pouring in through the window. It's okay. Why did he have to hurt me? Harry whispered as he fought for control of his own body. What was happening? I tried to be nice to him. He called me names and made sure I couldn't make any friends at school. He made me do his homework. He hurt me. Paul stayed quiet. What could he say? The other boy was a bully through and through. He didn't blame Harry for feeling the way he did. I just wanted to be his cousin, and he stepped all over me. Family. Harry's fists clenched again as he worked up into a temper again. He hurt me. Why? What did I ever do to him? Paul knew that Harry had just asked a rhetorical question and did not require an answer. Paul held Harry until his breathing softened to light tears that just fell from his eyes. The cold started to disappear as Harry fought to control himself. Let it out, kiddo. You're allowed to be upset, and you're allowed to be angry. It's okay to feel this way. Harry nodded against Paul's shoulder and took a deep breath. He rested against Paul for a few seconds before pulling away. I think I'm okay now, he told Paul as he sat up. Thanks. Still angry? Paul asked. He opened Harry's juice and handed it to him, motioning that Harry should drink some of it. Harry took a long drink from the bottle and nodded. Still angry. Harry agreed as he wiped his face. It's more manageable now. Harry explained. Smaller, somehow. Paul smiled and nodded. I think I know what to tell him. Good. Make sure you tell him that you're angry with him. You two will not be able to have a good relationship or a relationship of any kind without you telling him your feelings and vice versa. Paul motioned for Harry to drink more. I'm supposed to tell him that. Harry snorted. Dudley won't take that well. Harry took another sip of his juice. Yes, well, if he wants you as a friend, he'll learn to live with it. Paul stood up and helped Harry to his feet. It looks like Zen is very upset with you. Harry looked at the cage with a regretful smile. I think that the offer of a mouse will cheer him up. Really? Harry asked. Paul only took out a small box and handed it to Harry by way of response. Harry opened the cage and smiled down at Zen. I'm waiting for my number to come up. If snakes could sniff in disdain at someone, Zen managed to do so at Harry. The boy smiled down at his reptilian friend. I wanted to apologize. Harry told the snake, I'm sorry I yelled at you. Zen pretended to ignore Harry. I have a mouse for you. Zen's red. I looked up at Harry. It seemed like all could be fixed with an offer of a mouse. A mouse? He asked in an excited voice. Really? Harry opened the box and released the mouse into the cage. Please don't eat it in front of me, Harry said as he replaced the cage's lid. Paul slid a cloth over the cage and whispered, just in case. Here, Mousy, Mousy, Mousy. Harry was struggling to stay awake through his charms assignment. Yes, he knew that animation spells were an important set of spells in many different ways, but he couldn't quite drum up the enthusiasm he needed to complete the essay. Animation charms seemed so empty after facing Voldemort. Heck, everything seemed pointless after facing Voldemort. His eyes drifted shut of their own accord, and his head slowly came to rest on his desk. Dream, where have you been? Voldemort demanded. Harry opened his eyes and fought to keep from cringing at the anger in Voldemort's voice. He hoped that he would make it out of this dream alive. He pushed himself up from the ground and stood. "I didn't have a choice," Harry said as he faced Voldemort. "They've been drugging me. I just happened to fall asleep before the evening meds came around." Voldemort seemed to be considering what Harry had said. "The Muggle teachers are drugging you?" Voldemort asked, looking at Harry in a speculating way. He waved his wand, and the fireplace in the room lit up. "My nightmares disturb the other students." He spat out and folded his arms. Harry worked up some temper to go into his voice. He was an actor, and he needed to convince Voldemort that he was angry about his treatment at the hands of his Muggle teachers. "Now they shove pills down my throat every night to make sure I don't dream." Harry rubbed his face and sighed. "I tried to tell them that I would be fine and that I didn't want them, but they don't listen to me. I don't have much of a choice. Need I remind you of our agreement?" Voldemort hissed at Harry. Harry didn't need to be reminded. He knew what Voldemort was capable of and how far he was willing to go. They had an unspoken truce. Harry would submit to Voldemort's lessons, and Voldemort would leave Harry's friends alone, for now. Harry could live with the arrangement, though he didn't like it at all. Making a deal with Voldemort was like making a deal with the forces of nature. You never knew what would happen. He had gotten himself into this, and he thought that he might learn something useful to defeat Voldemort. He hadn't counted on Voldemort blackmailing him into complete lessons. "No, sir," Harry answered. "I'll figure out a way to avoid the medicine." He promised. In truth, he had not taken a sleeping pill for a few weeks now, ever since Sensei had induced the mother of all occlumency lessons without knowing it. If Voldemort was willing to believe that Harry had not been absent by choice, then Harry was willing to let him believe that. Voldemort eyed him, but accepted the statement at face value. "Very well, let's begin. Wand out." Harry pulled out his wand and held it up. "I believe you are ready to start wordless spells. No words are needed in this kind of magic. You just think of it. Do not say any spell." Harry nodded and noticed that a table and chairs appeared beside him. Voldemort produced a feather and set it on the table. "Let's start small. Levitate the feather. No spells." Voldemort took his own seat, and Harry sat down across from him. He could do this, right? Harry had learned a few things about Voldemort during these little lessons. He had the same amount of patience Snape possessed with his students, and enjoyed berating Harry almost as much as Snape did. He also truly enjoyed teaching, as he became more and more excited as Harry continued to achieve the goals to which he set Harry every time they met. He held back nothing in the way of punishment if Harry failed, but his praise for succeeding almost made up for his cruelty. Almost. Harry continued to heal himself through his wandless magic, but he was becoming unable to heal all of his injuries right away. Either that, or Voldemort was taking out his own frustrations from the Diagon Alley fiasco on Harry. It was through these lessons that he was beginning to understand why some would find Voldemort an enticing leader to follow. His praise was rare, but when it did happen, it gave one such a feeling of pride in succeeding for such a demanding taskmaster. It was intoxicating, an almost heady experience in knowing that one had been pushed to the limits time and again, and continued to exceed those limits. Harry raised his wand and pointed it at the feather, trying to get it to levitate. Wingardium Leviosa. He thought inside his head. Nothing happened. A quick peep at Voldemort revealed that the man was extremely impatient tonight. Wingardium Leviosa. Nope. This was not good. He closed his eyes and focused for a few seconds, picturing the feather rising from the table. He pointed his wand again and opened his eyes in time to see the feather lift from the table. That's it. Voldemort slapped the table. You've done it. Harry stared at the feather in wonder. Had he really done what Voldemort wanted him to do? He noticed that Voldemort seemed to be waiting for something. Harry allowed the feather to falter, though he felt that he could hold it up all night. He didn't want to succeed too far, too fast. A major part of this game was convincing Voldemort that Harry had no extraordinary ability at all, that he was just an average kid thrown into odd circumstances through the meddling of others, and some luck. The first lesson had been a sort of fluke, and Voldemort had told Harry, when questioned about the bright light, that magic sometimes fluctuated, and it was nothing to worry about since it had not happened again. Harry had not duplicated the target color white since then, but when he was in his own mental room away from Voldemort, he had accomplished it every time with little effort. Harry still didn't know what the color meant, but he could still produce the same color, only it was increasing in brightness and intensity. His targets were not standing up to the treatment very well at all. He wondered what it meant. His feather wavered in the air, probably a result of his thoughts, before drifting down to the lacquered tabletop. How are you feeling? Harry's head snapped up at the question. Voldemort never inquired as to his state of health without an ulterior motive. The man was a Slytherin, after all, and he used every bit of information to plan. Harry decided to answer truthfully. I'm a little tired. He said. It was true. These lessons always exhausted him, and he had been tired to begin with. That's to be expected. You just accomplished some very advanced magic. Voldemort explained, patiently. Harry felt like he was talking to a psycho Remus Lupin as he talked about the Patronus. The fatigue disappears with practice. The better you become, the less likely you are to become tired. Harry nodded and yawned a bit. Did you hear about Diagon Alley? Voldemort asked conversationally. No, Harry answered. He knew what Voldemort was talking about. He just didn't want to admit it. Did something happen? It was best to sound concerned. The magical world was Harry's home too. Something happened to all of my followers. Well, save Pettigrew and one other. He reported that something happened and froze all of my Death Eaters, and that was all he could tell me. Voldemort stared at the fireplace in the room. The person responsible will find out why I am so feared when I find him. Voldemort swore. Harry thought of a question to sidetrack Voldemort's thoughts. He did not want to deal with a dark lord bent on vengeance. Why do wizards use a wand? If we can do wordless spells, why do we need the wand? Voldemort gave Harry a suspicious glance before deciding that the question had merit. Wands help to focus our power. Wandless casters are very rare. I believe Dumbledore is able to do 1 or 2 spells without his wand. Children do accidental magic in our world without a wand. The difference between the two is the latter is not controlled at all, while the former is heavily controlled. No one is able to function completely without a wand. If we just did wordless spells without the wand, the spells would react much like a child's accidental magic. The magic would do what it wanted without the focus. Harry nodded to show he understood and made a mental pact with himself that Voldemort would not find out about either Blaze book or Harry's wandless talent. Harry had learned one main thing from Voldemort that he applied at every session. Do not give up any advantages you have over your adversary. You look exhausted. Voldemort waved his wand and incanted a sleep spell. I'll see you soon. Harry faded away back to his room. And dream. He jerked awake, amazed that he had escaped without a single curse. He counted his lucky stars that he'd been looking out for him today, and turned back to his essay. He wanted to finish it before his session with his aunt today. Harry reached up to knock on Paul's door when he heard Jo's voice coming from the corridor. What were they already doing here? Aunt Petunia and Jo weren't due to show up until later. Harry checked his watch and sighed. Oh, they were due now. Petunia, I keep telling you, he is not going to start responding for quite a while. You hurt him as child. You pushed him away repeatedly when he needed an adult. He will just not accept you without the same number, if not more, repetitions that you do want him. You're going to have to be patient. Harry knocked on the door hurriedly and entered when Paul answered. I've been here for a few minutes, Harry told him as he tossed his backpack in the corner and went over to Zen's cage. Paul only raised an eyebrow as Harry took Zen out of the snake's cage and started to chat. Hello, Harry. What is troubling you? Zen asked as Harry settled on the couch. You have a glum look about you, and I can smell it. Zen gave a rather intense stare for a snake. Zen, what would you do if someone told you that you were not wanted your entire life and then changed their minds and said that they did want you? Harry asked. The door opened, and Jo stepped in, only to step out immediately. Harry smirked. I would wonder why they changed their minds. Do you know why? Zen asked as he curled around Harry's hand and sighed as Harry started petting him. Paul looked at the closed door and then back at Harry as though he was asking why Harry had not returned Zen to his cage. Yes, I do. Harry told the snake. Your aunt. Harry nodded. You must forget the past. She wants to care for you now. Allow her. Harry sighed and stroked Zen again. Hey, buddy. Harry looked up at Paul. Jo really wants to come in, but Zen scares him. Mind putting him away? Harry nodded, got up from the couch, and went over to Zen's cage. Sorry, Harry said as he put Zen back down in his cage. I just needed to talk with him for a second. I understand. Anything you need to talk about before Jo and your aunt come in? Paul asked as Harry took a seat on the couch and pulled his legs up. Insecure and confused stance. This was not good. Yes. No. Harry answered. I don't know. There's something. Nothing. He shrugged. Maybe later. Harry said. Paul nodded and called Jo in. Hello, Harry. Jo greeted. Harry gave him a smile. Hello, Harry. Petunia said. Harry regarded her for a few seconds before nodding towards her. Okay, let's get started. Do we need to review the rules? Paul asked as Harry rearranged himself into a more contract ball. Paul reached out and pulled Harry's feet down to the ground. Harry glared at him. He had been comfortable in that position. Thank you very much. No, I remember them. Petunia answered. Harry nodded to show that he remembered the rules. He started to draw his feet up, but Paul stopped him with a quick hand on his shin. Harry sighed and pulled his pillow towards him. Paul snatched it away and tossed it into the corner. Harry would have to walk between Jo and Petunia to retrieve his pillow. He missed the look Jo and Paul shared while he was contemplating how to get his pillow back. All right, let's get started. Joe said, "We talked about the rules you set for Harry when he was younger. Harry, why don't you tell us a few rules you would have liked to see?" Harry was still in the middle of figuring out how to retrieve his pillow. He tried to pull his feet up, but Paul stopped him again. What was this plot against Harry Day? His frustration snapped, and he threw out a hand and summoned the pillow. Paul frowned. Petunia jumped, while Joe fell out of his chair. "Didn't I tell you that I didn't want you to do any more wandless magic until you figured out the parameters of your abilities?" Paul asked, but more like demanded. Harry hugged the pillow to himself. "I did figure it out. I'm fine." Paul took a deep breath before talking again. "How?" Paul asked. Harry dug out Blaze's book and handed it to Paul. "What is this written in?" he asked. "Parseltongue." Harry answered. Paul looked through the book before shaking his head. "I don't want you doing wandless magic right now," Paul told Harry. Harry stared at Paul before jumping up and grabbing his backpack. "Harry!" Harry stormed out of the office and down the hallway. He saw Paul come out after him. Harry did the only thing he could do. He ran. He told the attendant where he was going and headed out into the little wood that ran along one side of the property. He adjusted his backpack and climbed a tree in the middle of the trees. Paul wouldn't look up, would he? Harry reached the highest safe-looking branch and curled up on it. He drew out Blaze's book and opened it. "Concern yourself with neither the past nor the future. Focus only on the present. The past shaped you, but it does not control who you are or of what you are able. The past will control you only if you allow it. Focus only on the present. The future changes with each passing moment to moment. Who knows what the future holds? You cannot control it. Focus only on the present." He closed the book and drew his legs up. He shut his eyes and leaned his head back against the trunk of the tree. Why was everything so weird? He had thought that he knew where he stood. Now he wasn't too sure. He wondered if it would just be easier to go back to the magical world. All it would take was one simple spell with his wand. Wizards would show up so fast that he wouldn't have time to change his mind. He could go back where he belonged, and he would be safe from Voldemort at Hogwarts. Why had he made this choice? Had he even been thinking at all when he made this decision? He pulled out his mini messenger and said the password. "Me? Are you there? I think I've made a horrible mistake. I want to come back to school. I don't want to be here anymore." I did wandless magic in front of Paul, and he got really upset with me and said he didn't want me doing wandless magic. I thought he would understand. He always seemed fascinated when I spoke Parseltongue, but he didn't like the wandless magic. Why? He doesn't understand. Harry closed the book and sighed as his head came to rest on his knees. He didn't know how long he sat there until his breathing calmed down, and those little water things, he refused to name them so that he could pretend it didn't happen, finished falling from his eyes. He sat up and let his legs dangle. He almost fell from his branch when he heard the telltale sound of someone apparating. Remus wouldn't apparate here. He usually took the bus or a taxi. Who was it? A familiar face had Harry clinging to the trunk and trying to blend in with the foliage in his blue shirt. The Hogwarts Potions master stepped through the parking lot and onto the grounds of St. Jude's Academy. That's the end of part 3. And with every gentle step forward, Harry's world becomes a little warmer, a little brighter, and a little more his own. It's in the details. A kind word, a safe place to sleep, someone who listens. These may seem small, but they're revolutionary to a child who's never known unconditional care. Which moment touched you most? Drop your thoughts in the comments. We're building a community that loves both magic and meaning. If you're enjoying this journey, help us keep telling stories like this by liking, subscribing, and joining the Grimoire Guardians or Wizard Army. Every bit of support helps bring more stories to life. Did you know? The emotional pacing of an ant's love is inspired by real-world trauma recovery studies, making Harry's progress feel incredibly grounded, and all the more moving. Next up in Part 4, as Harry starts to grow stronger, others begin to notice, and not everyone is ready for the change. And remember, the quietest love is often the strongest. Until then, be kind, stay curious, and always stay magical.